Dungeon Battle Royale. Since I became a Demon King, I will aim for world domination. Volume 2 by Gachasora. Translated by Infinite Novel Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Arc 4, Chapter 45. Tests, Subordinates, 2. Sorry for having kept you waiting. You sure did. Having finished the explanation, Canon and Rena ran up to me. I will start from the subordinate tests. I operate my smartphone, creating the new additions. A pentagram shone on the ground, and a figure showed up within the dazzling light. Exclamation mark. Monsters are born like this? For Canon and me it's a familiar sight. However, a surprised voice comes from Rena, who witnessed subordinate creation for the first time. I smiled at Rena with her astonished expression and created the other 3 new subordinates one after the other. I checked the 4 humanoid subordinates lining up in front of me. First, the Lilim, a captivating woman with straight, dark blue hair, wearing tight clothes that emphasize her curves. If you look closely, you will see that small wings are growing on her back. Her expression with its bewitching smile was a bit too much of a stimulus for me with my loner attribute. Second, the living male, to express it in one word, armor. Looking closely, it's an iron armor because it's trembling with a clattering sound. I can more or less identify it as a living being and not a plain armor. Third, the werewolf, a kobold with a good physique. Its face being more ferocious than that of a kobold is probably owed to it being a wolf and not a dog. Its height is close to 2 meters. It releases a fairly intimidating air. Fourth, the Dampier. It is the figure of a woman with well-trimmed short hair that was dyed jet black. As an effect of that jet black hair, her transparent, white skin stands out all the more. Her looks are good enough that she can be evaluated as beautiful, but compared to the Lilim, she gives off a somewhat cold-hearted impression. At first glance she looks like a normal human woman, but she's not the same as the lycanthrope, right? I guess I will start the usual mox battles. There are many things I won't understand from just the explanation about them. Seeing is believing. As expected, to test the subordinates' abilities, mock battles are the best method. This time there are a lot of subordinates with humanoid shapes, aren't there? I line up many kinds of iron weapons in front of the 4 subordinates I had created. Pick the weapon you specialize in. The Lilim picked an iron wand and the living male an iron shield. The werewolf strikes an imposing stance without even glancing at the weapons. The Dampier goes past the lined-up weapons and kneels down in front of me. I hope to receive a whip if I'm allowed to. Whip. Yet another maniac weapon? I tell her. Wait a moment. Alchemize an iron thorn whip, and hand it to the Dampier. The iron thorn whip has small blades and a pointed iron wire tip attached to it. You have my heartfelt gratitude for granting my wish. The Dampier bows her head deeply while genuflecting. Well then, I guess it's time to start the mox battles. I think a ghoul which has the best possible cost-performance ratio will do as an opponent. I call a ghoul that was waiting for orders. Eh? What are you going to do? Canon, who had silently watched the course of events so far, asks me. Mox battle. Eh? Canon raises her voice in surprise upon hearing my reply. Come to think of it, it's the first time for Canon to witness the mox battles, isn't it? Ignoring the bewildered Canon, I give the signal to start the mox battle. Lilim, ghoul, fight each other. However, killing the opponent is forbidden. Especially you, ghoul. Make sure to not kill her. I deliberately order the ghoul. Yes. Voe. The Lilim with a seductive voice and the ghoul with its usual groaning. Ha! Why can the Lilim use the same language as me? Come to think of it, the Dampier talked normally to me just now, too. Unrelated to my bafflement, the Lilim and the ghoul started their mox battle. Voe. The first to move is the ghoul. It charges at the Lilim while roaring. Seen from the side, it truly looks like a pervert assaulting a woman. Foo-foo. Sleep. The Lilim lightly waves her iron wand at the approaching pervert while smiling. In response, the ghoul's head is covered by a blue mist and its movements become sluggish. You don't really look all that delicious. Burn fireball. The ghoul that fell into a slumber blazes up after being hit by the brightly burning flame. Master, if I do it once more, he might die, you know. What shall I do? The Lilim declares her victory while sending a flirtatious look my way. Very well. Stop now. I announce the end of the Mox battle. What an overwhelming victory. Having said that, there's one thing that bothers me. Lilim, are you still good to go? Yes, I'm totally fine. Fight 2 ghouls next, then. If it's your esteemed order, Master, the Lilim nonchalantly replies to my demand. Before starting the battle, Lilim, you understand my words? Of course I do. Fufu. You're weird, Master. I can't believe it, but it looks like the Lilim can use my language, Japanese. Why? Right now the ability of a dark elf is in effect for absorb. The subordinate in front of me doesn't look like an elf at all. I unconsciously mutter my doubt. The power of love? Definitely not. It's because Lilim-san and Dampier-san possess the special ability language. Human. Interrupting the Lilim's joking, Canon told me the truth. I see. With this resolved, let's resume the mock battles. The battle 2 ghouls versus the Lilim began. In the end it resulted in the ghoul's victory. Using the gap in her casting sleep on one ghoul, the other one got close and attacked her. Having her magic sealed off in close combat spelled the Lilim's defeat. I suppose the Lilim is a typical rearguard. Once she was dragged into close combat, she was surprisingly weak. It allowed me to grasp a point I have to pay attention to when using her from now on. Next up was the mock battle living male versus school. The living male, which continued to attack while making use of its sturdiness, and the ghoul, which continued to do nothing but attacking due to its lacking intelligence. The one that took control of the battle was the living male. It's sturdy, but its attacks are monotonous. I think it might be interesting to partner it up with the Lilim. Then, the Mox battle werewolf versus school. The result was the werewolf's complete victory. The werewolf that greatly surpasses the ghoul in strength and speed was at an advantage throughout the entire battle. It's really strong, though I think it's regrettable that the werewolf can't use any weapons. It's unfortunate that I can't dope its power through alchemized items. Next, the Mox battle Dampier versus school. Dampier, ghoul, fight each other. However, killing the opponent is forbidden. My most anticipated Mox battle started. The Dampier raises her thumb and points her index finger, imitating a gun with her hand, at the ghoul. Ice bullet. The shot ice bullet hits the ghoul's left foot, freezing it to the ground. Dark arrow. Several darkness arrows stab the ghoul after the Dampier swung her hand downward. At the end she dashed towards the dying ghoul and swung the iron thorn whip at it. Once the ice it snared ghoul's foot melted, it collapsed to the ground like a marionette that had its strings cut. No one says anything. The area is dominated by silence. Exclamation mark. The Dampier stares at the ghoul's corpse with a dumbfounded look. You were? Question mark. Suddenly the Dampier's scream reverberates into the vicinity. What have I done? The order of Shinsama, my creator. The Dampier mutters like a broken doll. Master, if you please, allow me to serve the duty of fulfilling that Dampier's wish. MMH. Once I turn around, Chloe is deeply bowing in front of me. Wish? Yes, I know the wish of that person. Can you leave it to me? Why yeah. Unable to comprehend the situation, I simply agree with Chloe's proposition. It's my humble pleasure. Chloe deeply bows towards me once more, and then runs up to the broken Dampier. Nameless Dampier. I understand your wish. Who? My name is Chloe Shion, bloodkin of the great creator Shinsama. Exclamation mark. Once Chloe announces her name, the Dampier widens her eyes and stares at Chloe. Creator Sama's bloodkin. Understood. Please do it. Very well. Together, let's become Shinsama's foundation the next time you come into this world. Yes. Chloe and the Dampier reach a mutual understanding. I still can't make anything out of this situation. In that case, take that disgrace and life off. Stoop. I hurriedly hold back the Dampier, who had made her resolve with her eyes closed, and Chloe who's about to swing her dagger at the Dampier. What might be wrong? Don't give me that. I loudly shout at Chloe, who answers with a nonchalant me of all people, having overstepped my bounds. After all, Master is with his own hands. No, I strongly deny. Chloe, who misunderstands even further. What are you trying to do? What? Fulfilling this Dampier's wish? What's that wish? She acted against the esteemed order of Master, her great creator. If it was me, I would die because of that dishonor. In that case it should be the same for this Dampier, I think. Yes, it's as the Bloodkin Chloe-sama says. The Dampier follows up on Chloe's answer as if it's natural. Why does it have to turn out like this? Right now every single CP is precious. I'm going to add a new Bloodkin through random creation. In addition, I have to alchemize items and create houses for Rina and these guys. Why do I have to pointlessly lose a 120 CP Dampier? I'm troubled because of the two in front of me who show their misguided loyalty. Is there any need for Shin's subordinates to show their loyalty up to such an extent? No, I think those two are kind of special. Watching the chain of events, Rina backs off and Canon looks on with cold-hearted eyes. Afterwards I spend all my time persuading the reckless too. Chapter 46 Demon Kings Don't Rest. Come to think of it, Shin-san, your level went up to 5, didn't it? Once Chloe's and the Dampier's reckless actions came to an end, Canon drew closer with a smile on her face. It did. That means you acquired separation, right? Canon asks while looking at me with eyes full of expectations. Separation? If you use a different word for it, it's delegation. It's a special ability allowing one to split a domain as soon as they possess several true cores, with the ability to designate a temporary master for the separated domain from among one's subordinates. At a first glance, separation seems to be a convenient special ability, but there are several limitations. First, the temporary master of the domain can create equipment, but not subordinates. I think that's supposed to clarify that creating living beings is a demon king's privilege. Moreover, what will be split is not just the domain, it's also necessary to split the CP. The CP can be allocated in units of 100. Putting it another way, you have to lower your maximum CP by at least 100 CP. I acquired it, but I don't plan to use it, you know. Hearing my reply, Canon looks shocked. There are 2 reasons. There it is. Shin-san's prided starting from the number of conclusions. But I slap Canon who got somewhat cocky. The first reason is my lack of personnel for entrusting a temporary domain. One's right here. Look, an experienced former demon king is over here. Canon starts to fervently advertise herself in response. Where? In front of me I can only see Rina, a former hero who is unfamiliar with creation, and a former demon king who was on the brink of death in a mere 6 days after being attacked by the humans. If I'm told that. So, where are they? Kicking someone who's already down on the ground, as one would expect from a demon king. Canon's tension drops in the blink of an eye. Well, to be honest, it's because I want you to always stay at my side, as Google-chan, Canon, ! If you go that far, I don't have any choice but to give up. Once I tell her that while tucking away a part of the truth in my heart, Canon begins to fidget around bashfully. The second reason, the CP reduction is really harsh. Decreasing the maximum CP by 100 means lowering the recovered CP per hour by 10. 10 CP in 1 hour. 100 CP in 10 hours. 240 CP in 1 day. If I perform separation, the master of the temporary domain might acquire 100 CP and recover 10 CP per hour, but it can only be used for the creation of equipment. That's quite a waste. Well, at the moment I only have 2 domains. Sooner or later I will expand my domains and go over capacity. Then I will consider it. Understood. With Canon agreeing to my explanation, the talk about separation came to an end. I operate my smartphone and check my CP. Currently I have 240 CP. I guess there's 6 hours left until it recovers completely. I confirmed the list which I had written down in the memo app of my smartphone. 1. Creation and testing of the new subordinates. 2. Test random creation. 3. Meeting about the invasion into domains ruled by other demon kings. 4. Bloodkin selection. 5. Creation and testing of the new equipment. 6. Practical test of mist dispersion. 7. Creation of Rina's home. 1. Is finished. Since 2. Requires me to wait for my entire CP to recover, I will postpone it. 3. And 4. Are a set. 4. Is the implementation after calculating the necessary combat forces based on the meeting in 3. I'm lacking CP for these, too. I guess I have to choose from 5, 6, or 7 then. Honestly, I only added 7 to the list because I had too much spare time during transfer's cooldown time, thus it has a low priority. I guess I will go through them in order, starting from 5. Next, I think my CP will have recovered completely once the meeting for 3 ends. In that case I will deal with 4. But that would mean that I have to postpone the highly expected random creation, wouldn't it? That's a tough choice. Rina called out to me as I was racking my brain over the schedule. Shion, got a moment? What's up? Actually, I'm at the limit of my stamina. Rina states apologetically. At the limit of her stamina? Even though she's not in combat? Exclamation mark. I forgot as I got too used to the life as Demon King. But Rina, humans need sleep. Are you tired by chance? I'm sorry. Rina looks down in awkwardness. I think it's much better that she told me about it rather than falling asleep in the middle of a conversation, though. So a place for you to sleep is necessary, huh? If possible. Rina answers timidly. Right now we are in the cave located in the deepest part of the 4th floor. The cave has plenty of space. I won't mind even if she sleeps somewhere in here, but that would be in bad taste, wouldn't it? Come to think of it, Canon might have told Rina that she will be given a house during the persuasion. That doesn't mean that it's my promise, but it can't be helped, eh? Wait a second. I spent 12 CP and created a building right next to the cave. Goblins and such live in huts that cost 3 CP, 10 goblins each. If she considers that, she will probably be able to understand just how well she's being treated. The building that had become Rina's home was a square, Western-styled house with 2 stories. A bit too extravagant, isn't it? Looking at the house on a plot of around 30 square meters, I speak my mind. It's a lovely home. Is it really okay for me to live there? Canon's eyes sparkle obviously while Rina displays a reserved attitude. A room sharing is planned for the future, so I think you should pick your own room while you still can. Canon, isn't it fine to take the opportunity and move into this house, too? Got it. Rina-san, is it alright for me to live together with you? No problem. Then I'm going to accept your kind offer. I think being close to Canon, who can chat with her as a former human, will have a soothing effect on Rina's emotional state. Rina, take a good rest. Sorry. I also want to go to sleep soon, but I see. Go for it. Following Rina, Canon says that she has reached her limit too. I try to leave the place after giving my acknowledgement. Shion, you won't sleep? Rina asks me. MMH? I don't need any sleep or food. It's a privilege of being a Demon King. Is that so? I'm sorry. Rina apologizes with a murmur while looking embarrassed. Those eyes of hers. Pity. No need for sleep or food, you know? That's something to be envious of. No point in being sympathetic. I silently left. Chapter 47 Tests, Special Abilities. 1. My schedule got really messed up when I was still alone. Most things proceeded as planned, but once the number of subordinates with a free will increased, the number of unforeseen situations went up in proportion. How troublesome. My time alone was too long. I'm not talking about my loner period as a human, but the time after I became a Demon King. My time alone was easygoing. I was desperate to survive, but it was a carefree time. There was no need to match my schedule with anyone else's. I could proceed with everything at my own pace. Canon and I, Rina and I. The relationship connecting us is one of master and servant. A Demon King and their subordinates. That's a master-servant relationship, with the master having the authority to give orders that must be absolutely obeyed. If this was a game, it would be fine to order them around while only caring about efficiency. They would be characters that obey any order given through a click or a button press. However, that's not how reality works. The girls harbor troublesome emotions, and the effects of those emotions are extremely large. That's why I have to act while taking those emotions into consideration in order to survive. I'm ignorant. If not for Canon, there would still be many things I wouldn't know of. I'm powerless. I can't take a single step outside my domain. If I don't borrow the strength of my bloodkin, Rina, my growth will stagnate. That's why I choose the option of taking emotions into account, for the sake of survival. My position as Demon King, caretaker is a lot more troublesome than imagined. Section. Not knowing what to do with my time, I decided to test mist dispersion in actual combat against humans that invaded the second domain. Chloe, Dampier, are you coming with me to repel intruders? Gladly, it's an honor. Once I called out to the two who sent passionate gazes my way while maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too distant. They replied immediately. Then, before heading out, Dampier, do you mind me using absorb on you? Unworthy blood such as mine. If you please. Normally there are many times where I go into battle with my absorb set to Dark Elf, but when I address her while thinking that it might be interesting to set it to Dampier after having watched her previous Mox battle, the Dampier's white cheeks blushed as she genuflected. Her being down on one knee makes it difficult to use absorb instead though. I bit her neck while hanging over her from above. Absorb. Her dense vitality flows into my body. Name, Shion. Aptitude, Chaos. Race, Demon King, Vampire. LV, 5. CP, 300. Body, C, D. Mana, C, D. Knowledge, E. Creation, B. Alchemy, B. BP, 2. Special abilities, Demon King. Vampire. Spearmanship, D. Domain creation. Separation. Transfer, C. Subordinate creation. Random creation. Item creation. Darkness veil. Dark arrow. Dark induction. Mist dispersion. Absorb. Language, human. Whip technique, C. Snake's bind. Ice magic, intermediary. Darkness magic, elementary. Blood chalice, contract. Oh, the number of special abilities increased more than I had expected. Moreover, a magic category at intermediate level. Whip technique is higher in rank than the spearmanship I acquired myself, but I will train the spear. There are really quite a few special abilities I want to test. The invader's location is in the middle of the second domain's second floor. Strength-wise they are around level 5. I want to go there quickly with transfer, but unfortunately, it's in the middle of its cooldown time. I head towards the invaders together with my two subordinates while humming a tune. Section. We finally arrived in front of the stairway leading from the third to the second floor. You know, it's really no fun at all to hold a conversation with people that excel at agreeing with everything you say. Honestly, it's not much different from talking to myself. I guess the sole gain from the whole conversation was Chloe's story about the time when she departed on the investigative expedition. Given that Chloe had the tendency to despise, underestimate everything except for me even during that story, there wasn't much to use as reference in it. Luckily that boring journey came to an end soon. Once I strain my ears, I can hear people talking and footsteps where metal grazes stone. Through a hand sign, I order Chloe to move into the shadow of a rock that had been added here as a scenic accent. Meanwhile I erase my own presence with darkness veil. Who's there? A man, who's at the prime of his life, raises his voice as he walks in front. Woman? Did you lose sight of your friends? No way, it shouldn't be possible for more than 12 people to invade a domain. Looking at the Dampier who stands in their way, the invaders kick up a fuss. Inferior creatures, die in regret for having set your dirty feet on the soil of my master's domain. The Dampier hurls freezing cold words at the invaders. Her appearance is the exact definition of a domain master or a demon king's close aide. Demon king? Why is the demon king on the second floor? C. Calm down. That fellow said my master. In other words, ice arrow. Countless ice arrows rain down on the invaders who continue to prattle nonsense in front of an enemy. Get ready. The enemy is alone. Some people panic. Others encourage themselves and ready their weapons. Chloe. Shoot the human in the back, holding a wand. Once I instruct her, Chloe pierces the human in the rear with an arrow just as I had ordered her. The enemy over there. Shit. The invader's awareness has been focused on the Dampier. Afterwards it dispersed towards Chloe who had fired an arrow from the rock's shade. Your rear is defenseless, you know. Heavily armored invaders approach Chloe and the Dampier with weapons at hand. Thus I thrust my mithril spear into the back of a lightly equipped invader who had been left behind. Going by the equipment, a healer, Having been stabbed by the spear, The female invader falls to the ground. You were? Why? Mommy, say who ave me? The invaders, who had been left behind as rearguards, look at their fallen comrade and me as I held the spear alternately, and began to panic. You were? One of the invaders that fell into panic swings his blunt weapon down at me while roaring, "Missed dispersion." In a mere 3 seconds my whole body turns into fog and flows backwards. I return to my original state at a spot around 3 steps away from where I had been before, and the blunt weapon now cuts through empty space. 3 seconds, eh? The timing really matters then, eh? As a welcome I thrust my mithril spear at the invader, whose posture fell apart as he pitched forward due to the momentum of the swing. Such a. Having his body penetrated, the invader collapses to the ground. Monster fire. I confirmed a flame materializing above the wand of an invader standing in the back, then imitated a gun with my left hand and silently cast while aiming. Ice bullet. The ice bullet directly hit the invader's head as she was about to use fire magic. I can't bring her down even with a headshot. It has a fast casting time, but its power output is low. While testing the effects of my newly obtained special abilities, I proceeded to kill the invaders one by one. 30 minutes later, what was once 12 invaders, is now 12 silent corpses lying on the ground. If I kill with the mithril spear, the armor will be broken most of the time, won't it? Looking at the punctured armors and clothes, I sigh. Afterwards we stripped off the notable items, and made our way back to the 4th floor. Chapter 48 Tests. Rena. Welcome back. I'm greeted by Canon and Rena as I return to the 4th floor. I'm back. Did you have plenty of rest? Right on the mark. Yeah, thanks. Having heard their replies, I moved to the cave that also served as my room. Now then, the CP has recovered completely, but for which of the two should I use it? What do you think? Which of the two? You mean Blood Chalice or Random Creation? Yeah. The plan from now on is to invade domains, but the only ones capable of that are Bloodkin and their subordinates. I'd like to increase the number of Bloodkin in advance in order to make absolutely sure. Isn't it fine to go with Blood Chalice? Increasing your Bloodkin then? Rena replies to my remark, considering it simply. That's true, but since the CP used for Blood Chalice is massive, I want to carefully select the subordinates on whom I'm going to use Blood Chalice. Thus it's also possible that it will be better to use Blood Chalice on a subordinate that had been created with Random Creation. Isn't it fine to just go with Random Creation then? I can't argue against it if I'm told that, but the subordinates that will be created through Random Creation are random, right? Isn't that worrying? Random creation, so to speak. Gacha creation. Not knowing what will be created stirs up the expectations, but as it's random at the same time, it's difficult to make any forecasts. Won't it be saddening if a trash subordinate is created through random creation? Well, it's random because it includes such a possibility as well, you know. By the way, according to Canon's explanation, the subordinates created through random creation are all subordinates that can be created in the range of my creation rank, in my case B, including those that can be created by other Demon King types. Also, although with a low probability, it seems possible that a rare subordinate, which should be called unique, will be created. A big win is a unique subordinate. A win is a subordinate equal to B rank that can be created by other Demon King species. A miss is a subordinate that I can create myself while also being low ranking, such as slimes and rats. If a slime were to be created by spending 600 CP on it, I might cry for real. Oh well. I guess it's a waste of time to worry about it. For each minute I worry, 1 CP comes to nothing, and for every 10 minutes of worrying, 10 CP goes to waste. I resolve myself, operate my smartphone, and tap. Random creation. A shining pentagram appears on the ground, and a largely built human-shaped figure spawned within the light. Rah! The figure shouts in a language I can't understand. Ogre. The light converged, and the figure that became fully visible was a monster with a height of 2 meters, a very burly body build, a red skin, and a horn growing from its head. I will do my best for the Exalted One, or so it says. Canon politely provides a translation. So, what's its true identity? I ask Canon. I can look it up if I check the subordinate list on my smartphone, but by listening to canon, I can grasp the details. It's an ogre-san. The rank is C. A monster that can be created by an ogre demon king. Its physical strength is outstanding and it can also evolve, making it the main battle force of any ogre demon king. By the way, how much CP is necessary to create it? 160. But, since the CP is halved for an Oni demon king, it's actually 80. I created a subordinate that can be created for 160 CP by using 600 CP. To begin with, won't everything besides a unique subordinate incur a loss? The most expensive subordinate, a Dampia that I can create as Demon King, Vampire, costs 120 CP. Assuming it has been halved as a special privilege of a vampire, it's 240 CP. No matter how I think about it, it's a system that will lead to losses, isn't it? Canon. What's the drop rate for a unique subordinate? Drop rate, you say? This is no gacha. I don't know. I click my tongue lightly and change my thinking section. Well, let's get down to business then. At last we will start invading the domains of other demon kings. Yay. Okay, I spread a detailed map of Kainzawa, that had been owned by a humanoid rebelled, on the table. The previously discussed information about the domains has already been recorded on the map. It's a situation where I would rule over domains that are not adjoining each other, but as I can move through transfer. Canon. You can't move through transfer, can you? If there's a domain of a third party in between your domain and your targeted domain, it's impossible for me to move there unless I become your bloodkin. If you say it like that, does that mean you will be able to move there if there's no domain of a third party in between? Feeling doubtful towards Canon's reply, I continue questioning her. In that case it will be necessary to meet a condition. But since the human's territory that exists in between will be included in your domain, Shin-san, even I will be able to move there as long as you connect a path to it. The reliable Google-chan gave an explanation of the complicated specifications. What is the condition? You have to drive out all humans existing in between. That's harsh. It's a tough condition, but I guess I will expand my domain towards the adjoining land, depending on the necessary means, I suppose. Heeding the condition I was told by Canon, I lower my eyes on the city's map again. You can imagine it as a complex Othello board, huh? If possible, I want to expand towards adjoining land. In that case there are 4 possible targets for an invasion. A domain adjoining the first domain in the north. The Demon King's assumed level is below 3. B. A domain adjoining the second domain in the south. The Demon King is a beast type. C. A domain around 500 meters to the east from the first domain. The Demon King's assumed level is below 3. D. A domain around 500 meters to the north from the second domain. The Demon King is a demon type. Equals first domain. Equals second domain. Equals university. Looking at it like this, many of the few Demon Kings below level 3 are in my vicinity. The reason for that is simple. Rina responds to my impression which I muttered while staring at the map. There's a reason. Shin. Your domain has been recognized as a farm by the humans. In a position where you can choose what domain to invade, most will pick your domain. I see. My steady information manipulation efforts apparently caused the domains around me to weaken without me realizing it. Was this something you calculated as well, Shin-san? I wonder. It was a complete coincidence, but I revealed a meaningful smile. Considering it simply, the candidates for an invasion are A or C, but Rina, do you have any experience in invading either of them? If it's C, yes. I believe the hero party would have been able to liberate it, though. That way of calling it Hero Party 1 is, how should I call it then? Even if you ask me. Given that Rina was at a loss how to answer, I decided to keep going with the title Hero Party. The monsters spawning in C. To be precise, the domain of Kainzawa's district, are kobolds. As their equipment was equivalent to E rank, I think it would have been very possible. The monsters are kobolds. Accordingly creation is at D rank. The equipment corresponds to E rank. Accordingly alchemy is at E rank. Even if the Demon King has specialized on body or mana, the limit is C rank, I guess. Come to my cave. I call my bloodkin. After waiting for a short while, Chloe, Silver, Blue and Hope showed up. All right. It's time for Mox battles. Rena. Fight against the 4 bloodkin here in turns. However, make absolutely sure to not kill them. You guys, I definitely don't allow you to kill Rena either, okay? Understood. At your command. At your will. Got it. Rogersu. Taking safety into account, I limit the equipment to E rank. If the bloodkin win, I will be able to send them off with a piece of minutes since they will have a lineup that's stronger than the hero party. First the goblin fighter, Blue faced off against the former hero, Rena. Chapter 49 Tests, Rena, 2. So much of a difference? Rena-san is strong, isn't she? Rena easily gained 3 wins in a row against Blue, Hope, and Silver. It was a first for me to encounter such a strong kobold. Rena calls out to the depressed Silver. Those words don't sound the least like the ones from a victor to the defeated. Silver's ears hung down even more prominently. Going by the statuses, there's not that much of a difference, but I guess it's Rena's ability. How pathetic. And yet you call yourself Master's Bloodkin? The final Bloodkin, Chloe, who scolded the 3 losers, faces off against Trina. I'm also Shin's Bloodkin, though. You're just a newcomer. What cheeky words. Know your place. Chloe glares at Rena with a ferocious expression she never shows me. Rena calmly glares back at Chloe. You're not allowed to kill each other. Begin the Mox battle. With my words as the signal, Chloe takes the initiative by shooting an arrow. Rena composedly knocks down the approaching arrow with her sword. Burn. Fire arrow. Chloe unleashes several fire arrows at Rena, but Rena evades them by rolling forward. Chloe, aiming for the gap before Rena fixes her posture, approaches Rena with a dagger at hand and swings it down with a swift motion. Rena at once steps aside, but the dagger still cuts lightly into her left arm. Furthermore, Chloe presses on with a barrage of attacks without allowing Rena to catch her breath, which is also a dagger's strong point. This is really intense. Sure is. Chloe unleashes a barrage with her dagger, cutting up Rena's soft and fair skin, but Rena was able to avoid a fatal blow. Moreover, Rena begins to get used to Chloe's speed. She starts to block the short dagger blade with her own sword. Gradually blood begins to run down on Chloe's swarthy skin. Rena released her special ability with Yell. Receiving the sharp slash, Chloe is blown back. The likes of an inferior human is. Chloe scowls at Rena with a look as if she's about to kill her while biting her lower lip. Are you still going to continue? In contrast, Rena answers with a calm attitude. Natural. All right. It's over. I leapt in front of Chloe, who was about to charge, and announced the end of the Mox battle. Yeah, the difference in power was really bigger than I had expected. I believed they would be evenly matched against her, going by the statuses. Is it because of the different environment? Rena occasionally challenged monsters with a higher level than hers in order to liberate domains. On the other hand, my bloodkin hunted low-level monsters while relying on the expensive items I gave them. Because the loss of a bloodkin is connected to a huge loss of CP, I ordered them to retreat if they felt even the slightest inkling of an approaching danger. Did I pamper them a bit too much? Having said that, I sure want to avoid methods that lower the survival rate. Chloe, Blue, Hope, Silver, you may withdraw. I order my bloodkin to leave the cave. Rogersu. Understood. Yes, Master. Master. One more chance. Didn't you listen to me? I told you to withdraw. Yes. Excuse me. Blue, Hope and Silver withdraw obediently. And once I order Chloe, who tries to oppose, once more, she meekly leaves the cave as well. After making sure that the bloodkin had departed, I call out to Rena. What was your impression? As they are probably wearing higher-ranking items that have been alchemized by you, I can't judge unconditionally, but, ability-wise they are inferior to the selection members. Do you think you can conquer a domain together with them, if they wear the equipment? The previous 4, I think it will be slightly harsh. Excuse me for the frank advice, but the second one, Hope, was it? He should be left behind. He will just become an unnecessary sacrifice. It will also be a bit hard for the goblin called Blue. I knew about Hope, but even Blue, as a result of defeating many humans and monsters, albeit being an E-rank monster, Blue grew to the level of being able to win against D-rank monsters in an one-on-one if he gets some backup. Blue, come here for a moment. I summoned Blue once more, and also a living male. Chief, you called Su? Blue shows up in the cave while being nervous. Sorry for making you do it again, but please fight against this guy next. Eh? Again Su? Blue looks obviously unwilling. The loyalty of Chloe and the Dampier is a bit too heavy, but on the other hand, this guy's is too fickle. He won't betray me, will he? I guess I will prepare some bait, just in case. No matter whether you win or lose, I will give you the food you desire. Really Su? Meat is okay. Too Su? No problem. I will provide you a block of meat. Whoa, Roger Su. I'm gonna do it Su. 1 CP is necessary to alchemize 1 block of pig meat, around 1 kilogram. Since it consumes the same CP as rice, 10 kilograms, it has a bad cost-performance ratio, but it can't be helped. This time the mock battle began while he wore his best equipment from the start. Blue has a silver axe, a silver breastplate, and a blue-dyed leather cap, which is the origin of his name. Given that he wore those items during the expeditions, his body should be familiar with the equipment, too. In contrast, I had the living male equip a silver armor, silver shield, silver spear, and silver helm. There is a bit of a difference to the items each was provided, but I'd like to hope that Blue can cover for it with his experience. Neither of you is permitted to kill their opponent. Start the match. The first to move is Blue. He approached the living male while raising his axe overhead. The silver axe that was swung downward clashes with the readied silver shield, causing an intense metallic sound. You're quite the tough Su-one. Rattle rattle rattle. The living male replies to the roaring Blue by making its body tremble. Blue swings the axe sideways while blocking those swings with the shield. The living male thrusts its silver spear at times. 10 minutes after the mock's battle started, Blue was collapsed to the ground in a tattered state, and the living male adopts a daunting pose with its shield and spear at the ready. In the end it was the living male's victory. A subordinate I created today is stronger than a goblin who spent more than a month on training. Huh? I healed Blue with a recovery medicine, gave him the promised meat, and ordered him to leave the cave. I suppose it's necessary to completely reconsider the selection of the invasion team. Looks like it. Cannon replies to my mumbling. Rena, how many team members do you want? Let's see. As for combat forces, me and 6 others. 12 together with supporters, I think. Is it going to be alright with so few? The point here is balance. Too many will lead to us hindering each other. Balance, eh? However, at the very least I want ability at the level of Dark Elf from just now. In that case Rena is set as the main attacker. The rest, a werewolf and the ogre, are qualified as melee attackers. I think a living male will do as a tank. Chloe, a Lilim and a Dampier as ranged attackers and support. Else I just have to choose some supporters. It's better for the group members to understand each other's language, right? Yeah. If that doesn't work, I can also ask Cannon to act as translator, but that's impossible. Eh? Rena is surprised. Cannon is no bloodkin. She can't leave the domain. Sorry. As Shin-san's strategist, I have to always stay close. She's convenient as Google-chan after all. I curtly refuse Cannon, who skillfully shows an expression that's a mix of sadness and self-satisfaction. Wow. Ignoring the shocked look of Cannon, I continue thinking once again. To make them understand each other, there's no option but to turn them into bloodkin, is there? In that case it won't work unless I turn a Dampier, a living male, a Lilim, a werewolf and the ogre into bloodkin. Huh? Silver instead of a living male. No, it's wrong to compromise here. My creation rank won't be going up for a while. Deciding the regulars here makes sense. Then I need at least 50 hours to just turn them into bloodkin, don't I? Add to that the preparation of equipment. 3 days will be necessary to get everything ready, I think. Even though I really want to reconstruct the domain with the new facilities I became able to create, as usual I was at my wit's end due to the many things I have to do. Chapter 50. The Goddess of Luck doesn't smile at me. Having decided the domain to be attacked, I also finished making a concept for the participating members. Since it's necessary to turn them into bloodkin so that they can go outside the domain, I just have to wait for the CP to recover now. Once I decided on it, I strictly banned any wasting of CP. The subordinates shared my troubles by only being provided simple food, and my turns as an opponent of the invading humans increased as well while getting some experience at the same time. 3 days later. Shin-san, because you killed too many invaders recently, the hazard rank of the second domain went up. So far as it goes, I had one of 4 parties oppose only rats, wolves, and goblins, who have an excellent fertility. But did I go too far with annihilating 75% of the humans that invaded? If I spread the information that the annihilated parties were too reckless, and later prepare a few high-ranking items in the treasure chests, it will probably return to its previous rank sooner or later. The invading humans are important resources. I can't neglect them. Isn't that information way too unreasonable? Dead men tell no tales. I suppose. It's a tough world. Indeed. Rounding up the idle chat with Cannon, I begin turning the remaining ogre into a bloodkin. I have already finished turning a Dampier, a Lilim, a living male and a werewolf into bloodkin. I offer their blood chalice to the ogre waiting in front of me. The ogre goes down on one knee, accepts the blood chalice, and drains down its content in one gulp. Contract. The ogre is wrapped up by a faint brightness. The brightness was absorbed into the ogre, and the ogre became my bloodkin alongside the light's disappearance. Pure. I certainly received the Kurosaki Cup pledge. 1. The ogre bows his head with both hands on his knees while speaking with a throaty voice. Sure. You know, it's no Saki Cup pledge, but a blood chalice. I end up drawing back a bit from the ogre with that particular atmosphere around him. Boss, please give me a name as proof of our pledge. All subordinates that became bloodkin request a name without fail. I'm really bad at giving names, though. There was even a dispute over the naming of the other bloodkin. At first I named the Dampier Danshin, the Lilim Lilishin, and the werewolf Pokishin, but Cannon and Reno went to the barricades. I thought those were good names which are easy to remember. Dan isn't womanly. What about Danko then? Refused? Huh? And on and on. It was one huge mess. In the end, the Dampier is called Lailishin, the Lilim is called Florishin, the living male is called Ironshin, and the werewolf is called Gaishin. The name's origin? Like I care. It's a secret that I don't remember the new names since I'm not used to them. Oops. I was about to name the ogre. Wasn't I? Red. How about Redshin? Boss. Thank you very much. From today I will crush the enemies standing in your way as Redshin. Boss. Shin-san, you have a tendency to escape into colors if troubled. Haven't you? Ignoring the grumbling Cannon, I decided to finally proceed towards the matter of the domain invasion section. The ones lining up in front of me are Renishin, Lailishin, Florishin, Ironshin, Gaishin, Redshin, and Chloeshin. From now on I will inform you about a crucial mission. I look into the face of each bloodkin. All bloodkin are genuflecting awaiting my next words. Renishin. Yes. Once I address her, Rena stands up while answering. Today you 7 bloodkin here will begin the invasion of the A sector's domain together with 5 additional subordinates with Rena as leader. Yes. Everyone except for one confirms. Chloe? What's wrong? I approached the sole bloodkin that didn't reply, Chloe, and asked her. Master, I am well aware that it's disrespectful, but there's something I'd like you to tell a fool like me. What is it? You haven't bestowed this time's mission to the other bloodkin. Silver, Blue and Hope? That's how it is. Those 3's abilities are insufficient for this mission. B but what? No. It's nothing. I'm very sorry for my rudeness. Once I pointed a piercing look at Chloe, she remained silent and went on her knees. Silver, Blue, and Hope, huh? They aren't so weak that it would be much better for them to not be present. But their survival rate will probably be remarkably low. Bloodkin are precious combat assets. Moreover, those 3 possess the possibility of evolution. I don't want them to lose their lives pointlessly. By no means did I expect Chloe, who's a role model of a religious fanatic, to sympathize with those 3 and go against my opinion. Was the time they spent together too long? I operate my smartphone and check my current CP, 340, 4 hours and 20 minutes until full recovery. Can't be helped. I guess I will reorganize the lineup. Chloe. Yes, Master. I'm retracting my previous order! Exclamation mark. Chloe widens her eyes, and her expression gradually changes into that of despair. Master. Chloe calls out to me with a hoarse voice. Chloe, I will give you a different mission. As you command. I believe that I will be able to meet with Master even in my next life. Wait. Listen to me to the end. I roar at Chloe, who very likely, no, most certainly took it the wrong way. Chloe, I order you to go on an expedition to train your skills in combat together with Blue, Silver, and Hope. Train my skills in combat? Yes. You're not allowed to return to this domain until everyone has evolved. Understood? Certainly. It shall happen as you order, Master. Chloe, you may withdraw. Tell the other three about my mission. I permit you to take one subordinate each with you. Chloe bowed her head and left. Honestly, I'm also looking forward to the evolution of those three. Besides, I'd like to be spared from fostering a goblin, a kobold and a lycanthrope from the scratch once more. My initial plans changed, but I think this choice wasn't wrong. Section 4 hours and 20 minutes later. I divide highly treasured items to the 7 bloodkin, including the new bloodkin, a dark elf, Dakulshan. As supporters I assign to them a Dampier, a dark elf, a Lilim, a kobold knight, and a goblin archer. My CP and my inventory has been emptied out. It looks like the rats, wolves, goblins and I will be stuck repelling the humans on a fast rotation. Well then, I'm off. Do your best, and don't die. Leave it to me. I cheered on Rena, who announced that powerfully. It's the 110th day after I became a Demon King. I started the invasion into a domain ruled by another Demon King. Chapter 51 Domain Creation 4. The next day after Rena and the other Bloodkin departed. How's Rena Sam's party doing? Right now they are in the middle of checking their teamwork in C District's domain. That's also Rena's proposal, that the invasion members would test their teamwork in the nearby C District's domain, and not in the original invasion target, the A District's domain. Does it look good? I guess. The enemies are only kobolds, but they are winning without any problems. Is the invasion into the A District going to start tomorrow? That's the plan if all works out smoothly. I can see the state of my bloodkin on the smartphone. Their teamwork is a bit shaky, but I guess it can be called okay. I think they will invade the A District tomorrow, just as planned. Now then, today's the long-awaited domain reconstruction. Oh, nice. Cannon answers me with applause. Just moments ago I returned through transfer after annihilating humans that invaded the second domain. First, the number of interesting dungeon installations has increased. What exactly? Intermediate treasure chest and advanced treasure chest. Do you know them? I've never seen them, but I do know about them. Intermediate treasure chest. A treasure chest that increases the maximum DP value by 5 DP, if installed. However, it's necessary to provide items of C rank and above as loot. Creation cost, 5 CP. Advanced treasure chest. A treasure chest that increases the maximum DP value by 10 DP, if installed. However, it's necessary to provide items of B rank and above as loot. Creation cost, 10 CP. Since the treasure chests I could set up until now were limited to an increase of 1 DP to the maximum DP value, the new ones improve the benefits remarkably. For starters, I'll create an intermediate treasure chest. I guess I operate my smartphone and select intermediate treasure chest from among their creation entries. However, no matter how often I tap on the entry, I can't create it. MMH? I have enough CP, don't I? Why can't I create it? Since the number of treasure chests that can be set up is fixed, it's impossible unless you remove an existing treasure chest. So it's a shared upper limit. My current domains have 5 floors. The upper limit of treasure chests that I can set up in the first and second domain is 22. If I change all treasure chests into advanced treasure chest, for argument's sake, it will become plus 440 DP to the maximum DP value right away. Having said that, that would be a retarded choice. An advanced treasure chest being looted by invaders means giving them B rank items. I don't expect invaders of Rena's level to be commonplace, But if it was 12 people at that level and moreover, all of them equipped with B-rank items, it's likely that even I would be killed, not to mention my subordinates. Leave alone B-rank, I don't really want to give C-rank items to invaders. Are you worried about the ratio? In that case, how about creating a treasure chamber? Treasure chamber? Well, in a certain way I am worried about the ratio, but the suggestion from Canon, which misses the mark a bit, makes me perk up my ears. Yes, if you create a treasure chamber, the upper limit of treasure chests that can be set up will go up. Treasure chamber. A room allowing 10 treasure chests to be stored. It can't be set up in the deepest part of the domain. Creation cost, 30 CP. Those 10 treasure chests that can be set up in their treasure chamber, can they be set up outside the normal limit? Yes, however, you can only set up one treasure chamber per domain. That means I can set up 64 treasure chests in total. If all of them were advanced treasure chest, it would allow me to adjust the limit of humans allowed to enter the domain. If I was going to kill all of them, I could set my domain to volcano, couldn't I? I won't do that, though. The number of other installations that increase DP has grown as well, hasn't it? If creation is at B, it becomes possible to create a spring of recovery, a transfer array, or a return terminal. Spring of recovery, a spring where a mysterious water, which heals fatigue, gushes forth. However, chaos is not allowed to use it. Plus 60 to maximum DP. Creation cost, 30 CP. Transfer array, an array allowing one to travel to a different floor. It can only be set up in a range of 2 kilometers from the stairway connecting to the next floor. Plus 30 to maximum DP. Creation cost, 60 CP. Return terminal. A terminal allowing one to travel outside the domain. It can only be set up on the 3rd floor and above. Plus 30 to maximum DP. Creation cost, 60 CP. The upper limit per domain for Spring of Recovery is 2. 4. Transfer Array, 1 set, and 4. Return Terminal, 1. These upper limits are shared across the first and second domain. MMH, Transfer Array, and Return Terminal can also be used by Chaos. Probably, if I use Transfer Array skillfully, it will be possible for me and my subordinates to smoothly move towards the locations of invaders. But, considering it in reverse, I suppose the invaders will also be able to smoothly come to this place. I want to set it up in the residential area in order to guarantee a means of travel, but I will be troubled if it becomes possible for invaders to easily trespass into the residential area. What a troublesome installation. Isn't there anything like an advanced Demon King pack or such? Even though you're still level 5 and have yet to expand your domain. Advanced? Upon my mumbling, Canon became surprised in a somewhat disconnected way. The point you're surprised about here is wrong, but does it exist? No. I see. I asked while putting some hope into it for a moment, but received a merciless reply. Now then, what should I do? Reverse thinking? Is it fine to first list the necessary installations that consume DP and then decide on installations that increase DP to offset the previous ones? It would also be possible to fine-tune that with treasure chests, I think. Canon, calculate the CP necessary for the residential area. Okay. Canon answers cheerfully. Canon? Yes? Make absolutely sure to not list anything useless, okay? That's a matter of course, isn't it? If I feel that there's something out of place with the listed installations, I will thoroughly pursue that matter, you know? Yes, I made sure to warn Canon. I pondered about the installations necessary to defend the domains. I guess I'm only going to think about the first domain. What's absolutely necessary is their special restriction. Currently 8 DP are necessary for a 12 humans restriction. If I change that to 8 humans, 500 DP will be necessary. 1000 DP for 4 humans, and 2000 DP for 1 human. The difference in the rise of consumed DP is far too abnormal. Additionally, I wouldn't be as careful anymore since the chances to get invaded would disappear. But wouldn't it be better to consider a monster restriction sometime soon? That'll be quite expensive though, with costs of 120 DP for 24 monsters. 750 DP for 16 monsters, 1500 DP for 8 monsters, and 5000 DP for 1 monster. Looks like I'm not allowed to choose anything besides 12 humans and 24 monsters, doesn't it? So, by just choosing those two minimal restrictions, my DP consumption becomes 200 DP. Enough about the restrictions. I suppose next are the dungeon installations. I check the wide-ranging list of traps, fields, objects and buildings, heavy installations which were displayed on the smartphone. Isn't there some model house or such? Let's decide on the theme first. The method of choosing the dungeon installations by following a theme is the easiest, isn't it? The second domain's theme is, come, low-level invaders. This place is a farm, okay? Therefore, I think I will make, welcome, high-level invaders. Are you aiming for even further heights? The theme of the first domain. The risk will rise sharply, but if I think about surviving to the end, it's important to get some combat experience against reasonably strong folks, isn't it? I was able to repel the strongest invaders in Kanazawa, so this plan should be alright, I think. I keep answering my own question. I think I will set the annihilation rate to 75%. Since there's only a few high-level invaders, I want to get as many experience points as possible by defeating as many as possible. Shouldn't I give the invaders C-rank items with a random chance of 10% in exchange? According to the net, humans have a strong tendency to hate domains with many traps. The traps hated in particular are poison and acid-based traps. For acid-based traps, there's acid spray and acid swamp. Both traps corrode the metallic equipment of invaders or cause damage otherwise. As a result of what I researched, I learned that pitfall, a major trap, is meaningless as it will be easily seen through. After all, the ground's color is obviously different. Pitfall is pretty much a design mistake, isn't it? In addition, I also learned that darkness and rotating floor are unpopular. However, even the sight of subordinates becomes zero inside darkness, given that subordinates will be likewise caught by rotating floor. Those are unpopular traps even judged from my position as Demon King. The subordinates also being caught in traps is really a flaw. I observed ghouls getting caught in a foothold trap many times over. When I saw a ghoul playing around on top of a rotating floor, murderous intent welled up within me. I'm really in a pickle with those traps. For starters, there won't be any traps on the first floor. I will let the subordinates deal with any invaders there. If my prided ghoul plus giant bat combo with its excellent cost-performance ratio defeats 2-3 humans, it'll be most satisfactory. If they continue being unable to defeat even a single one, I think I'll throw werewolves into the mix. The loot from the treasure chests will be D rank and below. I guess I'll increase the number of poison-based traps starting with the second floor. Goblin archers and kobold knights will be added to the ghoul plus giant bat combo. Ranged attacks have a great compatibility with poison swamps and arrows, don't they? Objects are also necessary to capitalize on arrow attacks. I guess I will allow the treasure chests to possess a C-rank item with a random chance of 5%, although manipulated to my benefit. Starting with the third floor, it will be enemy repulsion at full force. I'll combine werewolves and ghouls, who both don't need any equipment, with acid traps. Once the invaders get past that, they will be awaited by dampiers, lilims, living males and dark elves. I think I will also set up a transfer array connecting the first and third floor. At the transfer destination on the third floor, the survival rate will be 0%. That seems fun. In the unlikely event that the invaders survive, I will give them a C-rank item, no questions asked. The fourth floor will be turned into a trap hell. At the point of having overcome that trap hell, all my subordinates, including myself, will repel the invaders at all costs. Honestly, I don't want anyone to reach the fourth floor. The fifth floor will be the residential area. If humans were to reach that place for argument's sake, I will abandon the first domain and retreat to the second domain. By the way, I think I will also set up a return terminal for the Bloodkins use. Okay, I somehow managed to settle down on a concept. I will write down the necessary dungeon installations based on that concept, and calculate the DP I should reserve. Afterwards I will add the DP necessary for the residential area from canon. I plan to finish the new domain, once I decide on the number of treasure chest, intermediate treasure chest, advanced treasure chest, rest area, treasure chamber, and spring of recovery. Section 6 hours later, I completed the domain's overhaul after a quarrel with Canon. Demon King Shin's domain DP 1110-1119. Domain size 12 square kilometers. Population 0. Type dungeon. Floors 5. True cores 2. Established facilities small room x80. Forest partial x1. Rock x20. Entrance x2. Treasure chest x59. Intermediate treasure chest x4. Advanced treasure chest x1. Rest area x12. Stairway x8. Grassland, floor, x1. River x1. Lake x1. Cave, small, x4. Fields x50. House x1. Hut x100. Grave x20. Ruins x4. Transfer terminal x2. Return terminal x2. Spring of recovery x2. Treasure chamber x2. Setup traps, iron arrow x50, acid spray x10, acid swamp x5, poisoned arrow x10, cesspool x2, alarm x1, poisoned swamp x3. Special restrictions: number of humans 12 times 2, number of monsters 24 times 2. Special effects: darkness attribute enhancement, floor, x1. Chapter 52 Invasion. Start 1. It's the third day since we departed Shin's domain. Until yesterday I collected combat experience while also testing the teamwork with my new comrades in the Sea District. The one playing the role of tank is the living male Lion. He's a silent knight whose body is clad in a mithril armor set. Rather than him being silent, Iron simply can't talk. He addresses the others directly through the technique called telepathic communication. Iron's biggest strength is his sturdiness, is what I want to say. But in my eyes as a human, it's his lack of fear. The one playing the role of tank during my time as Kanezawa's selection member was Yuya. He received preferential treatment in the distribution of high-ranking armor pieces, but he couldn't perform his role properly because of the fear of pain in his heart. However, that doesn't apply to Iron. You can truly call him a reliable knight. The part that he doesn't talk unnecessarily is a big plus, too. The ones serving as frontline attackers together with me are the werewolf guy and the ogre red guy. Can't use any weapons at all, but the strikes with his sharp claws are severe. Red wields a metal club. He's a power attacker. As a human I felt amazed by that impossible strength. However, he has the flaws of using crude techniques and having a low hit rate against monsters that move quickly. Also, he's an idiot. The Dampia Layla is a balancer who can fight at the front or rear. At the front she uses her whip. At the rear she fires magic. Her appearance is proper as well. She's a faultless comrade. However, she might have the weakness that it's not clear what she's thinking since her emotions are hard to read. The ones working in the rear are the Lilim Flora and the Dark Elf Dakel. Flora attacks with magic from behind. Dakel provides support and attacks by shooting arrows. Flora is the most talkative among my comrades. However, all her words are shallow, lacking any weight. Dakel switches between regarding me as an enemy and not. Since he has sworn absolute loyalty to Shin, I don't think I need to worry about being betrayed. But, if possible, I'd like to get along with him. The other 5 supporters don't speak, but they are reliable and submissive compared to Kanezawa's selection members. The teamwork level has fallen as there's no flexibility in my comrades' movements. But since they all worship Shin, not having to worry about being betrayed is something that allows me to feel a peace of mind above all else. And, although their individual abilities fall short of humans, the performance of Shin's items, which is so excessive that it compensates that flaw, boosted our combat power drastically. Leading those reliable comrades, I arrived at the entrance of the domain in the A district. From now on we will commence the domain invasion. Affirmative. Sure. Okay. Yes, I guess. Our unity still has a lot of room for improvement. I started the invasion into the domain with my comrades who mostly gave half-hearted replies. Section. The monsters appearing in the domain are goblins, wolves, slimes, bats, and rats. A domain setup that's commonly referred to as a farm. I think what's different from Shin's initial domain are the fully equipped goblins that show up from the start. Since the goblins' equipment is made out of iron, it's ruled by a demon king with creation E and alchemy D. To borrow Canon's words, what should be paid attention to is that the demon king himself seems to be strong. We continued to safely invade the first floor, but along the way we ran into one miscalculation. That miscalculation is their rest area. At the time when I invaded domains with Kanezawa's selection members, it was a matter of highest priority to find the location of the rest areas. While mapping the area with the rest areas as base, we headed deeper inside. This was the iron rule of a domain invasion. But I see, I stopped being a human, didn't I? Rest area. A sanctuary that can't be entered by monsters. Whether it's eating or sleeping, it's a crucial place as far as invading a domain is concerned. Considering it calmly, everyone besides me is a monster. There's no way that they can enter it. Taking a break by myself is meaningless, too. In the first place, I couldn't enter a rest area either. Even though I sided with Shin, I still need food and sleep. I don't know about Iron, but my other comrades needed sleep and food normally, too. What are we going to do? Keep watch in shifts. Layla answers my question representing the others. We decided to take a rest in a dead end while adopting a shift system. According to Shin, a demon king can apparently always check our situation with their smartphone. Even the demon king of the domain we're currently invading probably knows that we're taking a rest. Monsters flooded the dead end where we were resting. Capitalizing on our individual strength in the narrow corridor, each of us was somehow able to rest for 3 hours. That was the moment I understood that invading a domain as a subordinate of a demon king is a lot harsher than it had been during my time as a human. Section. 3 days later. Continuing to advance through the first floor, which was as complicated as a maze, while repeatedly being attacked by monsters, we discovered the stairs leading to the second floor. Finally the second floor. I wonder whether fellows that have a bit more bite in them won't come out next. Once we arrive on the second floor, Guy sighs, and Red cracks his knuckles while smiling ferociously. Stop the pointless chatter. Layla reprimands Red and looks in my direction to confirm our next action. Let's proceed onwards. I survey the faces of my comrades, then declared to march on. After advancing for a while, goblins, who we have repeatedly defeated in countless numbers over the last few days here, show up in a group. Again goblins? Red reveals an expression that obviously shows his dissatisfaction. Iron, I leave it to you. Affirmative. Iron readies his shield and charges at the group of goblins. Once he shortens the distance to a certain extent, he fiercely clangs his spear against the shield, causing black mist to gush out of his shield. Curse Hatred. One of the special skills Iron acquired. It is the effect of pulling the enemy and scattering hate into the vicinity. What's fearsome is Iron using Curse Hatred without any hesitation. Even among the humans, there were some that possessed similar special abilities, but no one was able to use it because of the danger of their own deaths. The goblins swarm around Iron. Guy and me attack those goblins from the flanks. Each swing of Dainsleif bisects a goblin as easily as cutting through butter. Each slash from Guy's brutal claws reliably steals a goblin's life. The ice bullets fired by Layla freeze the goblin's weapons, which are swung down at Iron, one after the other. Flora's magic pours down on the crowding goblins. Arrows shot by Dakel pierce the heads of the dying goblins. Goblins that dash towards the rear after getting past Iron are restrained by our comrades who serve as supporters. We successively decreased the number of goblins while certain of our victory. Once 15 minutes had passed, the corpses of more than 50 goblins were littering the ground. That's it? Red shoulders the metal club, which was stained with goblin blood, and curses. Certainly. That was really insufficient. Guy wipes away the goblin fluids clinging to his claws with a cloth, and raises a derisive laughter. Foo-foo. I wish for there to be gentlemen with a bit more backbone. Stop messing around. We have to hurry up and present this domain to Shinsama. For Master. Flora smiles charmingly. Layla and Dakel express their loyalty towards Shin as usual. Considering it like this, it's probably Shin's domain which was the strange one for having different concepts for each floor. Once again I recognize the dreadfulness of Shin, who's become my master. Chapter 53 Trends. Is everything going well for Rina-san? Yeah, I think it is. Who? Let me have a look. Hearing my answer, Kanon sits down on my shoulder with an effort and watches the live stream of Rina and the other Bloodkin on my smartphone. Hey, you can also watch it while flying, can't you? MMH? Did you become heavier? WH? How rude. I'm in my growth period. I think it's more rude to ride the shoulder of your master. Oh well, whatever. I stop the live stream for the moment and look through the net news. Why did you turn it off? Ignoring the huffy Kanon, I begin looking up the things that interest me. The search keywords are domain, expansion, domain, transformation, and such. In addition, I also skim through the anonymous message board to investigate the movements of the Demon Kings existing all over the world. As expected, they have increased 103 ID, masks. Just when I wondered whether the domains in my hometown had disappeared, they merged. 107 ID, stayed. Not just cities, towns, and villages, even for domains it's the age of consolidation. 108 ID, look such. It seems even the Demon Kings are striving to fight against an aging population and want to strengthen their financial situation. Lol. They shouldn't get all worked up. Prof. 112 ID, said FK. The liberation of domains all over the country by the heroes is proceeding daily after all. Thank you very much for your daily efforts, dear heroes. Lol. 114 ID, FJ Detty XVC. Since the hazard rank of the domains became higher than before the merges, the Demon Kings might be really frantic to survive, too. There are reports of successive domain expansions happening all over the country. Fortunately there are no such reports in Kanezawa, but there was one such case in Komatsu within the Ishikawa prefecture. The noteworthy articles were the ones reporting about the domains continuing to grow in Tokyo and Kyoto. The size of the domain continuing to expand in Tokyo is an estimated 50 square kilometers in total. Very likely 7 or 8 domains are under its rule. The size of Kyoto's domain is assumed to be 40 square kilometers. They're guessing that 6 domains have fallen under its rule. Sooner or later these will probably serve as sparks spreading across the whole country like a wildfire. The weak Demon Kings will be eliminated. The strong Demon Kings will expand their influence. In order to survive, I also have to become the latter, a strong Demon King. The Demon Kings continue to increase the domains they rule, don't they? Do you feel worried about your rivals, Shin-san? Rivals, you say? I don't even know their names or faces. What worries me are the future trends. The future trends? Kanon, what did you think after watching Rina's group state? They're doing fine? Kanon answers while cocking her head in puzzlement. Indeed, they're doing fine. To say it clearly, there's too much of a difference in combat strength. That's right, isn't it? Even if we leave Rina-san out of the quotation, the opponents of our side, which is composed of B and C rank subordinates, are E-rank goblins. Correct. I feel bad for the A District's Demon King, but they probably have no means to resist us. What I felt when watching Rina's group's invasion of the domain was, it will be an easy victory. What's the main cause for the difference between mine and the target Demon King's strength having widened so much? I think a lot of it is related to luck, but I believe the answer is that I always prepared while focusing on reaching the cutting edge. For example, people who play the newest content that's regarded as broken in an online game, they will always compete with their fellow players and prepare meticulously by performing countless tests to constantly reign at the top. It's difficult to say that I'm currently at the forefront, if looking at it on a global scale. However, I always put in great efforts, aiming to be in the top group. If you miss the leading group, you will be degraded to a weakling, and weaklings are devoured by the strong. What's displayed on my smartphone now my subordinates as they exterminate a group of goblins. That scene can't be called a battle. It's a slaughter. If I'd been negligent with my hard work, or if I'd had bad luck, It wouldn't have been all that strange for me to be in the same situation as that demon king, watching my overwhelming subordinates now. Rather than joy, I felt danger encroaching upon me. I'd enjoyed watching my subordinates invade the domain at first, but now I've lost interest. Without any need to give individual orders, there's nothing for me to gain from watching goblins being massacred. It will probably take a bit longer for them to come across the Demon King. I decided to draw up a plan for my future activities. Huh? You're not going to check Rina-san's situation anymore? I don't think it's necessary that I do. Eh? Isn't that a bit too cold-hearted? Google-chan obstructs my thinking time. Is there no power switch for her? Looking at Canon, who moves comically, I really wish for the implementation of a power switch function. I want to keep her at a distance, but Canon possesses knowledge that's indispensable for my considerations. That's quite the dilemma, isn't it? I want to think about my future plans. Okay. Seemingly having read between the lines, Canon stays silent on my shoulder. A time of big changes is visiting the Demon Kings. What do you think? When are we going to hit the juncture? Juncture? Isn't that when the Demon Kings start to reach level 10? Once a Demon King becomes level 10, they can leave their domain. And it apparently will be possible to integrate human land into the domain. Indeed, that's a big change. However, the road until level 10 is long and thorny. Yes, long and thorny. What should I do to survive until then? Canon, what do you think? What's the number of Demon Kings that's stronger than me? It depends on the criterion of strength, but going by my net investigations, I think you belong to the top 10% in the country. Within the city, number 1, right? Within the prefecture, I'm certain that you're in the top 10. Canon answers my vague question with a vague reply. How do I compare in level then? If it's level, there's a great number of Demon Kings above level 3. I wonder about level 5 and beyond, though. The existence of Demon Kings that evolved, went beyond level 3, has been confirmed in various places. Even if I'm optimistic and assume that many Demon Kings are exactly level 3, they will likely go up to level 4 before I reach level 6. If I consider it realistically, there are probably many Demon Kings who are above level 5. Seeing as the elimination of weak Demon King has started already, the levels of the surviving Demon Kings will stay within a small range to each other. In that case, the difference in strength between fellow Demon Kings will be negligible. That will give birth to a difference in individuality, also called race. It might also create individual differences between statuses such as body build or creation build. MMH, individual differences through status. Currently B is the highest rank, even for specialized builds. To rank up from B to A, you need 50 BP. Even if you spend all your BP for the same stat, it will require level 13 to rank up the stat to A. Even if they obtain the same bonus as Canon and I, they still have to reach level 11. Are there actually any Demon Kings who would allot their BP to the same stat until level 11? Even if there was such a Demon King, would they be able to survive? It's possible if it's a creation build, but they would still need to get to level 11 to reach creation A. The ones at advantage at the beginning were the Demon Kings specialized in body and mana. Both are not easy to defeat if you rank them up to B. However, what about the current trend? Canon, what do you think is the current trend? A. What kind of question is that all of a sudden? The celestial raiment of water. What kind of trend is that supposed to be? Rather, what kind of trend did you ask about? The stats of specialized Demon Kings. Suddenly having a question dumped on her, Canon gives a wrong answer. I decided to explain my earlier consideration to Canon. Despite it being a pain, even though I consider it troublesome, I enjoy my conversations with Canon somehow. Chapter 54 Invasion, Start 2. ICE. Omitting that explanation, you have often asked the pref. I get irritated at Canon, who acts all condescending for some reason. Roll up your skirt. Kaya T. That's unreasonable. Unreasonable? Isn't that the nature of the relationship you wished to have with me, Canon? See, certainly, I offered my surrender, but this is a bit. Well, it's fine. So, what do you think is the current trend? That is, currently it's creation, I think. TSK. the same as me. You clicked your tongue despite me being correct. The current trend. The stat promising demon kings specialize in nowadays is creation. That's because the recently rapidly growing demon kings will be the ones to leave their domains thanks to freely putting their bloodkin to use. The subordinates of demon kings specialized in creation have high ranks. On the other hand, the bloodkin of demon kings specialized in body or mana will be immediately killed as they are weak, even if they are dispatched outside the domain. I don't think it's an exaggeration to even say that the era of their creation demon kings has come. However, this creates a problem. Although they might be called specialized builds, the stat is currently maxed out. To be honestly, it's not that difficult to raise creation to B even without being a specialized build. Until they reach creation A, it will still require a lot more time. And it's not just the demon kings that are growing. The humans are growing at an astounding rate as well. Only decline is awaiting the weak that have stagnated. What will be necessary to tower above all the surrounding demon kings once they've raised their creation to B, given that a demon king can't leave their domain until they reach level 10? Oh? You realized? Canon's expression brightened up as she had apparently noticed something. Yes. An excellent staff office. Wrong. Canon didn't realize anything. Canon's existence is surely a big help. Knowledge, B, or to put it another way, 17 BP. It is a value proportionate to 4 levels. However, I won't tell her that. There are 3 points I've come up with. There it is. Shin-san's prided 3-finger count. Roll up your skirt. Kaya. WY. I got Canon involved thinking that I would get some useful input rather than thinking by myself. But I made a mistake. Didn't I? First it's alchemy. Even if subordinates at the same rank run across each other, the ones with the better weapon ranks will come out victorious. But, the demon kings, who raised creation and alchemy to B, won't increase in number from now on, right? I think they will. If it's a demon king aiming to actively expand their domain in the future, it will be indispensable for them to keep the strengthening of their combat forces in mind as well. If they are going to reinforce those forces, in short, their bloodkin, for the sake of invading domains, there are only 2 stats that will allow them to do so: creation and alchemy. Once they maxed out creation, they will probably raise their alchemy. That's where the second point comes in, the expansion of domains. In other words, an enhancement of the maximum CP. Once alchemy becomes B, there are items that require 1500 CP at the highest grade. Gaebulg, you mean? That's the one. If we're talking about spears, the maximum CP rises by 100 per level. If one simply raises alchemy to B, buying that item will have to wait until level 15. However, the maximum CP also grows by 100 for each annexed domain. Or to sum it up, expanding one's domain is related to strengthening one's combat assets. There's a big merit besides that. If the maximum CP grows, the CP recovery will become faster, too. In short, the material warfare will also become advantageous. Only good things, huh? However, to tower above the other demon kings, you have to expand your domain, right? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Google-chan noticed that contradiction. While hiding my surprise, I explained the third point. The third point is the strengthening of the bloodkin. Seeing how you acted all standoffish, it's a fairly normal. Roll up your skirt. Subordinates grow as well. If Chloe fights against a dark elf that had just been created, Chloe will always win. A subordinate's status goes up faintly, and a part of their special abilities improves noticeably. If you summarize all of it, it means that it's necessary to have my bloodkin gain even more combat experience than until now, and to hasten the annexation of domains before the surrounding demon kings can snatch them. That's the very picture of a black company one work. Say whatever you like. I will do anything if it's for the sake of survival. I agree with that view. Eventually Canon agreed with me. By the way, if I create some new bloodkin, will I be able to invade several domains at the same time? I wonder. It might be possible, but I think the success rate will go down, and the survival rate will drop considerably. 2. Thought so. The main reason why they can advance steadily right now is Rina. The monster bloodkin are obedient, for better or worse. If I order them to invade, they will keep doing so while forgetting to eat and sleep. Of course their performance would get worse, and before long they would run out of steam. If I order them to not die, they will avoid battle at the slightest hint of danger. In that case they wouldn't make any progress at all, and in the end they would easily fall into a trap. Even if there was an obvious trap, they would step into it if not for Rina's warning. I often saw such scenes taking place. If I plan for them to be victorious to some extent, it's necessary to turn high-ranking subordinates into bloodkin, and equip them with higher-ranking items in the long run. In other words, high costs. Furthermore, if they get killed, the higher-ranking items will fall into enemy hands. In the end, Rina's presence as someone possessing flexibility and experience as a former hero is essential. Making humans into bloodkin is rare, isn't it? Yeah, if you search the net, it's not like there are none. But how do they attack other domains without having humans helping them out? I suddenly became curious how the other demon kings handle this. What I read was a net article called, "Monsters are invading a domain in the Mi Prefecture." It looks like a material warfare. The article mentioned something like, monsters are continuously invading the domain. I see. Disposable pawns. Huh? I'm against that. Isn't that just a war of CP attrition if it's always just disposable pawns? I think it's prone to failing. Oh, how rare. A real staff officer view for a change. After I let that slip, cannon started to turn around happily. Eh? Really? It was a lie. Wow. The cheerfully revolving cannon froze in midair. Section. Point of view. Rina. The 5th day after we started the invasion in the A District domain. The number of goblins attacking us was decreasing with every passing day. On the 5th day no goblin wore equipment. It was obvious that we had cornered the Demon King. Then, at last, said Demon King showed up in front of us. The A District's Demon King was a somewhat hysterical woman in her mid-30s. What's going on? Who are you people? Why are monsters attacking me? Even though my subordinates can't go outside. Isn't this unfair? It is. Or rather, why is there even a human among them? Huh? I seriously don't get it. Is? Just what the hell's going on here? She keeps blurting out her complaints like a machine gun. She's wearing a mismatched iron armor and helmet. Her wearing a suit for women on top looks somehow ridiculous. She's acting indecisive while tightly grasping an iron wand in both hands. Her holding one means a Demon King specialized on mana, and her appearance as she yells hysterically with a lack of nerve made it clear that she's inexperienced in battle. I have experienced killing 4 Demon Kings so far. This Demon King was the same type as the third one I encountered before. Everyone, be careful of magic attacks. Once I order my comrades, there's no answer, but all of them spread out while alert towards attacks throughout magic. Do you need my instructions? Suddenly Shin's voice reverberates in my head to tell him that it's unnecessary. I shake my head vigorously. Dakel, Flora, attack. Roger. Yes. While our opponent is still shouting around maniacally, I instruct my comrades to attack preemptively. Many fire arrows and steel arrows pour down on the Demon King. What's wrong with you? Ice shield. The woman deploys a shield made out of ice, blocking the fire and steel arrows for not a single one to get through. As expected of a Demon King, even if she's deranged, she has a mana going far beyond that of any ordinary person. Die. Once she swings down her wand, a huge lump of ice comes flying our way. Iron. Affirmative. Iron swiftly advances to the front, sets up his shield and blocks the cluster of ice. Using that opportunity, Guy dashes towards the Demon King and quickly delivers a blow with his sharp claws. Ouch. It hurts. It really hurts. She swings her wand at Guy while screaming madly, but the trajectory of her wand veers off due to a nice bullet fired by Layla. Using the chance of her posture having fallen apart, I sharply slash at her once with Dane's leaf. In the gap of her lowering her eyes at her cleaved open flank, Red swings his metal bar with all his might after drawing close, blowing her back to the rear. WHYA 3 YO U D DOI NG. So me thing. So C. Crew. L. She mutters with a worn-out voice while gasping. Once I look at my comrades. They stop moving and stare back at me, as if telling me to finish her off. Shin's order. Huh? I approached the Demon King slowly. Sorry. And then I sent the head of a district's Demon King, with despair etched into her face, flying with a swing of Dane's leaf. Chapter 55 Invasion Success. Ring ring. A rhythmical notification sound is played by the smartphone. Your subordinates subjugated a Demon King. Do you wish to use unification on the domain right away? Cannon. What does this mean? Calling over Cannon, who's close to my shoulder, I show her the line displayed on the smartphone. That is, if you choose unification, the domain in a district will be merged with your domain. Just like what happened with my domain before. If you want to secure the A district domain while keeping its current state, it's necessary to find its true core. I see. Just like my domain, the A district domain is a dungeon type. It doesn't have any special eye-catching tricks set up either. It's just fine to go with unification, but we obtained it at great pains, so I guess I will try to check out the version with a taken true core. If you use separation, there are merits and demerits. On the positive side, it won't be exposed as your domain to the humans since it will keep its current shape. Also, if there are any monsters left, they will become your subordinates, Shin-san. And the demerits? If you don't connect a passage to it, your subordinates, including me, won't be able to go there. Thus it might be possible for the true core to be stolen easily if there's an aggressor in the vicinity. Moreover, your maximum CP won't increase since you will need to decide on a temporary domain master. Your maximum DP won't go up either. The demerits are kind of big, aren't they? Well, if you use unification immediately after using separation, you will be able to recover the CP and DP, though. By the way, you have to spend all your CP for unification. The biggest merit of separation is the increase of subordinates at no charge. Besides, I suppose it saves me the hassle of reconstructing the domain. However, I'm planning to reconstruct it anyway. Also, I will just gain a few goblins, won't I? I tapped yes on the smartphone without spending any further time to think it over. The vicinity trembles intensely, transmitting the vibration throughout my entire body through my feet. It's my second time by now, yet I really can't get used to it. After waiting for the shaking to settle down, I checked the phone's screen. You took control of Demon King Asami's domain, ejecting all foreign elements for the sake of domain unification. Succeeded at removing all foreign elements. Carrying out domain unification. Succeeded with domain unification. Granting a 24-hour pseudo-peace. Starting now. That means the Demon King of the A District's domain was called Asami. Since it's a useless piece of information, I immediately purge it from my memory, and check the state of domain. Demon King Shin's domain. DP, 1110-1219. Domain size, 19 square kilometers. Population, 0. Type, dungeon. Floors, 5. True cores, 3. Established facilities, small room x80. Forest, partial, x1. Rock x20, entrance x3. Treasure chest x59. Intermediate treasure chest x4. Advanced treasure chest x1. Rest area x12. Stairway x12. Grassland, floor, x1. River x1. Lake x1. Cave, small, x4. Fields x50. House x1. Hut x100. Grave x20. Ruins x4. Transfer terminal x2. Return terminal x2. Spring of recovery x2. Treasure chamber x2. Setup traps, iron arrow x50. Acid spray x10. Acid swamp x5. Poisoned arrow x10. Cesspool x2. Alarm x1. Poison swamp x3. Special restrictions. Number of humans, 12 times 2. Number of monsters, 24 times 2. Special effects. Darkness attribute enhancement, floor, x1. Pseudo-peace, 24 hours left. I see. Each time I take control of a domain, the foreign elements are rejected and I'm granted a pseudo-peace. Depending on how you consider it, it can become a very strong trump card. I guess for now I will call back Rina and her party. Usually it's prohibited, but I will set up and transfer array between the domains. The reason for it being prohibited is the high risk involved with it. If I were to connect the first and second domain through transfer terminals, it would become a shortcut to the first domain for invaders who are in the middle of raiding the second domain. The subordinates' migration becoming easier would be a joyous matter, but I had no choice as it would be dangerous to make the invaders' migration easy as well. However, right now no invaders can enter the domains. That means it's a time-limited shortcut for now. I set up a transfer array. Come back. I ordered my subordinates who succeeded in obtaining the A district domain. After a short time, there, transfer array, in front of my eyes lit up, and Rina's group appeared. Good job. Well done. I express my gratitude to my subordinates. Such a device exists. I'm back. I'm humbled to receive your kind words, Master. This Dakel has returned to serve Master. I'm very sorry that you had to wait so long for the accomplishment, boss. Please send me to a domain with a bit more spice next time. Phew. I'm back to serve you, Master. I'm back. That was no challenge. Return complete. Rina is surprised by the existence of the transfer array. Meanwhile my other subordinates each reply to my simple words of gratitude. Enjoy a nice rest for today. I will order you to invade another domain starting with tomorrow. Yes, Master. Tomorrow? MMH. Understood. With Layla and Dakel in the lead, my subordinates answered me and bowed respectfully. Only Rina looked a bit bewildered. Return home and take a break. Rina, you stay here for a moment. Yes, Master. Okay. Hearing my words, all the subordinates besides Rina leave the cave. I approach Rina and chat with her. Rina, good work. Thanks. But, Flora said it already, it was no big deal. It was easier than when I liberated domains together with Kanezawa's selection members. That's great to hear. So, why did you have me stay back? I thought about informing you about my thoughts and future plans. Because Rina is a former human, her thinking patterns are different from my created subordinates. From now on she will lead the expeditions to take control of domains every day and night. If I don't give her clear reasons, her distrust in me might grow in strength. I really hated to be forced into action without reason. People that teach, people that give orders, people that issue instructions, people that do business. I had to deal with various sorts of people, but being forced with the words "just do it" was truly irrational. That just discouraged me from doing it. That's why I wanted to clearly tell her the reasoning before giving her the orders. Do it because everyone does. Obey the one shouting the loudest. I loathed such environments. Hence I plan to do my very best to not create such an environment myself. I don't want to do to others what I hated myself. This might be my real intention, but I also want Rina to act after agreeing with me. Afterwards I explained my current situation, the traits of Demon Kings, the movements of the Demon Kings all over the country, and what's necessary as a pressing response for the sake of survival to Rina. I see. Can you agree with that? Fufu, I think this is a terrible workplace for me, but it's an opinion I can work with. Rina smiles. Shin, you're the Demon King, and I'm your subordinate. That's true. Then it's just fine for you to order me. Why are you going out of your way to explain these things to me? I really wonder why. Probably because I don't want to become what I hated. Haha. You're a weirdo, Shin. Rina laughed and left the cave with the words, well then, I'm going back home in preparation for tomorrow. Section. A half year later. I have become level 7. The number of true cores in my possession has risen to 18. Only 4 Demon Kings, including myself, are left alive in Kanezawa. The unification of Kanezawa is slowly coming into view. If you compare the domain sizes, ours is the biggest in the city. We are ready to go at any time. Looking at the power distribution recorded on the map of Kanezawa in front of my eyes, I predict the future. The Bloodkin led by Rina are overflowing with determination. There are 2 Demon Kings we should subjugate when targeting the unification of the city. Fairy Demon King Alyssa, the one who expanded her domain with an overwhelming investment of troops and now rules Kanezawa's east. Ani Demon King Kanta, the one who expanded his domain through individual strength and now rules Kainzawa's north. Seeing as they survived up until now, they are no pushovers as opponents either. We are strongly aware of each other. As a result of a careful scrutinizing of the investigated information, Alyssa's status is body, mana, B, knowledge, creation, C, and alchemy, C, with an estimated level of 7. On the other hand, Kanta's status is body, B, mana, knowledge, creation, B, and alchemy, C, with an estimated level of 7. If you sort them going by the known information, Alyssa's domain is the one with a lower degree of difficulty, but, well then, the domain you will start invading from the day after tomorrow is. I told my subordinates the next target based on my own considerations. Chapter 56 versus Demon King Kanta 1. I've decided. The domain you're going to start invading the day after tomorrow is Demon King Kanta's domain. Hearing that, my subordinates begin to stir. There's not one among them criticizing me, but I'm pretty sure that many of them expected an invasion of Demon King Alyssa's domain. There are 2 reasons for my decision. I raise 2 fingers and look at the faces of my subordinates. First, Demon King Kanta's alchemy is at C. His creation is at B. The quality of our subordinates might be even, but currently we're pulling ahead in regards to equipment. However, I don't know how long we will be able to keep that advantage. Therefore it's necessary to quickly annex Demon King Kanta's domain. Kanta's level is unknown. Same applies to the levels of his mana and knowledge. Thus, if he raises his level, it's possible that he will level up his alchemy stat to B. Also, it's unclear when he might level up. For this reason it's necessary to promptly invade his domain. The other reason is the current situation in Kainzawa. Including me, there are 4 demon kings. One doesn't matter since they are under my control, but the other 2 are constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Thus, we will settle things accordingly. We've been aware of each other since last month. For example, when Demon King Kanta's underlings were fighting against the Demon King after invading a certain domain, my subordinates, who had secretly invaded, would use that chance to steal their true core, or, while Demon King Alyssa's familiar were invading some domain, my subordinates would invade her domain and thoroughly thrash it. Well, to put it in words, I'm seen as an enemy by both Demon Kings. If I were to focus on invading the domain of either of them, my domain might get invaded by the other one in the meantime, or, my true cores might get stolen during the time when me and my target are exhausted. Therefore it's necessary to seal the movements of one party, and the one who's easier to contain is Demon King Alyssa. There, fairy. I give Cannon and 10 Goblin Bloodkin, who I had created for this very day, an order. Devastate the human land adjoining Demon King Alyssa's domain. Goblins have an extremely low consumption of LP. If you put it into a numerical value, it's 1. 1 Goblin Bloodkin can lead 10 Goblin subordinates. In other words, 10 Goblin Bloodkin can lead 100 goblins. What will happen if Cannon, who at a glance looks like a fairy, or rather is actually one, commands 110 goblins, monsters belonging to a fairy, and attacks the humans around Alyssa's domain whose main force consists of goblins? The humans will very likely try to get revenge. With this I'll be able to seal Alyssa's movements. The humans can't differentiate between my goblins and Alyssa's goblins. If ghouls were to go on a rampage in the current state of affairs, the humans would somehow manage to link it to me, and if it were ogres, it would be Kanta's doing. Thus, if goblins were to go on a rampage, they would regard it as Alyssa's doing. Cannon, I'll leave it to you. Yes, it's the first time for Cannon to go outside my domain. I have passed her a complete set of protective armor of the highest rank. I have ordered the Bloodkin and Goblins to ensure Cannon's survival above anything else. Cannon equals 17 BP. She's an irreplaceable subordinate. I was somewhat worried, but since Cannon was all eager, I decided to go with this operation. I saw off Cannon and the 10 Goblin Bloodkin as they left my cave in order to first move to the operational area section. 2 days later, thanks to the maneuvers by Cannon and her 110 goblins, and because my information manipulation on various forums bore fruit, The humans executed a large-scale subjugation against Alyssa's domain. The number of sectors under Alyssa's control is 12. There are 9 entrances that have been set up in places that face human land. This time not only Kanezawa, but even volunteers from the neighboring Toyama prefecture started a simultaneous invasion into Alyssa's domain. I think she'll have her hands full with defense for a while. Incidentally, the number of humans invading my sectors has dropped sharply, too. This is certainly a very nice situation, as I will be able to focus my attention on the invasion of Kanta's domain. Rina, Layla, Flora, Guy, Red, Iron, and Dakel. I'm counting on you. Leave it to us. Most certainly. I shall carry out your decree. Yes. Sure. Ha, we got it covered. Affirmative. I shall stake my life on it. This time it's not just those 7, but also 17 other subordinates who will work as their supporters and reserves. I watched the backs of my subordinates as they left my cave after giving me reassuring replies. Section. I'm bored. Cannon is on the way back after having completed her task. Rina's group is in the middle of traveling towards Kanta's domain. Even if I were to watch the live stream on my smartphone, there would be nothing interesting to see. I guess I will go and have a look how those guys are doing. Those guys refer to the human subordinates whom I turned into bloodkin in the last few months. There are 3 of them. I turned 2 others into bloodkin too, but unfortunately they got killed. Now that I think about it, Rina was definitely a winner, wasn't she? Just as you'd expect from a hero officially recognized by Kanezawa. There are all sorts of humans. Of course there are excellent humans as well, but there are likewise many humans to whom that doesn't apply. And, the more excellent a human, the more difficult it is to turn them into a bloodkin. Even if I'm able to turn them into one, it's not like they will blindly follow my orders like my created subordinates. It's just that they can't defy my orders. Or to put it another way, I'd have to continuously order them around. That was truly annoying. In addition, it's no use if I don't follow up on them a bit, since their mental state largely influences their performance. In that case it's much more efficient to create subordinates. In fact, none of the 5 human bloodkin could win against a Dampier. I really wonder whether I'd be able to find a human at Rina's level again. All alone, I griped meaninglessly. Chapter 57 vs. Demon King Kanta 2. Rina's point of view. The next day, after we departed Shin's domain, we arrived at the domain of Demon King Kanta, who rules over Kanezawa's northern part. Kanta's domain consists of 9 sectors. 3 among those 9 are forest-type sectors, 2 are urban types, and 4 are dungeon types. How did the sectors besides the dungeon type continue? That's simple. A stair leading to the 2nd floor appeared, just as with the dungeon types. The forest type, the urban type, the wasteland type, and the dungeon type. Although all of them have their own names, their structures are the same, with the sole difference being the field composition of the respective sectors. Section. I recall the words I was told by Shin before departing. Rina, harsh battles await you during this time's invasion. Don't mistake your priorities. Priorities? The highest priority should be your safety. Next, the bloodkin's safety. The safety of the other subordinates is irrelevant. I wonder how I should take his words. Should I accept them as gentle words from a kind master who worries about me, or should I interpret them as words from a master who lets his subordinates, comrades die? I'm certain that neither is the right answer. Giving orders is Shin's job. I suppose I should play my role as his subordinate then. We will now start the invasion of Demon King Kanta's domain. While I encouraged my comrades, and at the same time myself, I stepped into the domain crowded by ogre species. Section. Inside the forest that's thickly overgrown with trees, we walk onwards, with Iron in the lead. Yukiyakiyakiya. The ones showing up between the trees are a crowd of small ogres, little devils with a height of around 70 centimeters and unnaturally swollen bellies. These little shits are cheering and yapping, foods here, after having seen us as the only one who has learned language. Ogre among us. Red translates their words. What cheeky mouths those inferior ogres have. If I consider them as nourishment that allows me to grow, those kids are my food, I think. These guys are far from being enough. We've got a long journey ahead. Let's quickly get rid of them and move on. My comrades prepare their weapons while donning ferocious smiles. I ready Dainsleif and plunge into the group of little devils a short distance away. I swing down my beloved sword, Dainsleif. That much suffices to bisect a little devil like a clay doll. UGI. I block the biting attack of a little devil that jumped at me from the side with the teku equipped on my arm. The teku I was given by Shion is sturdy, stopping the little devil's jagged, uneven fangs from reaching my skin. Shion and Cannon praised me, but I'm not the one who's amazing here. It's the items passed on to me. I remember the words of my grandfather, a kendo master: a good workman does not blame his tools. I feel like I still have a long way to go to reach that mental state. 1 hour later, the invasion felt slow. The main cause is us being forced to deal with little devils who've been incessantly assaulting us for a while now. We could ignore them and proceed onwards, but Shion's order was, proceed while annihilating the enemy. The likes of little devils don't add anything to our experience points, but Shion probably has some kind of plan. We silently followed Shion's order, and continued to slaughter the attacking little devils. 6 hours later. Retreat. Shion's voice suddenly reverberated inside my head. We withdrew from Demon King Kanta's domain. Once all of us have exited the domain, my smartphone begins to vibrate. Hello, Rina? Good work. Get some rest in turns for now. You sure? Yeah. There's still a lot ahead. Let's go slowly at it. Okay. If you're attacked by Demon King Kanta's bloodkin during your rest, make absolutely sure to turn the tables on them. You're saying to not let them get away? Correct. After all, we want to whittle down the enemy's combat forces as much as possible. Understood. It was Shion who called, and it was also him who arbitrarily ended the phone call after he said what he wanted to say. I told my comrades about Shion's instructions, and we decided to take breaks in shifts. 3 hours later we invaded Kanta's domain once again. Section. It's the 6th day after we started invading Kanta's domain. After the first day we repeated a rotation of 6 hours attacking and 3 hours resting. Does this have the goal of us leveling? While unable to grasp Shion's aim, we continued defeating the attacking little devils today as well. I wonder how long we have to keep up with this, as we're continuing the annihilation of little devils which had by now turned into a tedious work. You bitches, how dare you? An angry voice that makes the air vibrate echoes. The owner of that voice, a giant with a height of close to 3 meters and horns on his head, showed up while leading 10 ogres. Retreat. Shion's instruction resounds in my head. I immediately dash towards the sector's exit with my comrades. You think we'll let you go? Go. Don't let him get away by all means. Rip him apart. The giant and the 10 ogres chase after us with angry bellows while scattering killing intent. One subordinate, a normal living male, turns round all alone and faces the 11 ogres while bracing its shield. Shion's order. Shion probably ordered the living male to act as rearguard to make absolutely sure of our safety. Sorry, forgive me. From behind I can hear the ogre's angry yells and the sound of iron being crushed. Without looking back, I keep running towards the exit. The next order reaches us who managed to run outside the domain thanks to the sacrifice of one comrade. Slaughter the pursuing ogres. While calming my breathing and readying Dainsleif, I prepare myself for the enemy who's likely going to show up very soon. Dakel and 3 dark elves knock faintly shining arrows, lunatic arrows. They are not permitted to use those arrows without Shion's order. In other words, Shion directly gave the order to those 4 dark elves, I guess. Before long one ogre after the other came out of the domain's entrance. Shit, slaughter 'em. Don't leave a single one alive. The enraged shouting of the sole being, Demon King Kanta, who couldn't leave the domain, is still audible. What is Shion planned? While Kanta's angry yelling resounds, we face off against 10 ogres. Chapter 58 versus Demon King Kanta 3. He's quite angry. He sure is. Watching Rina's party's situation on my smartphone, Cannon chuckles. The invasion strategy for Demon King Kanta's domain was going well. At first the plan was to invade using a brute force approach while trusting in the abilities of Rina's party, but with the turning point from 4 days ago, the strategy changed drastically. The initial plan expected Rena's party to steadily conquer one sector after the other while using the time to level a bit. This strategy, albeit simple, would be extremely stressful. It's a strategy trying to do something I would have hated to have done to me. However, this strategy had a major flaw. Kanta's level is estimated to be 7. The number of sectors under his rule is 9. In other words, his maximum CP is 1600 with him recovering 160 CP per hour. According to Google Chan, the necessary CP for creating a little devil seems to be 10. In short, if we don't defeat more than 16 little devils per hour, it won't reduce the number of our opponent's combat forces. Killing 16 little devils per hour was simple, but with the condition of it being every hour for 24 hours a day, it became quite harsh. Accordingly, I came up with a follow-up plan. The idea was to disperse Kanta's combat forces by having the goblins, who finished their job at Alyssa's domain, invade from another sector. This strategy didn't bear much fruit. Decently whittling down the enemy's combat forces with goblins was a pipe dream, since they didn't manage to act as a diversion. The enemy's forces didn't get split up either. How troublesome. Do I have no other choice but to continue the invasion in a forceful manner? At the moment I wondered about that, the situation reached a turning point. Section 4 days ago. Master, we have returned to serve you. Chloe and the others, who left a half-year ago to train their skills while traveling, returned to my side. Long time no see. Did you accomplish what you set out to do? Yes, Master. Just as you have decreed. Chloe and her subordinate as well as the 4 bloodkin and their 4 subordinates genuflected and bowed their heads. As I have decreed, eh? I remember, you're forbidden to return until everyone evolves, was the order I gave Chloe. I operate my smartphone. Name, Chloe Shion. Race, Dark High Elf. Rank, B. LP, 2050. Body, C. Mana, C. Special, Fire Magic, Intermediate. Earth Magic, Intermediate. Dagger Mastery, D. Archery, C. Eagle Arrow. Thrust Arrow. Subordinates, Dark High Elf. Composition. Name, Silver Shion. Race, Kobold General. Rank, C. LP, 1050. Body, C. Mana, E. Special, Shield Technique, C. Spearmanship, D. Coercion. Subordinates, Kobold Lancer. Composition. Name, Blue Shion. Race, Goblin Chaser. Rank, C. LP, 520. Body, C. Mana, D. Special, Axe Mastery, C. Archery, E. Steel. Hide. Subordinates, Goblin Sniper. Composition. Name, Hope Shion. Race, Werewolf. Rank, C. LP, 1020. Body, D. Mana, E. Special, Swordsmanship, D. Turn Beast. Human. Divine Protection of the Moon. Subordinates, Ritiga. Composition. All of them evolved, even the accompanying subordinates. However, Hope, on whom I had pinned certain expectations, became a werewolf. I feel like his subordinate, who became a Ritiga, is the winner here instead. I checked the statuses with a feeling of disappointment limited to Hope. Ooh, everyone really evolved. Bah, why are you feeling so down, Shion-san? Well, it's just, Hope's hard work hasn't been rewarded, has it? MMH. But, Guy-san's special abilities are different, you know? Now that she mentions it, doesn't Hope have a special ability called Turn Beast? Human. Turn Beast, Human, allows the user to freely transform from beast to human or from human to beast even without the divine protection of the moon. Oh, its usage versatility is quite high, isn't it? His race is werewolf, so I guess it's better to call him a werewolf who can transform into a human. Well, I suppose we will run a few tests later on. Let's make use of the good opportunity. Turning point of Chloe's group having returned for now. Chloe, Silver, Hope, Blue. It's right after you came back, but I will give you a new order. Yes, Master. A painsu. Chloe's, Silver's and Hope's eyes sparkle after hearing my words. Only Blue shows an obviously reluctant expression, earning him a hit on his head by Chloe. Invade Demon King Kanta's domain next. Yes, Master. Chloe's group departed towards Kanta's domain as indicated by me. Section 3 days ago. Chloe's group arrived in front of the entrance of Kanta's domain. at a different sector from Rena's party. As I had shown them, the repeated invasions had been going on for 3 days. The attacks are regularly repeated from 2 entrances, one for Rena's group and the other for the goblins. After Rena's party has invaded, the goblins continue subjugating little devils. As soon as they catch sight of the enemy, they retreat at once. For counter, the invasion alert must be ringing at intervals of 9 hours. Another Demon King would naturally know that, right? Even if the invasion alarm rings, the location of the invasion remains unknown. Since it's possible to check the entirety of the domain with a smartphone, the invasion point becomes very obvious if the Demon King himself searches for it. But what if he doesn't search by himself? How many invasion alarms will ring if he's simultaneously invaded from 3 directions? The reply became apparent from Chloe's group sprinting across a certain sector as if traveling through uninhabited land. Maybe because the regular invasions became a habit for Kanta, or because Rena's party acted as a great diversion. The secret operation of Chloe's group went a lot smoother than expected. Today, after 3 days passed, about 1 hour ago, ding ding, a rhythmical messaging sound plays on my smartphone. Chloe Shion has obtained a true core. Are you going to use separation on the sector with Chloe Shion as temporary domain master, or are you going to use unification right away? I choose unification. The reason is the ability to obtain the pseudo-peace effect. Had I chosen to rule the sector through separation, I wouldn't have been able to secure the pseudo-peace effect. As a result of smoothly conquering one of Kanta's sectors, I could hear Kanta's enraged shouting through my smartphone. He's quite angry. He sure is. With Kanta's angry yelling as background music, I watched the Battle of Rena's party together with Canon. Section. Point of view: Rena. One ogre after the other appears from the domain, but the 4 dark elves don't move with their bows at the ready. Provoke them. An order from Shion is handed down. I will attack. Inferior worms. Can you understand my words? I was about to follow Shion's order, but Layla got ahead of me and provoked the ogres with a loud voice. Ha! The likes of an inferior mixed breed. Fire. 4 faintly shining arrows fly at the ogre who answered Layla's provocation. I see. A provocation for the sake of revealing the kin, huh? Even though he's my master, I must say, Shion is truly cunning. Gah! Why you be bastards? Dirty. Layla and Flora ruthlessly launch magic attacks at the ogre who's still alive after being hit by 4 lunatic arrows. The Dark Elves led by Dakel unleash a second volley of lunatic arrows, having his entire body stabbed by 8 arrows. Suffering from frostbite and having been burned by fire, the ogre silently collapsed to the ground. 3 ogres fall into panic and raise hell with words I can't understand. They are the subordinates of the ogre that was defeated just now. Monsters, who lost their leading kin outside their domain, will become panicked, run amok and pass away before long. Fuck. We can't show our faces to the boss like this. Hurry up and slaughter those mixed breeds. The ogres, who lost 4 comrades in an instant, came attacking while raising their weapons overhead. Chapter 59 vs. Demon King Counter 4. There are 6 enemies. According to the information obtained from Canon and passed on through Shion, it's 2 rank B ogre generals and 4 rank C ogre fighters. Opposing them are the 7 bloodkin, Layla, Dampier, Flora, Lilim, Guy, Werewolf, Iron, Living Male, Red, Ogre Warrior, Dakel, Dark Elf, and me, as well as 3 Dampiers, 3 Lilims, 3 Werewolves, 3 Dark Elves, and 3 Living Males. Going by numbers, we're at an advantage, but the enemy has 2 rank Bs. If it's my fellow bloodkin comrades and me, we won't be outdone in a fight against a rank B. Having said that, we still need to be on guard. Carelessness invites death on the battlefield. Those who can attack from a distance, fire a volley at the ogre general. Iron, stall one of the ogre generals. The 3 living males are in charge of holding back the other one. Rena, Guy, Red, and Werewolves, bring down 1 rank C ogre each. Shion's rapid orders resound in my mind, causing everyone to immediately act while following one will. I exchange looks with my comrades, who had been given the same order, and we confirm our respective targets. Guy goes towards the ogre on the left. The 3 werewolves face the one on the right. Red walks towards the ogre in front with a ferocious smile. I quickly head towards the remaining ogre. My opponent held a black, shining, boorish-looking greatsword. A black iron greatsword, huh? It's different in size from the sword I favored during my time as a hero, but it sure makes me feel nostalgic. Rah! The ogre swung down its sword with a roar. The most prominent trait of ogres is their power. Even with the teku granted by Shion, I certainly don't feel like blocking a sword slash unleashed with so much power. I nimbly jumped back, evading the great sword. Then I performed a thrust with my beloved partner, Dainsleif at its defenseless torso. I have seen ogre movements from close by to a sickening degree over the last half year. I'm sorry to say, but the movements of the ogre in front of me can only be called a degraded version of the ogre I had watched all this time. Red. After that I dodged all the full power swings by the ogre, and continued to steadily inflict damage on it. The time when I released a pointed slash alongside a spirited, short ha, was 3 minutes after the battle had started and also the moment when the ogre lost its head. Having defeated one of the ogres, I survey my surroundings and check the situation. The sharp-sighted guy twists his face after seeing me beating him to the punch. Red bluntly vents his anger by yelling, "You weakling! Hurry up and die! You're already as good as dead anyway." At the ogre in front of him, I think there's no problem in leaving those two to their own devices. The three werewolves toy around with their target by making use of their speed. Iron endures the ogre general's attacks while receiving Flora's and Layla's support. The three living males tanking the other ogre general already had one member of their team partially destroyed. I guess that's where I should assist. I circle around to the back of the ogre general, which is single-mindedly swinging its iron club down on a living male. GH? Ha! Why is a human here? The ogre general looks over his shoulder and glares contemptuously at me. The enemy is a kin as well. Even under normal circumstances it's already a formidable rank B monster, but now its threat level goes beyond that. I tightly grasp my beloved sword. As I ready it, matching the enemy's movements, the three living males clang their shield, drawing the ogre general's aggro to them. Fuck you, lil anointing player. It's Shion's order, huh? Shion puts too much priority on my life. He has a strong tendency to use my other comrades, especially those besides the bloodkin, as disposable pieces. If possible, I don't want to see any more of my comrades die. Hence, what I can do is to obliterate the ogre in front of me as fast as possible. I continue my attack against the ogre general who tenaciously assaults the living males. 30 minutes later, 3 of my comrades lost their lives, and we were able to annihilate all enemies. All bloodkin are safe and sound. The ones that died are a living male, a dark elf and a werewolf. All of them sacrificed themselves to protect the bloodkin. As Shion says, equal worth. Are you an idiot? Lives have an order of priority. Even I don't consider all lives to be equal. But, I want to save the lives I can protect. But I guess that's a hypocritical way of thinking. I want to become stronger. At least strong enough so that I can save the lives of those around me. Without time to immerse myself in that sentiment, Shion's next order was handed down. Werewolves, search for the enemy inside his domain. Following his command, the 2 werewolves invade the domain. The Demon King is gone. All of you, resume your invasion. Invade as far as you can. We did as ordered by Shion. Shion's point of view. The ogre generals were quite strong. You may say so, but even more so they were really sturdy. I discussed the previous battle with Canon. Is Red also going to become an ogre general at some point? I wonder. I think Red Sam will evolve into a braver rather than a general. According to Canon, my subordinates can't willingly choose their evolution path. My experience until now seems to correlate with that. To give an extremely easy example, goblins that frequently use bows evolve into goblin archers, and goblins that rely on axes become goblin fighters. In case they are in a commanding position, they evolve into generals which excel at offense and defense. In case of muscle heads, those completely devoted to offense, they seem to evolve into bravers. Red belongs to the muscle head category. Although I'd like to have an ogre general as a subordinate, giving command to Red cannot be called anything but stupid. If I had at least one more ogre subordinate, What do you think? How high is the possibility to get another ogre through random creation? Less than 1%? I suppose no ogres are going to come attack this place either. Even if they did, wouldn't it be impossible to make them drink the blood chalice? If I torment them to the very limit, I imagine ogres would resist to death. Guess so. Even as I kept repeating such unproductive talks with Canon, Rena's party made good progress on the invasion, and even Chloe's detached force carried out my orders nicely. Chapter 60 vs. Demon King Kanta 5. The 10th day after the resumption of the invasion into Demon King Kanta's domain, we had finally reached the deepest lair, the 7th floor. The number of enemies kept dwindling, and at this point we didn't catch sight of any little devils anymore. The decrease of low-ranking monsters is empirically proof of the opponent's loss of leeway. If the possibility of Kanto abandoning this sector exists, it's also possible that he's laying in wait in the deepest part to protect its true core. We slowly headed into the deepest area of the sector while at the same time being cautious of our surroundings. 15 hours and 2 breaks later, we advanced through the 7th floor while forced to take several detours as big rocks blocked the path in this huge, desolate wasteland. We arrived at a clearing. I think this is the deepest spot. A shabby hut is visible on that opening. Their true core is probably to be found inside that hut. There's an urge of wanting to rush into the hut, but it looks like we have to defeat a large number of ogres standing in the way. To reach the hut, the number of ogres easily exceeds 50. I can also see several rank B ogre generals and ogre bravers among them. What should we do? I was pressed to make a choice in front of the group of ogres. Section Shin's point of view. A crowd of more than 50 ogres stands in the way of Rena's group. The nervousness of the group members is tangible, even across the smartphone screen. It would be really stupid to have them charge in just like that. The biggest advantage of the defenders is their missing restriction on their numbers. The individual quality of Rena's party is superior, but if they clash from the front, several of my subordinates will likely die. I guess the ogres are acting under Kanta's orders, only sending murderous looks at Rena and the others. They don't even make a single step forward. If they go back a little, there should be a small path enclosed by big rocks, right? First we are going to steal the enemy's advantage, I guess. I give Rena and the others the order to leave a part of the subordinates behind and pull back to the small path. Next I give an order to Dakel and 2 dark elves. The subordinates who had been left behind shoot arrows at the ogre in front. Dakel's group drew their bows, aimed their steel arrows at the designated ogre and released 3 steel arrows stab the ogre's torso. Now then, how is he going to react? In a game, this move would be called pulling. It's the act of luring only one enemy among a group of enemies. However, this world is real. It's not like the ogre is going to move like an AI. Kanta, who is checking the situation with an overhead view like me, has given the ogre with a free will a clear order. The best outcome would be it attacking by itself after being shot with the arrows, or it continuing to receive arrows while remaining idle on the spot. I think the probability for either is next to 0, though. All of the ogres attacking simultaneously would be the worst outcome. But being attacked from one direction is still much better than being attacked from all 4 directions. We have to defeat all of them anyway. The option chosen by Kanto is to have around 20 ogres approach Dakel's group. Dakel and the 2 dark elves quickly move to the small path where the other subordinates are waiting. He sent a half? How half-assed? Was he on guard about their true core being stolen if he sent forth all of them? Well, whatever. That's all I can do for Rena's party. Let's believe in their strength for the rest. Section Rena's point of view. Once Dakel's group sprinted up next to me, more than 20 ogres that were obviously chasing them were drawing near while kicking up a cloud of dust. If you take into consideration that they have to swing their weapons, 2 of those giant ogres can line up next to each other here. Shin's plan succeeded splendidly, and the ogres lost their numerical advantage. Setting up a formation with iron at front, we prepare to intercept the rushing ogres. The party members, who can use magic such as Layla, fire spells at the ogres, but it doesn't stop the momentum of the 20 ogres. Shortly thereafter, the fierce clashing sound of an iron club swung by an ogre and the shield held up by iron reverberates. It's forbidden to attack the right ogre-san. Okay? Sleep. The sleeping mist released by Flora made one ogre doze off. I thrust out Dainsleaf, making it slip past Iron's flank, and stab the torso of the club-wielding ogre. WHHRR. Layla's ice bullet stuffs the big mouth of the screaming ogre, causing it to shut up. I used that opportunity and performed a side swing at the ogre's body. Meanwhile, Guy stabbed his sharp claws into the stumbling ogre's throat. Strategy and coordination, all of it smoothly meshes together. I don't feel like we're going to lose. While being wrapped up by a strange feeling of exaltation, I obliterated one of the approaching ogres after the other. 3 hours later, given that the number of members able to stand at front on the path was limited, we continued to intercept the attacking ogres while taking breaks in turns. Isn't something odd? I feel a sense of discomfort as I cut down the ogre in front of me. How many had it been so far? I myself have easily killed 20 ogres, and yet a great number of ogres still filled my field of view. The strategy is perfect. I think. In the middle of it, one of the werewolves lost its life when an ogre general came forward, but the battle progress kept being in our favor. Having said that, while on break, I wonder how long the ogres are going to continue attacking. As I gazed at the crowd of ogres spreading in front of me, I felt a tinge of anxiety. Section. Shin's point of view. MMH. Canon. How many ogres did Rena's party defeat? I don't know the precise number since I didn't count, but going by their pace, I think they have killed 60 ogres. Right? Then, why isn't the number of ogres shrinking? Guy, climb one of the rocks on the side for a moment. Guy climbs one of the huge rocks enclosing the path like a professional mountain climber. Now I understand. I borrowed Guy's elevated point of view and checked the situation at the distant destination, the hut supposedly sheltering the true core. Thereupon I could see ogres leaving the hut. After watching for another 10 minutes, I could witness the appearance of 7 ogres in total, an infinite spawn at the hut. No, this is not a game world. Such facilities don't exist, at least not at Creation B. What's the true identity of the hut where the ogres are born then? The answer is, transfer array. I dare say, a transfer array has been set up inside the hut with Kanta's stronghold being at the other end. Kantu is probably continuing to diligently create ogres and send them over. What a retarded idea. Canon. What's the necessary CP to create an ogre? In the case of an ogre demon king, it's 80 CP for creating an ogre. And the CP for the iron club possessed by the ogres was 80 as well, wasn't it? Since only the generals wear armor. Each ogre costs 160 CP, huh? Since Chloe's group liberated one more sector the other day, there are 7 sectors in Kanta's domain left. Kanta's level is 7. In other words, Kanta's maximum CP is 1400, and he recovers 140 CP per hour. In short, if we defeat 1 ogre per hour, his combat assets, CP, will gradually decline. And, Rena's party kills 1 ogre every 3 minutes. In summary, Kanta's combat assets are drastically dwindling away. The ogres appearing from that hut are definitely not infinite. It's unclear how much of his original stock he lost. But, if they keep dying at this rate, he will run out of subordinates in due time. I'm sure it's difficult, but continue exterminating ogres as you are. It will end sooner or later. I cheer on my subordinates, who might feel uneasy as they can't see the goal, while passing on an order. At the same time I gave Chloe's party an important order. 6 hours later, not a single enemy blocked the path in front of Rena's party, who struggled through the mortal combat. Chapter 61 vs. Demon King Kanta 6. Huff. What about reinforcements? They stopped, I think. I'm pooped. We defeated all the ogres blocking our path. Up ahead I can see the lifeless, cleared wasteland, and the isolated hut. We advance forward while wary of eventual reinforcements, and then step inside the hut. A faintly shining magic crest, a transfer array, and a true core, enshrined on a pedestal were inside the shabby, wooden hut, as I stretch out my hand for the true core. Don't touch the true core. I receive a forceful order from Shion. Once I hurriedly pull back my hand, I get the next order from Shion. Each of you, take a recovery medicine to restore your stamina. Recovery medicine, an item alchemized by Shion. It's a medicine allowing one to restore stamina. It's an item similar to a potent energy drink with immediate effectiveness. At first I hesitated to drink it since it looks unhealthy, but nowadays it's a priceless treasure and a necessity. We drank their recovery medicine, as told. Once the slightly bitter liquid flows down my throat, I can sense energy spreading throughout my entire body. Use their transfer array. It's very likely Demon King Kanta is laying in wait at the destination. Be on guard. I see. The previous reinforcements were likely sent in through the transfer array. In that case it's probably correct to think that the master, who created those reinforcements, Demon King Kanta, waits on the other side of the transfer array. To be honest, I want to take a little break, but if this allows us to kill Kanta, it would be only foolish to miss this chance. Are you ready? Of course. Okay. Anytime. Ha, what foolish question. Whenever. Certainly. There's not a trace of hesitation to be found in the eyes of my comrades. After looking at each of them, I nod, and just as I'm about to step into the transfer array, wait. Let the living male go first. I stop myself and look at the living male. Seemingly giving an affirmation, the living male trembles with its body once, and steps into the transfer array. 30 seconds after the living male went through, everyone, quickly use their transfer array. In accordance with Shion's urging order, we stepped into the transfer array section. My vision turns black and my body becomes weightless. Then, once I saw light and felt my weight again, the scenery in front of me had completely changed. Indoors, the transfer destination was a 6 tatami wide, small room. A faintly shining magic crest, a transfer array, is in the center of the room. An open door is visible in front. Fuck. My home ain't the place for a tin-plate bastard to rudely wander in. The sound of metal being crushed could be heard alongside angry yelling from the other side of the door. Once I rushed through the door with my comrades, I could see the tragically squashed living male and Kanta, a huge ogre who tore the living male apart while shouting in rage. Ha! One piece of shit after the other. Damn. How annoying. Fucking annoying. Kanta, who had completely destroyed the living male, sends a murderous look my way. The hell? Why is a human getting along with monsters? You bastards usually kill each other, don't ya? Kanta yells while looking at me, Layla and the subordinate Dampia. Who's a human here? A chilly voice leaks out of Layla's mouth in response to being mistaken as a human. Huh? You're one of the humans that stopped being humans, girly. I haven't been human to begin with. I'm a Dampia. Shut that stinking trap of yours. The fuck? Whose mouth's stinking? Ice bullet. Did that stuff your trap? Layla shot an ice bullet into the widely opened, shouting mouth of Kanta. Orta, I'll slaughter ya. I'll rip ya bastards apart. Ha. The one dying here is you. Layla and Kanta. The killing intents of both clash fiercely. Calm down, Layla. Wow. You've got no right to tell. I am very sorry. I chided Layla, but she didn't feel all that happy about it. Or so I thought, but she very likely got scolded by Shion. Even if you apologize now, it's too friggin' late. Kanta, who misunderstood Layla's words, approached with his iron club held aloft. Iron. Affirmative. Iron jumped in front of Layla and readied his shield, receiving the blow of the iron club. The fiercely reverberating clashing sound marked the start of the mortal combat against Demon King Kanta. Section. Spells unleashed by Flora's group and arrows released by Dakel's group pour down on Kanta, who swung his club against Iron's shield. I readied Ainsleff and thrust it at Kanta. Guy uses his sharp claws, and Red charges at him while raising the iron club, which slew numerous enemies until now. Overhead. Know your place? Question mark. Kanta swings his club, blowing all of us away alongside Iron. A gathering of small fry still ain't no more than small fry. Kanta smiles ferociously. Strong. He's the strongest enemy I confronted so far, excluding Shion. A strength outside all norms, and a mannerism of fully grasping his own abilities. looking for a chance to win. Only overwhelming him with our numerical advantage comes to mind. There's only one enemy. We will overwhelm him. No need to tell me. Layla swings her whip with its mithril thorn tip at Kanta. Huh? Who's going to overwhelm who? Kanta shakes off the whip with his log-like arm, and mows down Layla with his club. While jumping towards Layla, who had been blown away, Kanta swings down his club. Layla avoids the swing by falling down, albeit unshapely, but she's kicked flying by Kanta in that state. Shit. Red swings his iron club down on Kanta, who tries to approach Layla, but, the hell? You a lower-ranked ogre species, aren't ya? Kanta sends Red alongside his weapon flying with his own iron club. Damn. You little shits. Don't push your Luke. A lunatic arrow released by Dakel pierces the shoulder of the boasting Kanta. It's a chance. I slash sideways at the torso of Kanta, who's grimacing in pain, with Dainsleif following me. Guy tears up Kanta's arm with his sharp claws. Fuck. How dare small fries own better items than diss me? Kanta roars in rage. Center your offense around ranged attacks. An order that's like a suggestion from Shin. I wonder whether we'll be able to return alive from this? We continued the life or death struggle against the formidable enemy, Demon King Kanta. Section 3 hours passed since we started the battle. A dark elf, who had continued to support us with archery from the rear, lost his life to an assassin's dagger thrown by Kanta. Those remaining are the 7 bloodkin including me, and 1 Dampier subordinate. As one would expect, you can't say that Kantu is on the verge of dying, but he has consumed a lot of his stamina. But it was the same for us as well. I wonder whether we can win. 8 pieces of shit remain, eh? Darn. What a nuisance. Kanta looks at each of us with the gaze of a predator searching for his next prey. And then his eyes rest on Flora. Hi. We stand in front of Flora in order to protect her. Wanna die? Get lost. Kanta rushes at us while raising his club overhead. Iron. Affirmative. Iron sets up his shield against the approaching enemy, and I ready Dainsleif. Pebbles. Get lost. At the moment he prepared to swing down his club, a single, faintly shining arrow penetrated Kanta's shoulder from behind. Chapter 62 vs. Demon King Kanta 7. Who? Demon King Kanta looks back while twisting his face in pain. Don't look down on us in front of my eyes. I shower Kanta, who's full of openings while he looks back, with sharp slashes. Following my lead, Layla's whip, Guy's claws, and Red's club pour down on Kanta. Dat fucking Hugh hurts. Kanta brandishes his club while showing an expression full of anguish. But we escape the danger by jumping back. You guys, how long do you intend to make Master wait? Hurry up and get rid of that blockhead, the one who shot Kanta's shoulder. The dark elf Cloetian scolds us. Huff, huff. I'm slightly tired, Sue. A break rule. I said nothing, Sue. The goblin who showed up together with Chloe, Blue tries to crack a joke, but he's silenced by Chloe's gaze. I suppose you're called Iron? You can take a short rest. The brawny kobold, Silver looks at Iron. I guess I will show you my real strength. I will beat you to death. The timid-looking man, Hope, transforms into a werewolf with a roar. Blue. Silver. Hope. We shall carry out Master's gracious command. I. Blowing away the signs of defeat, the powerful reinforcements, a dazzling hope descended upon us. Section. Chloe repeatedly fires arrows from a distance. Blue and Hope steadily damage Kanta. Silver parries the club swung by Kanta with skillful shield techniques. Strong. Even more so than their individual strength, Chloe's group excels at team play. I also try to join in with attacks at times, but as it seems that I will disturb their teamwork if I meddle imprudently, I hesitate. Just how much did they train to reach this level? The comrades, whom I met again after half a year, had boundlessly grown. The body of Kanta, who was showered by attacks with Chloe's group having taken the leading role, keeps piling up injuries. Fuck, why are the likes of a kobold and a goblin so strong? The biggest damage dealer was Chloe with her arrows steadily causing injuries, but Kanta felt irritated by Blue and Silver. Even we cannot afford to give in here. After I make eye contact with Layla, I resumed my attacks against Kanta by brandishing Dainsleif. 30 minutes later, Chansu Blue jumps to attack the instantaneous gap in Kanta's defense. He swings down his axe while adding the force of gravity into it, striking Kanta's horn. With his horn broken, Kanta holds his head and crouches down on the spot. It's a good opportunity. Everyone, hit him. In accordance with Shin's order, all of us simultaneously hurl our attacks at Kanta. And then, the downward Dainsleif sinks into Kanta's nape, sending his head flying. Section. Point of view. Shin. Din. A melodic notification sound reverberates from my smartphone. Your subordinates subjugated a demon king. Do you wish to immediately use unification on the domain? I look at the sentence displayed on the screen and ponder. Canon. If I don't choose unification here, what will happen to the remaining 7 sectors of the domain? I guess you could call them blank territories then? They will fall under the control of the demon king who obtains their true cause first, or they will be liberated if their true cause are destroyed by humanity. Hearing Canon's reply makes me rack my brain. This immediate unification, I can exercise it at any time, right? You can. This time I want to add the ogres, who were Kanta's subordinates, to my own subordinates. Quite a few of them were killed, but there are likely survivors in the untouched sectors. Investigate the interior of that mansion, and check whether any additional transfer arrays have been set up. 15 minutes later. As a result of my subordinates' investigation, we found 3 more transfer arrays, besides the one used by Arena's party. That means we have no other option but usurp 2 sectors from the entrance. I guess I will quickly take control of the 5 other sectors for starters. I ordered the Bloodkin to transfer through the respective transfer arrays. I order Rena to take back their true core in her current sector. Ding. Bloodkin Renation obtained a true core. Do you wish to use unification on the domain, or do you wish to use separation? I choose separation by operating my smartphone. You have used separation with Renation as temporary domain master. Please select the amount of CP and DP to be assigned to Renation's domain. I chose the lowest value of 100 for CP and DP. Melodic notification sounds continued to ring from the smartphone one after the other. Bloodkin Cloetian obtained a true core. Do you wish to use unification on the domain, or do you wish to use separation? Bloodkin Lailashan obtained a true core. Do you wish to use unification on the domain, or do you wish to use separation? Bloodkin Blution obtained a true core. Do you wish to use unification on the domain, or do you wish to use separation? Bloodkin Gaishan obtained a true core. Do you wish to use unification on the domain, or do you wish to use separation? I took possession of the 5 sectors in a flash. I used separation on all of them and assigned the lowest amount of 100 CP and DP to each. Then I checked the subordinate tab on my smartphone. Oh wow! 2 ogre generals, 2 ogre bravers, 17 ogre fighters, 15 ogre soldiers, 48 ogres, and 103 little devils were added to the subordinate list. I want to get the remaining 2 sectors with separation as well, but it would become an absolute mess if humans were in the middle of conquering them. I choose the safe approach. I used unification on the remaining 2 sectors. The sole hostile Demon King remaining in Kanezawa was now Demon King Alyssa. Chapter 63 Settlement of versus Demon King Kanta. I succeeded in gaining total control over Demon King Kanta's domain. I'd like to say that it's time for a relaxing breather, but I'm going to be busy after this. I open the memo app on the smartphone and update the to-do list. 1. Unification of the sectors split by separation. 2. Reconstruction of the newly expanded domain. 3. Preparing the invasion into Demon King Alyssa's domain. Extra, victory celebration. Canon's suggestion. That's about all, I think. The number of entries is low, but every single one of them has profound content, and there are many entries that will take time and effort to accomplish. As I'm racking my brain, I hear thoughtless prattling from my side. Huh? That's a really grim expression. What's wrong? I shift my eyes towards the origin of that happy-go-lucky yapping. Canon. There's too much aftermath to deal with. Aftermath. I show the screen of the to-do list I had finished just now to Canon, who's tilting her head in confusion. I see. Shin-san, you really like making those, don't you? Were you the type who took detailed notes at school? She responded with something I hadn't expected at all. Roll up your skirt. I complained towards Kanon, who blushes as she rolls up her skirt. Don't you have any better answers as self-proclaimed strategist? You finally recognized me as your strategist, Shin-san. Somehow I felt like you put spite into the way how you spelled strategist, but it's just my imagination, right? This fairy, hasn't she become awfully positive? She was grown into a being I can't easily look down on. Since you'd like all the bloodkin, who became temporary domain masters, to do their best for the next invasion as well, one would be rather urgent, no? Indeed. But I will need at least 40 hours for that. In order to use unification on a sector that's been split off by separation, I have to offer all my CP. There are 5 such sectors. Even if I dedicate all my current CP, it will require another 4 times after full recovery. In other words, 40 hours. Shin-san, you have completely recovered your CP now? I'm spending them suitably so as to not run into the counter stop, but it's been fully recovered for around 10 hours, I think, isn't it? 10 hours then? Google-chan. You can't read the mood, but I didn't expect you to be an idiot. What? To use unification on a sector that's been split off by separation, I need to dedicate all my CP, don't I? Yes. There are 5 sectors that were split off with separation, so even if I used unification on one of them in 10 minutes, I would need to wait 40 hours to use unification on the remaining 4 sectors, right? Won't 10 hours be plenty if you use reorganization for the currently 5 separate sectors to consolidate them into one, and then use unification on that one? What? It took a bit time for me to process Kanon's words. Once I operate my smartphone based on Kanon's explanation, I choose Chloe's sector from domain. Pick reorganization that was displayed on the next screen. Please choose the domains to be ruled by Chloe-san. A map of my domain is shown alongside that line. I select the sectors ruled by Rena, Layla, Blue and Guy on the map. Please choose the CP and DP to be assigned to Chloe-san's domain. I choose the lowest possible value for DP and CP, 500. You will use reorganization on Chloe-san's domain. It's necessary to offer all your CP for reorganization. Are you okay with that? I pick yes, resulting in the 5 separated sectors becoming one domain. What's this? A secret trick? A bad joke? I got fed up, but at least I somehow managed to resolve one problem. To finish number 1 of the to-do list, I have to wait another 10 hours. In order to finish number 2, I have to finish number 1. Hence, what I should do next is number 3. Preparing the invasion of Demon King Alyssa's domain. When was the last time I investigated Alyssa? Around half a month ago. I decided to first gather information in the internet where it's simple to obtain information. 13 ID, Mktish. The depth of a domain's flaws is connected to the Demon King's strength, isn't it? 14 ID, according to the self-alleged Demon King, who appeared in a certain thread, the depth of the layers seems to be equal to the Demon King's level. 15 ID, Dual. A Demon King showed up in a thread, you say. Umao. Demon Kings can use the internet. 16 ID, Luxux. To 15 stop with that topic. It's been proven that it will only trigger an unproductive discussion. 17 ID, WRTDJVK. If the rumor that Demon Kings are actually obtaining information from the internet proves to be true, it will spell the end of this forum. Raffle. 18 ID, Rukdr. It won't be just this forum, you know? The entire internet will be shut down. 19 ID, Ngstkiers. Living in a world without internet. No way. Goodbye, folks. I shall flap my wings in the afterlife. 20 ID, Skewers. To 19 be strong. 21 ID, Skfn. Only Demon Kings are banned from access! 22 ID, Kmaska. Rather, if a domain's depth and a Demon King's level are the same. A hazard ranker domain has 7 flaws, right? I'm level 28, though. Ain't a level 7 opponent easy as fuck? 23 ID, Kseft. The hell, easy as fuck Raffle Mao. My sides hurt lol. 24 ID, Lolcasts ignoring the easy as fuck from 22. In short, it means the information of the self-alleged Demon King is pretty fake. 25 Nameless Adventurer ID, Mktish. How about returning to the main issue at hand? Right now a large-scaled mop-up operation of a domain in Kainzawa is being carried out. 26 ID, scared to 25. It's the domain said to have had goblins run amok or something, right? 27 ID, Mktish to 26. Yeah. That's the one. According to the information I heard from an acquaintance taking part in that operation, the domain seems to have 9 floors. 28 ID, Xeft. 9 floors. Ain't that a hazard rank S? That's at the level of the demon capital Tokyo, isn't it? 29 ID, Zmcord. Demon capital Tokyo ma. Only the sound of that makes it possible for me to eat 3 bowls of rice raffle. 30 ID, Suisft. Kainzawa. If I remember correctly, there was a hazard rank S in that city, wasn't there? Is this about another one? 31 ID, Mktish. The Hero Graveyard. That's a different one, I think. 32 ID, Umxio. Is the ancient capital Kainzawa on fire in contrast to the demon capital Tokyo? Lol. Is this information for real? 9 floors means she's level 9, doesn't it? Through the fierce battle against Kanta, my level went up from 7 to 8, but Alyssa even leveled up to 9 while dealing with the large-scaled mop-up operation of the humans. Did I instigate the humans too much? Her being level 9 means I have to urgently redo my intelligence gathering. Canon. Yes, what is it? Quickly gather all available information about Demon King Alyssa. Yes, I got it. The two of us continued to look up information sites of the mop-up operation, anonymous bulletin boards and the SNS of participants in the operation. 3 hours later. This is really bad. Yeah, it's slightly bad, isn't it? Canon and I, who shared the latest information about Alyssa with each other, spilled deep sighs. Chapter 64 Subordinates Growth. As a result of Canon and me gathering information about Demon King Alyssa, it became possible for us to guess Alyssa's status to some extent. Demon King Alyssa, Fairy type, level 9. Domain with 12 sectors. Maximum CP, 2100. Recovery, 210 CP per hour. Body, Mana, B. Knowledge, Creation, B. Alchemy, B. Main subordinates, Goblin General, rank B. Creation cost, 100 CP. High Pixie, rank B. Creation cost, 120 CP. Our combat forces are almost even, I'd say. Canon, fairy types really have a well-balanced array of subordinates they can create, don't they? Goblins as physical types, and pixies as magic types. A big point is also the high diversity of the goblin family. The fairy types have the weak point of having low durability on the whole, but that can be compensated with alchemized items. Going by just its name, the Goblin General seems to have a high durability. If it's not a knowledge-specialized build, the fairy type is quite powerful. You sure stab into my old wounds with all your might, don't you? Even if I tease Canon, the situation won't change for the better. I guess I have to seriously analyze Alyssa's combat prowess. My impression of Alyssa so far has been overwhelmingly resource-heavy strategy that could be called relying on numbers. In general, the Goblin family has low creation costs. The consumed LP for taking them outside the domain is small as well. If it's the characteristic subordinates of vampire types, for example Dampiers, werewolves, Lilims or living males, they consume 20 LP. If it's a bloodkin of the same race, it's 10 LP. Even ghouls, who are suitable as mass production units, consume 10 LP. On the contrary, a goblin uses 1 LP. Even goblin fighters or goblin archers require only 2 LP each. In other words, once you create 1 goblin bloodkin, they can take 10 goblins outside the domain. Using this trait, Alyssa sent a great quantity of goblins into hostile domains. Even if the number of invading monsters was limited to 24 through special restrictions, she immediately replenished any losses inside the domain. As a result of moving faster than the low-level demon kings around her, Alyssa, who excelled in total CP, overran the surrounding domains in no time. Put another way, if seen from my side as the one with the higher total CP, I didn't need to regard her as threat. However, now that I'm the one who's going to invade, things change. Alyssa can create a goblin with a mere 5 CP, meaning she can create 42 goblins per hour. Moreover, if monsters proficient at magic such as pixies and Na join the fray, it will become harsh to defeat them without any injuries. Having said that, if her creation was C, it would be possible for my subordinates to overcome the resistance with individual strength. Her raising creation to B, and even alchemy after coming this far was beyond expectations. I launch various simulations in my mind. ! Is my chance to win possibly high? Oh, Shin-san, what's going on for you to suddenly break into a smile? Alyssa might be weaker than I thought. I probably smiled unconsciously, causing Canon to call out to me. Eh? She's weak, you say? Well, only weaker than I thought. That is, in my eyes you're even, you know. Based on the visible values. We're even, yes. They aren't accurate. In the end they are values we guessed from the gathered information. However, I might have overestimated the values noted down on the memo in front of me. Once again your roundabout way of expressing yourself is Kaya. It's nothing. Canon screams something while rolling up her skirt. I ignore her antics and instead throw a question at her. If Layla fought against a Dampier who was just created, who do you think would win? That's Layla-san. Of course. I think the current Layla-san would even win against 2 Dampiers. Based on the values. The status, Layla is a Dampier, too. Her rank is also classified as B, yet, Layla will completely win if both fight. That's because Layla has gained experience that can't be judged by only her status and outward appearance. Experience plays a big role. For example, Blue, come here. I summon the rank C Goblin Chaser Blue. What's up? Blue shows up with his usual casual tone. Don't you want to eat high-quality meat? I want to. Then it's time for a mox battle. That's what I had expected to. Blue drops his shoulders and dons an expression as if he dropped from heaven to hell. I summon a Dampier with no combat experience, and order him to have a mox battle against Blue. Blue and the Dampier both use iron weapons. Only ability will decide the outcome. Begin. Matching my order, Blue readies the iron bow he carried on his back, and shoots several arrows. The Dampier tried to shoot a nice bullet, but his action is obstructed by the approaching arrows. The Dampier gives up on magic attacks, and approaches Blue while brandishing his iron whip. Uh-oh, dangerous Sue. Blue dodges the whip with nimble movements. Throwing away the bow, he grabs the iron axe at his waist and starts attacking the Dampier. Even after that Blue deals small damage as he moves quickly while maintaining his own range. A short distance. Chance to steal. Oh? Blue stole the Dampier's iron-spiked whip. The unarmed Dampier is boldly attacked by Blue. Even as the Dampier resists with hand-to-hand combat relying on his status, the battle progress advances while always staying advantageous for Blue. Even while Blue continues to attack the Dampier, he glances at me. That glance told me, it's my win already. Right Sue? What an incorrigible guy. Stop there. I gave the signal for the mox battle's end. The conclusion was still far off, but I think it would have been impossible for the Dampier to turn this around down the line. Satisfied with the outcome of the battle, I spent 3 CP on high-quality meat and gave it to Blue. Yahoo! Please keep it a secret from my other comrades Sue. Blue quickly hid the meat beneath his clothes and left with a bouncy stride. This proves that experience surpasses status. If it's such result in an individual match, cooperation in group combat will likely widen the difference even further. Alyssa is good at resource-heavy strategies that waste subordinates. The number of experienced subordinates is probably low on her side. Overwhelming numbers with individual strength. It looks like this will become the game changer in the invasion of Alyssa's domain. In that case there's one thing I should do for the sake of raising the chance of victory. Raising the individual strength. Canon, we're going to hold a victory celebration. Yes. Eh? What? What's on your mind? Canon raises her voice in surprise. MMH? It's been you who proposed a victory celebration. No? That's right, but I thought you would definitely reject it. I wonder what Canon is thinking of me? Well, I actually plan to reject it, though. The celebration will be held 1 hour after the domains unified. Get on with the preparations. Okay. But Shin-san, can you please contact the subordinates? I will prepare the food. Yeah. If there's any necessary ingredients, let's prepare it with less than 100 CP. Even 100 CP? That's big-hearted for you, Shin-san. Kaya, her not being able to read the mood. I really can't shake the feeling that Canon is actually waiting for the order to have her skirt rolled up. I sighed while looking at Google-chan, who really fails too much on reading the situation. Chapter 65 Victory Celebration vs Demon King Counter. After I used unification, all sectors were safely integrated into my domain. Making use of the pseudo-peace, I had all my bloodkin and main subordinates gather at the deepest part of the first sector through the transfer array. Standing atop a rostrum I had created to give it all an atmosphere of importance, I look at the faces of my assembled subordinates. I clear my throat. From now on we will carry out a victory party to celebrate the successful invasion of Demon King Counter's domain. Shin declared, the opening of the victory celebration. I had yearned for such event after seeing them in anime and movies, but, now that I'm in the position of holding one, I'm really nervous. Before we start the party, I will first hold an awarding ceremony. Those called out by me, step forward. Yes. The awarding ceremony. This was the very reason for holding a victory celebration. The invasion into Demon King Alyssa's domain will begin tomorrow. To raise the winning chances, I have to raise their individual strength. Having said that, it's not possible to raise their levels in a short time. The individual power upgrade I can do instantly is the conferment of powerful items. I could have given them those normally, but since it's a great opportunity, I tried to go with a formal awarding ceremony. I alchemized the high-ranking items while Rena's party was invading Kanta's domain. In order to alchemize the best possible items, I needed 1,500 CP. In total there exist 10 types. All of them were unique items, including Dainsleif, which I had already alchemized. There are 15 other unique items. I finished alchemizing all of them. Rena. Aha. Rena steps in front of me after I called out her name. Rena. I award the rank B light armor, War Maiden armor, and the rank C helmet. Mask of Devilishness, to you. I shall humbly accept. What's this? After receiving the blue armor with its silver borders, which owned an excellent durability while at the same time allowing free movement, she took the black Venetian mask-styled Mask of Devilishness, which only protected the area around her eyes, and tilted her head to the side in confusion. It's the Mask of Devilishness, but what about it? It's a gem that consumed 700 CP, you know? No, it being a gem is all fine, but why this shape? You're aware that Alyssa's domain, which is scheduled to be invaded tomorrow, is currently under continuous attacks by humanity, don't you? I know that. Wouldn't it be bad if your face was exposed? Former hero of the Black Sword, Sama, so far Rena restricted her field of activity so as to not run into humans. However, many humans are in the process of invading Alyssa's domain. I'd like to avoid Rena's movements becoming dull after being exposed. I see. I'm grateful for your consideration. Rena bows after having grasped my intent, and returns to her original spot. As for me, I'd like her to put more interest into the unique item, War Maiden armor, which had consumed 1,500 CP, than their Mask of Devilishness. Though when all is said and done, Rena is a rare and essential subordinate. Just as with Canon, there's no substitute for her. I chose the best items to award to her. Next, Layla. Yes, Master. Layla steps in front of me. Layla, I award the rank B weapon, Whip of Hades, and a full set of rank C armor to you. Yes, I am humbled. Whip of Hades is a whip with a darkness-like, deep black tone. It's a unique item possessing the ability to enhance the darkness attribute, and cost 1,500 CP. After that I awarded the rank B staff, Crimson Staff, to Flora, the rank B blunt weapon, Vajira, to Red, the rank B shield, Requiem shield, to Iron, the rank B bow, Earquival, to Chloe, and the rank B one-handed axe, Wind Cleaver, to Blue. There are no unique items for Guy, Dakel, Silver, and Hope. but I gave them the highest ranked items among those they can use. In addition, I also awarded items to the 4 subordinates, who left together with Chloe's group on their combat training expedition, and the sole surviving Dampier of Rena's party. By the way, I equipped the best spear I can alchemize, Gearbulg, the best clothes, Garment of Chaos, and the best ring, Crimson Ring. With this I completed the strongest combat forces without being stingy. All that's left is to have them restore their energy and pray for their success in tomorrow's invasion. This ends the awarding ceremony. Let's start the party then. With 1 glass full of ginger ale I survey my subordinates. All of them hold glasses filled with their favorite drinks which had been prepared by Canon in advance. In celebration of the successful invasion of Kanta's domain, and in prayer for a successful invasion of Alyssa's domain, cheers, cheers. The modest party had begun. Section. As I say aid, Hickson. You should be more thankful of your subordinates. Who was it? The one who allowed Rena to drink sake. Yeah. Now is the time. Let's rally loudly for reforms. Canon, you got drunk on sake yourself? Yes, Sue. Even I usually tell Chief Jeff you. Blue, the sole subordinate among those I created that makes me feel doubts about his loyalty, is about to approve with Rena and Canon, but he crouches after receiving a punch in his belly by Chloe. You lowlife. Master is. He's the best ruler of the world. As expected of you, Chloe and Sama. I'm also convinced that Shinsama is a peerless ruler who will unify this world. Once I look properly, I can see that Chloe's eyes have become more fanatic than usual. With the other fanatic, Layla, in the mix, the location falls into a state of chaos. Kakakaka. Boss, let's drink some more. Don't get close, you stink of booze. Red, who had become cheerful, chats me up while holding a big bottle in his hand. Hey, ogre, you're rude towards master. Ha? A puppy? Wanna have a go, you bitch? Silver, who got angry at Red's behavior, rebukes him. Red glares at her with glazed eyes, resulting in an explosive situation. You guys, fighting is fireball, you disrespectful idiot. Ice bullet, know your place. I tried to mediate between Red and Silver, but Chloe, who quickly noticed my behavior, hurls a fireball at Silver, and Layla shoots Red with an ice bullet. Within the party that had turned into pure chaos, I vowed in my mind that I won't ever again supply sake to my subordinates. The next day, I check on my subordinates who are useless because of their hangover. I delayed the invasion of Alyssa's domain by 1 day. Chapter 66. The drinking was planned the next day after the victory celebration. Because the main invasion team members had a hangover, their performance fell drastically. Deciding to think after punishing the Bloodkin who can't take care of themselves, I lower my eyes on the map depicting my and Demon King Alyssa's domain spreading in front of me in order to make effective use of this freed up day. Alyssa's domain has 12 sectors. Her inner 2 sectors in the west are safety zones since they are surrounded by her own sectors. Alyssa's domain is currently under heavy fire by the humans. According to what I found out on the homepage of the Major Goblin Den mop-up operation, which has been set up by Kanezawa, the humans are attacking 7 sectors. To break it down, 4 from Kanezawa's southern side, 2 from the Kohoku region's side, and 1 from the Toyama Prefecture's direction. Invading from the same sectors as the humans would be the height of folly. In short, the number of sectors I can invade has dwindled down to 3. Should I attack from all 3 places at the same time? In that case, it'd be Rena's party, Chloe's party, and 1 more. Layla by herself? No, splitting up my combat forces only increases the danger of my Bloodkin dying. The value of experienced Bloodkin is extremely high, then it'd be best to invade from 2 places with 2 units. If it's like that, which sectors would be the best to attack? I summon the 3 Goblin Bloodkin that I used in the fake operation against Alyssa. Chief, what I sue it? Futsu, please Sue, keep it a secret from our other comrades. Sue. The 3 goblins, who obviously lack intelligence, showed up in my cave. Do you know the proverb, if man will not work, he shall not eat? I don't. Sue. Thought so. I smile bitterly while looking at the goblins who gave me a carefree reply. In simple words, you get meat if you follow my orders. Eh? I heard that it won't be our turn this time. Sue. Blue Senpai said so. The price for meat from chief is high su. I'm stuffed su. Well then, I will give you your orders. Go inspect the sectors I will specify next. The right to veto. None su. A subordinate su fatsu. Understood su. And that's how the three loyal goblins headed towards an inspection of Alyssa's domain section. Using the return terminal inside my base of operations, the cave, one can immediately go outside my domain. And, between my domain and Demon King Alyssa's domain, there's a buffer zone of less than 1 kilometer width. 1 hour later, one goblin arrived in front of the entrance to Alyssa's domain. Inspect it carefully. You are permitted to immediately retreat if you run into any higher-ranking enemies. The goblin steps into Alyssa's domain. The whole area of the sector was covered with a dense forest. The goblin searches for enemies inside the forest while treading cautiously. Are there no monsters deployed in the entrance area? 5 minutes of searching the enemy. I observe the situation of the goblin advancing through the forest without running into any enemies. I have an uncomfortable feeling about the sounds audible from the smartphone speakers. What I heard is the rough breathing of the nervous goblin and the clashing of metal against metal. In other words, the sound of someone fighting. That's impossible. No, there shouldn't be any human invasions in the sector I'm currently watching on the live stream from the goblin's point of view. Or rather, this sector is almost next to my domain. Despite there being an empty buffer zone, there was no place for the humans to enter since the area is enclosed by inviolable domains. Friendly fire? Is such an occurrence actually possible? Carefully investigate the source of the sounds. Abiding to my order, the goblin cautiously proceeds towards those sounds, and then, once he peeks in the direction of the sounds out of the tree's shadows, an intense battle between several humans and monsters was going on. Why? That's impossible, isn't it? I'm confused by the scene displayed on my smartphone screen. Suddenly a huge sphere came flying on the smartphone screen, towards my bloodkin. Hi, SSS Shitsu, the goblin's fretful voice comes out of the speakers. And an approaching group of fairies and goblins was displayed on the screen. Due to the sudden movement of the monsters, the battling humans also look this way. A goblin? A falling out? Rather, ain't that goblin's equipment nicely high-ranking? Woo, nice. Let's hunt it. The humans also shift their target to my bloodkin. Fall back. Hi. The goblin tries to return along the path it came in a big hurry, but countless spells and arrows approach him from the back. The scene shown on the smartphone violently shakes up and down, and then, it blacked out. All of a sudden, the goblin had lost its life. Damn, a valuable bloodkin. I curse at the outcome indicated by the screen. Calm down. Considering it calmly, I was lucky. Albeit I lost a bloodkin, it was just an inexperienced goblin. If this had been an experienced bloodkin, to say nothing of a precious bloodkin like Rena. Once I reconsider like that, I recover my calmness a bit. I will continue the investigation. Fortunately I don't have to mind, even if I were to lose the remaining 2 goblins. I ordered both to search different sectors of Alyssa's domain section. Just like the first, the second goblin also ran into a battle between humans and monsters, and passed away, and the third goblin proceeded with the search of Alyssa's domain. 1 hour after the third goblin started his search for enemies, at the end of a deep forest, a space surrounded by trees that didn't allow any light to pass through, a darkness zone appeared. A darkness zone, a kind of trap that spawns a space stealing all sight. Since not only the sight of the invaders, but also that of the subordinates is taken away, it's a trap with a slightly questionable effect. The goblin, who has become my eyes, cautiously advances through the darkness that doesn't allow one to look even an inch ahead. I feel like the scenery displayed on the smartphone has completely changed in an instant. Chief, I stepped on some kind of transfer array. The screen change just now seems to be the effect of a transfer. There hadn't been a trap planted within the darkness zone, but I guess it's possible to set up transfer array as a trap. I learned something! What? Wait. He transferred to where? A darkness obstructing all sight is displayed on the smartphone screen. Escape the darkness zone. Leaving the darkness zone, The familiar scenery of an overgrown forest becomes visible. If another floor is the transfer destination, there's no problem. It's a simple shortcut. But that's very unlikely, isn't it? Look for the exit. I quickly tell the goblin his order. Roger, Sue. But where's the exit, Sue? Having no choice but to follow my order, the goblin aimlessly looks for an exit while wandering through the forest. He runs away from monsters he encountered on the way. But even though he makes his getaway while barely alive. Oh? A single goblin is heading this way. Let's slaughter it as warm-up exercise. He was slain by humans that invaded through the exit he finally discovered. Chapter 67 vs. Demon King Alyssa 1. 2 days after the victory celebration, all subordinates that are going to invade Demon King Alyssa's domain gathered. A total of 48 members, organized into 2 parties of 24. The core Bloodkin members of the first party are, the Dampier Layla, the Lilim Flora, the Werewolf Guy, the Ogre Warrior Red, the Living Lion, and the Dark Elf Dakel with the former hero Rena as leader. The participating subordinates of the Bloodkin are 3 Dampiers, 3 Lilims, 3 Dark Elves, 5 Living Males, and 3 Werewolves. The core Bloodkin members of the second party are the Goblin Chaser Blue, the Kobold General Silver, the Werewolf Hope, the Ogre General Commonwealth, and the Ogre Braver Rouge with the Dark High Elf Chloe as leader. The participating subordinates of the Bloodkin are 1 Dark High Elf, 1 Goblin Sniper, 1 Kobold Lancer, 1 Retiger, 6 Ogre Soldiers, and 8 Living Males. In lieu of the second party's balance, I added 2 ogre species I had turned into Bloodkin to give a plain explanation of Noir. He's a black ogre. On the other hand, Rouge is a red ogre. Because both are precious subordinates of which I have only 2, I paid careful attention to their armor. The items I have awarded to the members of the first and second party are C rank and above. I told the first party that I don't mind even if all subordinates are sacrificed. Same applies to the Living Males and Ogre Soldiers of the second party. There's something I have to tell you before you invade Alyssa's domain. I look at the faces of my assembled subordinates, and convey the information of yesterday's investigation. The sectors of Alyssa's domain are each connected through transfer arrays. Just when did you obtain that information? When you were wasted due to your hangover. Why you? As usual, with me. Silence. I make the fussy Google-chan shut her trap by sending a freezing look away. The result I guessed from yesterday's impossible phenomenons and the information obtained in exchange for the goblins lives. The 12 sectors of Alyssa's domain are connected through transfer arrays. Given that it actually makes it impossible to focus on places to be defended, it's a foolish idea to connect the mobs and all sectors with transfer arrays. Why did Alyssa adopt such a policy then? The objective is very likely to have us and the invading humans fight each other. The reason why Alyssa's domain was chosen for the humans' big mop-up operation is the fake maneuver carried out by me. Even without the humans being aware of it, I'm sure Alyssa has noticed my aim behind it as the wire puller, as I planned. As Alyssa expected, I took control of Demon King Kanta's domain. Hence, it becomes very easy to anticipate my next move, the invasion of Alyssa's domain. In other words, you're saying that we will fight against humans, too? That's how it will be, I suppose. I answer the question of Rena, who looks anguished. Can you handle it? I will be troubled if she were to deny it, but I still ask her. Of course. Right now I'm Demon King Shin's subordinate. Rena Shin. That's a big help. I lightly bow towards Rena, who throws out her chest in pride while erasing her pained expression. Chloe and Layla said that's only natural from behind, and smiled triumphantly. Be really careful of darkness zones. To be precise, proceed through them while holding hands. If the vanguard steps on a transfer array, calm down, step on their transfer array, once more at the destination, and return. Once you leave the darkness zone, the stairs to the second floor should lie ahead. I continue telling them about the important points. I talk quickly so as to not let worry appear on my face. A path leading from the entrance to the second floor always exists. Seeing as it's a specification of domain creation, It's necessary to set it up. According to my predictions, the stairs leading to the second floor should be on the other side of the transfer array, within the darkness zone. Also, right. Proceed with the invasion while thoroughly mapping out the area. As for the Bloodkin, act while placing the highest priority on your own lives. This time I have the upper hand in the individual power of my Bloodkin, with Rina being the first on the list. If possible, I don't want to lose any of them. Is that the entire strategy? Yes, it is. We're off then. While harboring worries and expectations, I watched as my subordinates continued to vanish through their return terminal section. Point of view Chloe. Being seen off by our creator, we began our invasion into the domain of our sworn enemy, Demon King Alyssa. Remembering how Master saw us off, my entire body trembles. Chloe, what's wrong Sue? If it's a toilet break. Jaya, fool. I deliver a backhand blow to the imbecile. Blue. Haven't you noticed, retard? Master's feelings. His worried look. His gentle, caring word towards us fools. It's the usual sickness Sue. I'm mortified. This body of mine is about to burst open in anger. This time it's serious Sue. The cause for all of this is our weakness. My frailness is at fault. And, above all, it's Demon King Alyssa's fault for making Master worry. Let's go, you guys. We're going to destroy the inferior goblins. No, there are also other enemies besides goblins Sue. Master, please look at me. This Chloe Shion. I shall definitely show you how I accomplish your gracious commands. I invaded the domain of our sworn enemy, Demon King Alyssa, in order to sweep away Master's anxiety. Chapter 68 vs. Demon King Alyssa 2. Begin the invasion. In accordance with Shion's order, I enter the domain of Demon King Alyssa together with my comrades. Likewise, the unit led by Chloe begins their invasion of another sector at the same time. We carefully proceed deeper inside the dense forest overgrown with trees. Phew. I'm all right. I should be able to do it. I strongly grasp my beloved sword, Dainsleif, which I'm now using for more than half a year. There's a great variety of fairy-type monsters inside this sector. And, humans. The humans' objective is to get rid of Alyssa's subordinates. We're not their target. Having said that, it's not as simple as saying your enemy's enemy is your ally. If humans run into us, they will definitely attack us. After all, us, chaos, are the enemy of law. Will I really be able to fight against humans or kill humans? My hand grasping Dainsleif has become drenched in sweat without me realizing. Rina, are you okay? Why yeah, thanks. Layla sensed my unusual state and calls out to me, Fufu. That's because Rina-chan is a former human, right? You can just leave the battle against humans to us, okay? I'm one of Shion's bloodkin, too. You don't need to worry about me. I act brave towards Flora, who made fun of me. Rina, act on the guideline of avoiding battle against humans. There's no need to expressly humor Alyssa. Shion is continuously checking our situation. It looks like he can hear our voices, too. All right. I yell towards my master, Shion, whom I can't see directly. Big sis. Raising your voice is a bad idea. Rina-ju, leave the humans to us. Don't force yourself for inferior humans. Red, Guy, and Dakel also call out to me. I'm really blessed with good comrades. More than half a year passed since I became Shion's subordinate and started to invade domains with Layla and the others. A mere half year, and yet it's already a half year. I definitely felt the bonds to my comrades. My name is Rina Shion. It's not necessary to worry about me. I declared my name to my comrades, encouraging myself. It seems like your voice lured in some small fries. Rina-ju. Guy laments while sending a look deep into the forest. Many goblins and fairies showed up at the end of Guy's stare. It's a pack of goblins, but there are also some holding bows and axes and being heavily equipped among them. There's also a great variety of fairies besides pixies like Cannon, such as jack-o'-lanterns who have a pumpkin head and excel at fire magic, Jack Frosts who simply look like snowmen, and Corpicas who held small wands. In contrast to Demon King Kanta's domain, the enemies here are rather showy. In the end they are measly worms. Races far below ogres. Red overreacts to the words I said after catching sight of the fairy group. Stop joking around. I will deal with that big one over there. Layla sends a look full of killing intent at the heavily equipped goblin general while bending her jet black whip. Are you going to be alright by yourself? Don't underestimate me, I ask while looking at Layla, but she answers without looking back. Iron, create a wall with the living males. Receiving Shin's order, Iron and the other living males advance in order to protect us while clanging their readied shields. The spells unleashed by the fairies were aimed at Iron's group. The intense explosions due to the bursting wind blades and flames became the starting signal for the battle against Alyssa's subordinates. Section Harem. The arrows shot by Dakel's dark elves homed in on the fairies who fired spells while causing sound of cutting through the wind. The spells released by the Lilims violently blew up the goblins who were charging towards us. Tonight mine claws are bloodthirsty. Dashing like a gale, Guy rips apart the goblins who were blown away by the spells with his claws. Next I rushed out, swung Dane's leaf, and cut apart the goblins. Kakakaka, you little worms. Following, Red wields his blunt weapon, blowing the goblins away altogether. A true melee combat. Arrows and spells flew about from behind while weapons clash against each other at the front. The explosions caused by spells, the sounds of wind being cut by arrows, and the clashing of metal. I swung Dainsleif on the battlefield overflowing with noise and exterminate goblins. Rena, Guy. Kill the fairies in the back. Red and everyone else, annihilate the goblins at front. Shin's order reached all of us subordinates, resulting in a cooperative teamwork. Red and Iron's group take over the goblins standing in Guy's and mine way. Using that gap, Guy and I approach the fairies firing spells as they please from the rear in one breath. The weakness of fairies is their lacking sturdiness. I easily slay the fairies, who retreat while trying to take some distance in panic. From behind, Guy capitalizes on his swiftness, and ruthlessly rips the frail wings growing on the fairies' backs apart. I see. They are certainly lacking combat experience. The goblins and fairies in front of me are clearly inexperienced in battle. The spells which are fired in regular intervals like machines. The goblins who have their attacks obstructed by making errors in their positioning. The enemy's numbers were a threat, but we eliminated one enemy after the other with our cultivated power of teamwork as weapon. Section 1 hour later. The continuous reinforcements have ceased. An immense amount of enemy corpses littered the ground. The remaining enemy is a single goblin general. He was a formidable enemy with his body being clad in mithril armor, but now he was on the verge of death with his body being riddled by many lashings. TSK tenacious. Layla clicks her tongue and then continues to attack the goblin general, obviously telling us that any help is unwanted. Rena, attack the goblin general from behind. But Shin's order was ruthless. Shin can send his orders to us individually, but he deliberately gave his order so that everyone heard it. And no one can go against Shin's order. It's impossible to raise an objection. In accordance with the order, I slash the goblin general from behind. The goblin general looks over his shoulder, turning his eyes towards me, but Red, smash it. He drives the blunt weapon specialized in smashing opponents, Vajura, into the goblin general at full power. A loud crushing sound reverberates in the vicinity. The goblin general has its head alongside its equipped mithril helmet cave in. Layla, finish him off. Yes, the jet black whip of Hades unleashed by Layla at the end twines itself around the neck of the convulsing goblin general and steals its life. Layla, it's Shin-sama's order. His words are sacred above all else. I wanted to cheer up Layla, but it seems it was unnecessary. I advanced deeper into the forest while feeling relieved. Chapter 69 vs. Demon King Alyssa 3. Without any further enemy attacks after the previous, large-scaled one, we proceeded with the invasion of the first floor at a good pace. One of the living males walking in front has suddenly vanished. The reason for its disappearance is a pitfall. We get close to the spot where the living male vanished and peek into the pitfall. which has a depth of around 3 meters. Inside, the living male was clattering while lying on its backside. Fortunately, no tricks like needles, which have an obvious killing intent, have been installed inside the traps. Pitfalls, set up inside the sector, and even in the cases of there being tricks included, it's at the level of cesspools which Shion has also set up inside his domain for some reason. If it's a dungeon type like Shion's domain, it's easy to discover pitfalls because of the ground's different color, but it was difficult to find them hidden beneath the soil inside a forest. We rescue the living male that fell into the pitfall, and proceed onwards after marking the location of the pitfall on the map. After that, we fell 3 more times for pitfalls, and repelled several smaller enemy attacks. While not having any dropouts among our comrades, we continue deeper into the forest, and then, this is what Shion mentioned before, a dark space preventing any visibility, a darkness zone appeared in front of us. According to Shion, a transfer array, which apparently relocates you to another sector, has been set up inside the darkness zone. The countermeasure was, proceed through them while holding hands. If the vanguard steps on a transfer array, calm down, and step on their transfer array once more at the destination. Wasn't it? I thought back on Shion's words. We looked at each other, and then stepped into the darkness zone after joining our hands. The inside of the darkness zone had 0 visibility, completely different from the night's darkness. It was a space filled with absolute darkness. I carefully advanced through the darkness, step by step, while relying on the touch of my comrades at both hands. Stop. My body trembles slightly due to the abrupt order of Shion echoing in my mind. The living male walking at front very likely stepped on a transfer array. Following Shion's instruction, I continue waiting inside the darkness. A short time later, I felt a slight tremor from one of the hands connected to a comrade. It came back, however, there hasn't been any order from Shion. I continue waiting. Suddenly there's a repeated sound of metallic scraping, a sound of a living male, who's ahead within the darkness, doing something. What is it doing? What is Shion having the living male do? Retrace your steps. Shion's order resounded inside my head with a voice full of irritation. While being led by the hand of the comrade behind me, I cautiously escaped the darkness zone. Section. Shion's point of view. Gah? What should I do? I'm annoyed. The cause for the irritation is the incident that previously happened inside the darkness zone. I observed the view of the leading living male displayed on the smartphone, but once it entered the darkness zone, nothing was displayed on the screen. I was able to grasp that it stepped on a transfer array, but the transfer destination was a darkness zone, too. As a general rule of the domain creation, you can't shut down all paths leading to the stairs connecting to the next floor. In other words, if you proceed without stepping on a transfer array, there should definitely be path leading to the second floor. For that reason, I continued to give several instructions to the living male walking in front, wondering whether it would be impossible to advance forward while avoiding the transfer array. Taking a roundabout path is impossible, and same applies to jumping over it. So what's the best option here? Is there no path ahead of the darkness zone? Rena, ignore the darkness zone and proceed with the mapping of the vicinity. I gave Rena a new order. Afterwards, I observed the state of Rena's party as it searched the surroundings for enemies. Section. 6 hours later. In the end, they couldn't find a stairway continuing to the second floor. In exchange, they found a treasure chest, but the loot was a wooden sword. Now I slightly understand the feelings of Yalol, who threw away the wooden sword. Even the other unit, Chloe's party, was at a stalemate without being able to pass through the darkness zone plus transfer array trap, just like Rena's party. I lower my eyes on the crude map I drew on the ground by using Gaebulg, ? Entrance ? Stairs ? Equals mapped area equals darkness zone equals transfer array equals unknown area. Is it the best option to have everyone transfer and then make them invade the sector at the transfer's destination? However, depending on the sector's location, it's possible that it will be taken back right away even if they take control of it. If possible, I'd like to continue expanding towards the sectors adjoining to my domain. Question mark. MMH? Wait, won't that work? Once I stared at the map, a good method crossed my mind. Rena, move to the darkness zone. Chloe, move to the darkness zone. I gave the same order to both parties. Chloe's party, which was closer to the darkness zone, arrives first. My subordinate sent to the darkness zone in the same way as before. Once they walk forward cautiously, the living male in the lead transfers. Take one step forward. Just as I ordered, the transferred living male takes one step forward. Take one step forward and transfer. Different to before, I have the second living male transfer next. Following my instruction, the living male transfers. Extend your hand. Once the living male extends its hand, there's a sound of metals coming into contact with each other. It was proof of a successful contact with the living male that transferred first. Join hands and take one step forward. The two transferred living males do as told. I repeat the same procedure 21 times. With this, everyone except for a single ogre soldier had transferred over. 23 members of Chloe's party are waiting at the transfer destination while holding hands. Next I give Noir, who transferred last, an order. Noir, take one step back and transfer. Affirmative. As a solemn voice reverberates from the smartphone, Noir retreated one step and transferred again. Shout. I order the ogre soldier that was left behind. Wah wah. I can't understand its words, but I hear its throaty yell through the smartphone. Noir, take one step forward in the opposite direction of the scream. Affirmative. With this, Noir had moved on the other side of the transfer array, within the darkness zone. 30 minutes later, it took some time and labor, but Chloe's party succeeded in safely moving to the other side of the darkness zone. At the moment when I was about to give the same orders to Rena's party next, humans showed up from within the darkness zone. Chapter 70 vs. Demon King Alyssa 4. MMH? An advance party? I think not. The lightly equipped human, who appeared from within the dark zone, looked at me, Layla and Ian in order, and then, when he reached red, he readied his weapon. Watch out. The enemy is weighty. Do a preemptive strike. A scout. Huh? A nice bullet shot by Layla hits the face of the human who shouted to his friends behind him. One after the other Dakel's arrow pierced his throat, and Guy, who dashed towards the shocked human, tore him apart with his sharp claws. Masaki, you okay? What has? Fireball. A fireball released by Flora assails a human who rushed out for the dark zone in a hurry. Afterwards Dakel, Flora and the others continued to fire spells and arrows inside the pitch-black darkness. The screams of several humans can be heard from within. As I prepare myself to fight against the humans, while readying Dainsleif, everyone except for Ian and the living males, hide yourself in the vicinity. An order was handed down from Shin. Though I think it would have been fine to overwhelm them like this, we can't disobey Shin's order. We began to act in accordance to Shin's order. 5 minutes of watching the situation after I hid myself behind a nearby tree. A single human clad in heavy equipment showed up from within the dark zone holding his shield up and carefully checking the vicinity. Armor monsters? Seeing Ian and the living males crowding around the dark zone with their shields at the ready, the heavily equipped human waits and watches the situation. There's no order from Shin. Should I attack? At this rate the living males will be exposed to danger. I put my strength into the hand grasping Dainsleif, and am about to take one step forward. Don't move until I tell you to. A cruel order by Shin. Is he planning to sacrifice the living males? Ian is over there as well. Ian is also there. Shin should take good care of his bloodkin. What's his aim then? While not comprehending Shin's objective, I keep watching the human and my comrades from behind my tree. They don't move. Hey, it's all right. The heavily equipped human observes Ian's group with open wariness. He calls out to his friends, who are likely within the dark zone, while knocking on his shield. High. Living males? Huh? Don't these guys spawn in there? Hero's graveyard? These things won't start attacking? For now. Rather, what about Karen? She probably died in the previous attack. Makoto and Tachi as well. Wow. 4 people with such a surprise attack. Horrible. Really? Attack. 8 humans appeared from within the dark zone. Shin gives an order that might be called heartless towards them who are mourning their friends. Spells that ruthlessly rain down on the heavily equipped guy, arrows that pour down on a crying woman, an ice bullet that's shot into the face of a shoulder-slumping man! Exclamation mark. Nobu. Hey, Nob, a man, who ran up to the heavily equipped man, is cut up by guy's claws. Ha ha ha. Let's have some fun. Red brandishes Vajura, blowing away a human. Without even being granted time to mourn over the death of their comrades, the humans were cold-bloodedly attacked by my comrades. Hi. An ogre speaking Japanese. Why is a high-ranking monster at such low-level floor? Fuck. Calm down. Reorganize the formation. Ice shield. At the time when the humans had reformed their ranks, their numbers had already dropped from 8 to 3. Having missed the surprise attack, I jump onto the battlefield while readying Dainsleif! Exclamation mark. Reinforcements. PP please help. A human, who misunderstood after seeing me, runs up to me. As she's defenseless, I will be easily able to reap her life with one swing of Dainsleif. Why your comrades are, however, without me being able to swing down Dainsleif. Layla showed up from the side and sent the woman's head flying with her whip. Sorry. Layla snorted at me, who muttered an apology, and ran off towards the remaining humans, in front of me, who only stands still in a daze, unable to participate in the attack. My comrades killed all the humans. Section. I'm really sorry. I apologized to my comrades, but they didn't reply. I like Layla, Flora, Guy, Red, Iron, Dakel. My comrades, who I also ought to call friends. I like them much more than Kanezawa's selection members or my superficial friends during my university time. The way how they perceive things is different. Their values are different, too. But, as comrades, I trust and like them. I wanted to answer their trust. I desired to be trusted by them. However, I ended up hesitating to attack when I was in front of humans. I betrayed their trust. The humans are the enemy. They are beings who cannot coexist with Demon King Shin, my master. I understand that logically, but my heart hasn't caught up with that comprehension. I succumbed to hatred towards myself because of my own heart's weakness. Section. Point of view Shin. It was a complete victory, wasn't it? It's because they were able to take them by surprise. Canon and I state our impressions while looking at the outcome displayed on the smartphone. Shin-san, why didn't you overwhelm them with ranged attacks? MMH? At the beginning? Yes. Given that the humans had zero visibility while inside the dark zone, I thought that you might have them annihilated through continuous range attacks. Listening to Canon's question, I recall this situation back then. The effect of a dark zone is zero visibility, right? Yes. The opponent can't see anything, but same applies to our side as well, doesn't it? Yes. It won't be possible to check whether the enemy has been annihilated, right? Exclamation mark. That's right. The self-alleged strategist Canon finally understands my thinking. In other words, it was your goal to definitely kill all the humans? Correct. What if some humans had survived within the dark zone and Rena's party had gone inside the dark zone? In that situation, unforeseen incidents could have happened. It was necessary to lure out the humans inside the dark zone in order to avoid that. Foo. My strategist experience points have increased once again. What's that? I unintentionally reveal a wry smile towards the smiling Canon. It means I'm continuing to grow. It would have really been great if your stat were wisdom and not knowledge. Wow. Canon, who wanted to rebuke my sarcasm, froze. I won't be discouraged by you. Therefore, this is an advice from your strategist, Shin-san. I don't remember you having become my strategist, but what is it? I wonder whether Rina-san is alright? I think it would be better for you to follow up on her, Shin-san. Hearing the advice from strategist Canon, I checked the state of Rina on the smartphone screen. Follow up. In the end Rina couldn't attack the humans, and as a result it created a trench between her and the other subordinates. Follow-up. How should I phrase it best? I don't want to boast, but my attribute is aloof loner. If I were capable of such a smart action, I wouldn't have become an aloof loner, not coming up with any supportive words in the end. I gave the same order to Rena's and Chloe's parties, and guided them to the other side of the setup, transfer array, inside the dark zones. Chapter 71 vs. Demon King Alyssa 5. Chloe's point of view. Having crossed through the dark zone, we steadily proceeded with our invasion of Demon King Alyssa's domain. What's awesome is Master's keen insight. That easily saw through the underhanded, two-layered trap. Ah, what blessed dark elf I am. Chloe Shion, that sweet sound. I'm full of satisfaction by just musing in my mind over the honorable name given to me. Oh, Sue. A vulgar voice interrupts my time of happiness. And oh, once again. She's on a trip, Sue. Chloe's is a kind of illness. What is it? Chloe, are you going to proceed, Sue? Humphrey, I don't need you to tell me. Even without being told so by the owner of the vulgar voice, Blue, I go ahead. For the sake of accomplishing the divine command of my almighty master, my one and everything, as fast as possible. Did something happen to Chloe-sama? Is Sis going to be alright? The Ogre General Noir and the Ogre Brave Rouge, the new additions to our party. At first they talked big with conceited attitudes, but once I properly showed them my strength, they became obedient. Rouge is annoying with her sis, but since I was strictly ordered by Master to take good care of them, I intend to train them to a level where they won't die. Well, their basics are good enough. If they get some drilling, they will likely surpass someone like Blue easily. Enemies. The nose of Silver, who walks in the lead, twitches, smelling the presences of enemies. Silver and Noir ready their shields and take one step forward. The living males set up their shields so that they could protect us. I draw the string of my bow, and the other subordinates get their respective weapons ready, too. Then we lie in wait for the enemies. I see them. Eagle arrow. My arrow flies towards the glittering scales, wings of a pixie that were fleetingly visible deep inside the forest. Ha! I'm going to slaughter the eem. I'm going as well, Sue. Hope who had changed into a human, and Blue who held his axe charge at the crowd of goblins that appeared within the forest. With a slight delay, Rue rampages at the front line that had turned into a melee fight while wielding her boorish club. I focus on shooting the pixies with arrows. Silver and Noir hold back the surging goblins. The living males block the spells raining down on me with their sturdy shields. Even though they fell behind, the Ratiga and the Ogre soldiers, who were part of the front, joined in as well. Master said, overwhelm them with individual strength. We must win with individual strength. In short, even as subordinate losing is no option. You know, right? Yes, Chloe-sama. I call out to my subordinate Dark High Elf. The Dark High Elf and I cover for the subordinates fighting at front, firing arrows without thinking. I repel the axe swung down against an ogre soldier by a goblin with an arrow. I shoot a bug using magic in the rear with an arrow. The axe swung down against Blue. That guy will surely avoid it by himself. I back up the subordinates while watching the battle progress. They are frail and inferior subordinates, but their owner is Demon King Shion. In that case I will protect them with all my might. After all, it's completely unnecessary to show mercy towards people defiling Master's property. I continued to fire arrows at the insolent goblins and pixies. 30 minutes later, the extermination of all the lowly trash is finished. Although it's not much, I guess they became Master's nourishment. While thinking about Master who watched over us from a distant place, I advanced deeper into the forest in order to carry out his command. Section. Shion's point of view. It's going rather well. Indeed, it is. Rena's and Chloe's parties have both made progress in their advance through the second floor. The second floor is a forest, just like the first. The enemy's experience is as low as expected. The prediction that we would be able to overrun them with individual strength proves to be right. Nonetheless, there's still a long way to go. Alyssa's domain has 9 floors after all. We won't be able to thwart Alyssa's power unless we usurp all 12 sectors, each containing 9 floors, under her control. The probability of encountering Alyssa before usurping all 12 sectors is high. But even so, it's still a long way. Isn't there any way to force Alyssa to come out? Self-proclaimed strategist? Why the extra words in front of strategist? There's none. Really? A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. I will give you that advice as a strategist. Doesn't that make having a strategist meaningless? In the end I can't come up with a better idea. I instruct everyone to invade while steadily and repeatedly mapping the area. Section. It's the 5th day after the invasion into Alyssa's domain began. Rena's party proceeds to the 6th floor, and Chloe's to the 5th. The plan is to annihilate every enemy they see. They map out the floors by repeatedly going back and forth between the sector's entrance while whittling down Alyssa's combat forces. The damage to our side is almost zero. It's a simple strategy, but if I were in the opposite position, it would continuously keep my stress levels at maximum. Congratulations on the level up. Thank you. I don't get a lot of experience points from the Bloodkin, but if you pile up trash, it will turn into a mountain. My level went up to 9. Are you going to save your BP as usual? Yes, I will. At present I don't feel any need to spend them on body or mana. I activate my smartphone and check my status. Name, Shion. Aptitude, Chaos. Race, Demon King, Vampire. LV, 9. CP, 3600. Body, C, D. Mana, C, D. Knowledge, E. Creation, B. Alchemy, B. BP, 22. Special abilities, Demon King. Absorption Fiend. Single Flash Thrust. Rain of Thrusts. Domain Creation. Separation. Transfer, B. Subordinate Creation. Random Creation. Item Creation. Darkness Veil. Dark Arrow. Dark Induction. Mist Dispersion. Dark Storm. Absorption. Language, Human. Whip Technique, C. Snake's Bind. Ice Magic, Intermediary. Darkness Magic, Elementary. Blood Chalice, Contract. The path to reaching an in creation, or alchemy, is endlessly long. Even the shortest route would require me to grow to level 15. Beyond level 5 there are no benefits from leveling either. Well, you could raise your body or mana, though. To raise body or mana from D to C requires 5 BP. In other words, the growth of creation or alchemy to A will be delayed by 1 level if I raise either body or mana. To raise them from C to B will require 10 BP. In that case reaching A will take even longer. A specialized build rather than a balanced one, right? However, a knowledge specialization is STSD. Stop. You're still saying that? But, because of my knowledge, you knew that you needed 50 BP to raise a stat from B to A. No? Interrupting me, Canon rattles off her argument. In reality, the fact that I've been saved by Canon's knowledge is undeniable. I don't have the slightest intention of deliberately mentioning it, though. Should I raise either creation or alchemy to A once I become level 15? While pondering about matters of the distant future, I gaze at the unchanging forest scenery displayed on the smartphone screen. Chapter 72 vs. Demon King Alyssa 6. The 7th day after starting the invasion of Demon King Alyssa's domain. The invasion is proceeding well. Countless numbers of my subordinates have been defeated, but each time I replenish them. Above all, my Bloodqueen are all safe and sound. One day when Rena's party and Chloe's party were in the process of invading the 8th floor, an abnormal event occurred. The intense attacks they were constantly receiving suddenly stopped. Out of bullets, Alyssa is recovering 210 CP per hour. You know, Alyssa, a fairy demon king, can create 70 goblins per hour. It looks like 30 CP are necessary to create a pixie. Hence, she can create 7 pixies every hour, since they would only turn into experience points for our side if she were to make them attack barehanded. She has to alchemize items for them, too. Meaning, the total number that can be created per hour drops a bit. Having said that, stopping the attacks completely is strange. With the attacks stopped, Rena's and Chloe's parties accelerate their invasion speed. I guess I will have them converge their combat forces on the deepest level. Level 9. Capitalizing on this good opportunity, even while expecting all kinds of traps, Rena's and Chloe's parties discover the stairs leading to the 9th floor. Section. Shion-san, I got it. In the middle of Rena's and Chloe's party's invasion into the 9th floor, Canon holds up her own smartphone, which is almost half as big as Canon herself, and leaps towards me. What's wrong? I got it. I understand why the attacks stopped. Canon holds the screen of her smartphone in front of my eyes. Exclamation mark. I see. What's reflected there is an image of smiling, burly, men and women. The title of the news article is written above the image. The hero, Black Clail, pride of the Toyama Prefecture, splendidly liberates the Goblin Den, which has caused grief to the people of the Ishikawa Prefecture. I guess Alyssa focused on defending against the humans. Having lost a sector to the humans is a serious blow. Nonetheless, it's not like I will let this opportunity slip away. The enemy on the 9th floor is short-handed. Find their true core. At once. I instruct my subordinates. The enemies located on the 9th floor are only those that have been deployed there from the start. There should be no attacks by the reinforcements that were constantly assaulting our position up till now. On the other hand, if there's actually an attack by reinforcements, you might call it an opportunity. Enemy reinforcements would prove that there's a transfer array connecting to Alyssa. 6 hours after the start of the invasion on the 9th floor, Rena's party confronted the last enemy group protecting the true core section. Rena's point of view. The enemy attacks have decreased since the middle of the 8th floor. After arriving on the 9th floor, there have been only 2 battles that you could actually call significant. The enemies were fully equipped, but their numbers were few, and since they were bad at teamwork too, we won against them rather quickly. We follow Ocean's orders and rush through the rest of the dungeon in a partial forced march. And so, we arrive in the deepest part of the sector. There we find a pedestal with the true core on top, and a group of enemies protecting it. They number 20. Among the enemies there are 4 goblin generals and 4 high pixies. The goblin general, who seems to be the leader, wears a full set of mithril equipment on his whole body. Our side excels in quality and quantity. Nevertheless, we have to be on our guard. The ones we should watch are the 4 high pixies and the mithril-equipped goblin general. All of our comrades that died on the way here were killed by the magic of high pixies. Queen, sorry, this is as far as we go, Sue. But we will defeat as many of the Queen's enemies as we can, Sue. Let's go, you lot. The mithril-equipped goblin general brandishes its weapon and roars. As if in concert with the roar, countless wind blades shoot forth from the wands of the high pixies standing in the back. Iron and the living males, who quickly readied their shields and stepped forward, receive the many wind blades with their bodies to protect us. The Dark Elves led by Dakel respond to the high pixies' attacks by firing arrows at them. Come on. I don't need you to tell me that. I will deal with that fatso. Eyes. Okay. I fight against the enemies protecting the true core, together with my comrades. Layla swiftly fires ice bullets at the mithril-equipped goblin general, and provokes it with her eyes. Red and I match our pace and start attacking the goblin generals ruling the front line. Guy charges at a high pixie, making use of an opportunity. Together with his werewolf subordinate, I confront one goblin general. The coordination with my comrades is perfect, so I can attack without interference. The goblin general swings down its massive axe together with a roar. I can't win a power contest. I give up on blocking and dodge the approaching axe with a back step. Then I swiftly thrust out Dainsleif. A dry sound of metals clashing against each other reverberates. Too shallow, huh? In that case, before the goblin general, who holds a heavy axe, returns to an offensive stance, I swing down Dainsleif with all my power. This time the hand-wielding Dainsleif definitely feels the feedback. Even if I lose out in power, I will force my way through with speed. I swiftly attack many times over with Dainsleif. Even while receiving my attacks, the goblin general forcibly swings its massive axe. The blade of the axe collides against Dainsleif. I'm overpowered and my posture is thrown off balance. Seeing my posture falling apart, the goblin general lifts the corners of its mouth, and raises its axe overhead. I raise Dainsleif in front of myself, trying to mitigate the damage as much as possible. But, an arrow comes flying from behind and knocks away the raised axe. Humphrey, when I look over my shoulder, Dakel snorts indifferently. I'm saved. I thank Dakel silently and swing down Dainsleif with my full power at the torso of the goblin general who lost his balance. I make one step towards the goblin general who is staggering backwards, and quickly slash Dainsleif sideways at the armor's joint, the bottom of the goblin's neck. The goblin's body, having lost its head, quietly falls to the ground while raising a cloud of dust. Afterwards I exterminate the impertinent high pixies together with Guy. The number of enemies is 1. Once the previous enemy falls, all of us attack the mithril-equipped goblin general, who survived until the very end, and succeed in its subjugation. Section. Shin's point of view. Ping. Ping. A rhythmical message sound plays from the smartphone. Renation obtained a true core. Do you wish to use unification on the domain with Renation as temporary domain master? Or do you wish to immediately use separation? 30 minutes later. Pinpon. A rhythmical message sound plays from the smartphone. Cloetian obtained a true core. Do you wish to use unification on the domain with Cloetian as temporary domain master? Or do you wish to immediately use separation? I choose unification in both cases. With this, the number of sectors under my control has become 29, and the number of Alyssa's sectors goes down to 9. Making use of the pseudo-peace effect because of the unification, I set up a transfer array, and call Rena's and Chloe's party over to my place. I'd like to give them my thanks and a break, but the situation doesn't allow for that. Each time the humans liberate a sector, I lose a sector I should have been able to obtain. A blitzkrieg. At the time when I was about to give them the order to invade the next sector without pausing. Beep, 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 beep. An electronic sound I'm not used to hearing reverberates from the smartphone in my hand. Chapter 73 vs. Demon King Alyssa 7. Beep, 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 beep. An unfamiliar electronic sound plays from the smartphone in my hand. Question mark. The announcement sound for a level up. The invasion alarm. The announcement sound when we took a true core. It's an intense, electric sound different from all of those sounds. In order to ascertain the true identity of the sound, I look at the screen of my smartphone. Question mark. Looking at the characters displayed on the screen, I am extremely confused. What? What does that mean? The characters displayed on my smartphone. You have received a proclamation of war from Demon King Alyssa. Proclamation of war? I understand the meaning of the words. It means announcing to your opponent, we're going to war from now on, right? In reality, Alyssa and I are certainly at war. The problem is, why is the smartphone, the system, announcing that? Once I look closely, I notice that the color of the characters of Proclamation of War are different from the color of the other characters. What that means is I tap Proclamation of War. Once you issue a Proclamation of War, the proclaimer and the receiver stop receiving attacks from third parties. The effect of Proclamation of War lasts for 720 hours. If the proclaimer can't steal more than half of the receiver's sectors within the allotted time, any stolen sectors and half of the proclaimer's original sectors will be placed under the control of law as a penalty. While the effect of Proclamation of War lasts, all special effects on the proclaimer's side and the receiver's side vanish. During the Proclamation of War, the proclaimer won't recover any CP at all. At the moment when the proclaimer has usurped more than half of the receiver's sectors, it becomes possible to cancel the Proclamation of War unilaterally. Once the Proclamation of War is enacted, another Proclamation of War can't be issued for 720 hours after the end of the previous Proclamation of War. The proclaimer and the receiver gain a pseudo-peace for 1 hour after the Proclamation of War. A Proclamation of War can only be enacted against an opponent with either a higher level or a great number of sectors. I carefully read the explanation displayed on the screen. In short, I guess that means Alyssa is challenging me to a one-on-one match. As might be expected of such a daring form of attack, Proclamation of War has quite serious demerits for the side starting it. After going through the explanation, I focus my attention primarily on 2 points. First, the disappearance of special effects. In other words, it means that their monster restriction imposed on my domain will vanish. Even the number of invaders, which has been controlled until now, will be unrestricted. You can definitely call this plunging into a state of war. Second, The pseudo-peace which has been granted for just 1 hour after the proclamation of war. I hurriedly operate my smartphone and check the current status of my domain. Pseudo-peace. 53 minutes left. I have 53 minutes to prepare my defenses. Now then, what am I going to do? I spread the map of Kanazawa and consider my defense arrangements. I have 4 sectors adjoining Alyssa's domain. The number of sectors that can be invaded increases if she makes a detour, but it's necessary to cross human land to take the roundabout way. If Alyssa does that, for argument's sake, it will probably be good enough to deal with it when it happens, as I'm sure that it will be featured on the net news. That means I should urgently prepare the 4 sectors neighboring Alyssa's domain. Dividing my subordinates between 4 places. No, that's no good. If the enemy focuses its forces on one sector, the defense there won't hold out. Which place will be attacked? No, if I base all my plans on the assumption that the enemy will concentrate their forces on one sector, I could lose everything. There's of course the possibility that the enemy will attack all 4 sectors at the same time. The subordinates lined up in front of me are waiting while watching me worrying. Time is trickling away bit by bit even as I'm racking my brain. Exclamation mark. Looking at the faces of Rena's and Chloe's parties, I remember our invasion of Alyssa's domain, and a single plan comes to mind. Each of the sectors ruled by Alyssa were connected by transfer arrays. Won't I be able to cope with all circumstances if I utilize the same plan? I operate my smartphone and enter domain creation. I connect our current location with the 4 places that are likely to get invaded, using transfer arrays on the floors of the other sectors. And then I make all the bloodkin around Rena and the subordinates I had waiting on standby, transfer one after the other. With this, my strongest combat assets are gathered in one place. Next, I connect the 4 sectors that are likely to be invaded with the place where my forces are gathered, using transfer arrays. Now it's possible to quickly send subordinates to any sector that comes under attack. In the first sector, I set up a huge amount of poison swamps and poison fogs. Alyssa's subordinates are fairy types. I can expect poison to work against them. If I only deploy living males, which are immune to poison, the enemy probably won't be able to invade quickly. In the second sector, I set up a large amount of pitfalls, cesspools, and obstructions. The aim is to lure goblins, which are expected to march in a large crowd, into the pitfalls. I will deploy dark elves, goblin archers and lilim, who excel at ranged attacks. The objective will be to bring down the goblins that fell into the pitfalls with ranged attacks. The remaining 2 sectors will be total war. If I unskillfully plant traps, some of my subordinates, such as Rena, won't be able to exhibit their full power. I will only set up screening objects that give an edge to the defense. We will repel the attacking enemies with individual strength. Moreover, what I should consider is matters after the defense succeeds. Alyssa failing in the invasion, half of the sectors being liberated. That's the second worst outcome for me. If Alyssa's CP doesn't recover during the proclamation of war, it's a chance for me to usurp all of Alyssa's sectors. The crucial point is deciding the timing of the counterattack. The number of sectors in Alyssa's domain is 9, until the 9th floor. Thus, wait, Cannon. I shout the name of Google-chan, Cannon loudly. Yes. Google-chan draws near while floating lightly. Do you know about proclamation of war? Yes. Just when I thought it suddenly got hectic. Did you receive a proclamation of war? Tell me the conditions for issuing a proclamation of war. Ignoring Cannon's question, I toss my own question at her. Yes. Proclamation of war, a demon king, who has grown to level 10. Got it. That's enough. I still haven't explained all the conditions. The answer I wanted to know left Cannon's mouth early on. In the first place, why could Alyssa use proclamation of war? Going by just the conditions recorded in the system explanation, it's weird that I couldn't use proclamation of war when I was level 8, against the level 9 Alyssa. Is a special procedure necessary like with surrender then? No. The answer was levels. That means Demon King Alyssa is level 10. In other words, her sectors have 10 floors. Rena. What? How much time do you need to travel a single floor of a sector by foot? You may consider there to be very few enemies. Let's see if there are no annoying hindrances. Probably around 6 hours. I see. I, who heard what I wanted to know, dive into thinking once again. Alyssa has 9 sectors. They have 10 floors, thus 9 by 10 floors x 6 hours divided by 2, Rena and Chloe, equals 270 hours. 11 days. 6 hours is a rough estimation. In reality it might go a bit faster, but if I count the troublesome periods of sleeping time and breaks, it will be plus or minus 0. Just in case, I should add 2 days to account for unexpected delays, so 13 days. The effective time of proclamation of war is 720 hours, or in other words, 30 days. If I annihilate the enemy that comes invading within 17 days. My victory is set. I can see the roadmap towards my victory. Pseudo peace. 7 minutes left. All that's left is to wait for Alyssa's invasion. Chapter 74 vs. Demon King Alyssa 8. Beep. A fierce electronic sound plays on my smartphone. It's a warning about an enemy invasion. The enemy is invading in 2 places. The 26th sector, the sector where I placed plenty of poison-type traps, and the 28th sector, a sector with no traps. The enemy's numbers are large in both sectors. Numbers? Not like I'm going to count them. There's no doubt about it being more than 100. However, they don't exceed 1,000. I can only make such a vague estimation. First platoon, second platoon, transfer to the 28th sector and attack the enemy. I give an order to my subordinates on standby, including Rena and Chloe. The number of subordinates entering the transfer array is roughly 200. The number of subordinates per platoon is 100. In total, 10 platoons have been deployed. The main combat forces, the Bloodkin, don't belong to any platoon. I have them continuously head out to intercept, for the sake of getting experience points. There's probably not a chance in a million that the 28th sector will be broken through. The problem will be the 26th sector. Together with Canon I use my smartphone to check the state of the defenses in the deepest part of the first sector. Chloe's vigorous voice resounds from my smartphone. The sound of countless arrows cutting through the wind reverberates. Let's go. Flora's seductive voice resounds through my smartphone. Explosive sounds of countless spells being launched reverberate. The war progress in the 28th sector is favorable. Cleverly using the obstructions, they are one-sidedly showering the enemies with ranged attacks. It looks like the subordinates who are good at close combat will need to wait a bit longer. Next I switch the live stream to the 26th sector. 300 living males, equipped with various armors, wait for the enemy inside the poison-laden 26th sector. The enemy forces struggle very hard against the expansive poison swamps, the large quantity of poison arrow traps, and the poison mist means buried in the ground. Even the traps that can be easily avoided if you give out instructions, can't be avoided due to the lack of space. If the enemy advances with such a great army, they continuously step on traps as if it's fun to do so. It's all right up until this point. I don't think that they can pass the 300 living males all that easily. Nonetheless, the living males have poor killing force, don't they? It's the best lineup as far as harassment defense. But if it comes to repelling an enemy, the poison will become a hindrance even if I send in reinforcements. It has developed into a questionable situation. For the time being, there's a safety zone where the poison doesn't reach. But the explanation is complicated, or rather, it's unclear whether my subordinates will comprehend how to get there. Those guys, even if they encounter poison, they will plunge into it without care. I guess the best option is for me to go. Canon. Yes? We're going to sortie. Yes. Wow. A. Me too. Transfer B. Together with the puzzled-looking Canon, I transfer to the 26th sector. Section. First floor, 26th sector. I transfer to a spot that's a bit away from the front line. Canon leaks a small scream after the transfer finishes. Now then, I'm going to explain the strategy. High-handed. I send a calm look at Canon who raises hell while rolling up her skirt. Have you calmed down? The strategy is to ceaselessly fire spells. That's all. By the way, don't leave the area designated by me, I tell Cannon, who looks surprised. The strategy. Oops. I must replenish the combat forces before going to the front line. I create 30 Lilims. I order them not to go in front of me. Let's go. I take Cannon, and the 30 Lilims, along, and move to the front line that's overflowing with poison, and defended by living males. Ooh. When you see it live, it sure is terrifying. Poison mist covers the visual field in a faint green. Numerous spells are repeatedly fired from the rear. Goblins who march on while stepping over the corpses of their brethren. The clashing sounds of metal reverberate as the enemy charges into the living males that stand side by side in a single line. Wafting air. Clashing monsters. Reverberating sounds. What's unfolding in front of my eyes is unmistakably a gruesome battlefield. I draw a line on the ground using Gaebulg. Don't advance beyond this line. The poison's effective range extends to the other side of the line. Given that the location is quite far away from the poison's origin, the effect is weak, but it's not harmless. With me at the head, Cannon and the 30 Lilims line up next to each other behind the line. There's no need to aim. Just be careful to not hit the living males. Yes. There's such a large number of enemies that they clog up the pathway. Hitting is simple even without targeting. Dark arrow. I shoot the darkness arrows into the sky in order to avoid the living males. The arrows draw a parabola and rain down on the other side of the living males, on the enemies. Earth javelin. Once the floating cannon swings her wand, lumps of earth with pointed tips rise from the ground and skewer the goblins. Fire arrow. Imitating me, the Lilim group shoots fire arrows into the sky. Many arrows pour down on the enemies. Hi-yu, how delicious to earn experience points so easily. It's a real treat. This situation of earning experience points by firing spells from a safe area that is protected by a several-layer thick wall of living males is enough to get my adrenaline pumping. I continue firing spells. When I run out of stamina, I check the progress in the 28th sector on my smartphone. I maintain this routine even when it starts feeling like work halfway through. Section 3 hours after I join the defense together with Cannon. Countless groups of goblins surge forward from the entrance. The enemy's momentum hasn't abated so far. Good grief, I lost many subordinates. Well, it's fine since I'm nicely gaining experience points, though. Several living males ended up being destroyed, but there are still a lot of living males between me and the enemy. MMH. The rearguard goblins were goblin archers. Several arrows pass over the wall of living males and come flying at me. A living male waiting nearby readies its shield in order to protect me and receives the arrows. I casually turn my eyes towards an arrow that fell to the ground with a dry, sharp clang. The arrow on the ground shines in silver, a silver arrow. In short, one of the special offensive items against me. I draw back to the safety zone in the rear, and check the enemies coming to reinforce the area around the entrance of the sector, by operating my smartphone. TSK, watching the enemies displayed on my smartphone. A group of enemies holding silver shining weapons. I click my tongue. Alyssa is no fool either. If she investigates a bit, she will easily learn that her enemy, Demon King Shion, is a vampire type. If she investigates even further, it's simple to find out that silver-made weapons are a weakness of vampire-type demon kings. Shit. That bitch is completely focusing on me alone. The easiest method for Alyssa to stage a reversal is to defeat me. Conversely, even I had planned to kill Alyssa, with concentrated attacks at maximum priority, if she were to nonchalantly appear on the front line herself. Withdrawing here is fine, but what should I do? I am pressed to choose the action I ought to take. Chapter 75 vs. Demon King Alyssa 9. I have to decide how to deal with the situation that has been forced upon me, but before that, I think it's necessary to determine the ideal outcome. The best thing would be to usurp Alyssa's entire domain. Alyssa issued a proclamation of war. From now on, outside forces won't be able to intervene for 30 days. During that time, Alyssa's CP won't recover either. In regards to traps and location, the advantage in the battle between our subordinates is clearly on the defending side. The very best move that can be derived from these circumstances would be to defeat as many of Alyssa's subordinates as possible, and then, when she runs out of troops, start an invasion into Alyssa's domain. Looking at it like that, you could call my appearance on the battlefield as bait. A good plan. Having said that, the lethality of the subordinates in this place, the 26th sector, is meager. If possible, I'd like to lure the enemy into the 28th sector, where I'd have more lethal subordinates. Is the enemy going to move if I move, though? Dakel, take 50 of your kin and come to the 26th sector. Once you arrive here, place yourself under Cannon's command. Cannon's orders are absolute. Cannon, I call Dakel as a substitute for me. Pardon? Since Dakel and 50 Dark Elves are going to come here, take command and repel the enemies. I summon Dakel and the Dark Elves to serve as ranged attackers instead of me. Then I entrust command in this area to Cannon. Shinsan, what are you going to do? I will move to the 28th sector. Ah, the group with the silver weapons. You think they are going to follow you over there? That's the idea, huh? Leaving the befuddled Cannon behind, I run over to the location of the transfer array. Retreat once less than half the living males are left. Prioritize your own life over the defense of the sector. You understand? Without looking back, I give my final orders while running. Section. Having arrived in the 28th sector after going through 2 transfer arrays, I check the situation over at the 26th sector. Dakel and the Dark Elves, who joined the battle after passing me, are determinedly shooting arrows. My dark arrows are overwhelmingly superior in firepower, but as for the number of arrows being shot, Dakel and the Dark Elves have a clear advantage. As a result, their lethality is significantly higher. And, the battle progress in the 28th sector, where I'm going now, is an intense battle was being fought between my close combat subordinates, led by Rena, and the invading goblins. My ranged subordinates were firing arrows and spells from the back, with Flora in the lead. As long as I'm not hit by sunlight, my abilities are unmatched inside my sphere of influence. Even my equipment has been reinforced, with all of it being unique B-rank items. It's fine to retreat as soon as I feel pain or fear. What I should do right now is inform Alyssa of my existence. Acting as a decoy, it's all right. It's not scary. I'm strong. My status and my equipment are better than anyone's. I tightly grasp Gaebelg as if to encourage myself. Demon King Shen. Heading to the front. I imagined a hero from a game I once played, superimposed his image over myself and threw myself into the front line, where a furious battle raged. Section. The living males, with Iron in the center, have readied their shields at the front line, holding back the enemy's advance. Rena's group are attacking the enemies who are locked in combat with the living males. Flash thrust. Gaebelg's quick thrust pierces the throat of a goblin trying to swing down its axe on Rena. Seeing me at the front line, Rena raises her voice in surprise. You don't have the spare time to look elsewhere, do you? I push out Gaebelg and bring down a goblin while glancing at Rena. Rena has already stopped looking at me, and kills a goblin in front of her by swinging her black magic sword. Dainsleif. Chloe, Layla. What are you playing around for? Hurry up and annihilate the enemies! Yes. I wield Gaebelg while encouraging the 2 fanatics. Being called out, the 2 smile ferociously and charge the front line, which is overflowing with fairy-type monsters. Blue. Is that all you're capable of? Those that don't work don't eat. Wait, Sue. I want you to watch my great efforts. Sue. Blue, who got my attention next, charges into a crowd of goblins in a panic and wholeheartedly swings his axe. Red. Noir. Rouge. I thought ogres were a lot stronger than this, but I guess it was just my imagination. Boss. That ain't true. Wait a moment. I will get serious from now on. Red, Noir, and Rouge swing their iron clubs while making free use of their strength, blowing away goblins in groups. After that, I continue to wield my weapon at the front line, while encouraging my bloodkin. It was a dangerous situation, but with the aggro control by Iron's group, that could even be called overprotective, and the assistance of Layla and Chloe, I can keep exterminating enemies without getting hurt. Ha ha ha, I can do it. I'm strong. I'm really strong, right? While laughing loudly, I fully exhibit the abilities of my status and superior items. Whether it was goblins, pixies, Jack Frosts, or jack-o'-lanterns, I consigned many of the surging enemies to oblivion. Section 3 hours after the defense of the 28th sector had begun, I wonder how many enemies I killed? There's little doubt I killed far more enemies today than in all my previous battles combined. However, the enemy's momentum hasn't weakened. Rather, its relentlessness has grown. I learned how to fight in a melee combat in these 3 hours. Keeping track of everything is impossible. Only focusing on the enemy in front of one's eyes is possible. Since the front line hasn't fallen apart, there's no worry that we will be attacked from the flanks or rear, as long as we don't sally out. Once I concentrated all my focus on the enemy pushing from the front, no danger befell me. I greet the goblins approaching from the front with a thrust that capitalizes on the difference in reach. And once there are no enemies in front of me, I start using magic. While being careful to not get too far ahead, I steadily lower the number of enemies. If it goes on like this, the day when I become level 10 might actually come soon. I'm pleased with my ability to handle these enemies. I let out a chuckle, but, ? Suddenly a rain of silver-colored arrows pours down from above. The arrows strike everyone fighting at the front line equally, without making any distinction between friend or foe. The front line immediately transforms into a hell of agonizing cries. Pierced by their allies' arrows from behind, the goblins scream, and the floating pixies crash to the ground after having their wings ripped apart. My subordinates, who are concentrating on the enemies in front of them, also have their bodies injured by the sudden, indiscriminate attack. A silver arrow mercilessly stabs my shoulder. Too hot. A searing pain travels through my shoulder. It's not lethal damage, but the pain is still at the level of being scalded by boiling water. Unable to bear it, I withdraw from the front line while hiding behind a living male. Allies and all, I feel admiration and resentment toward the enemy attack, which was likely ordered by Alyssa. Everyone, get behind the living males. Living males, ready your shields and prepare for arrow attacks. I give orders from behind a living male. Giving up on gaining experience points is regrettable, but even if I devote myself to defense, the enemies will likely lose their lives to the arrow attacks of their own allies. Nevertheless, at this rate, just defending can't be called a good plan either. I prepare a countermeasure. Chapter 76 vs. Demon King Alyssa 10. Chloe, Blue, Hope, Silver, Noir, Rouge, take your respective subordinates and head for the return terminal. I order Chloe's party to move to the return terminal, set up near a transfer array. Using the return terminal, Chloe's party will bypass the enemy by transferring outside the domain. This will put them in position to ambush the enemy backline and annihilate the archers firing silver arrows. For the ambush to work, we need to keep the enemy's attention on us until Chloe's party starts their surprise attack. All members, fall back, take cover in the rear. The living males form up into one line, and retreat one step at a time, while holding their shields at the ready. Rena's party and I sprint towards the many screens set up in the back, while avoiding the falling rain of silver arrows. Those capable of ranged attacks, return fire. All others stand by behind the screens. After giving an order to my subordinates, I also return fire with magic while taking cover. Dark arrow. I could almost pity Alyssa's subordinates. Our spells assault them from the front, and from the rear. They are impaled by a rain of silver arrows shot by their allies. Even when they try to launch suicide attacks, they cannot break through the living males that make up our front line. One after another, goblins and pixies fall to the ground, with silver arrows growing out of their backs. Eventually, the rain of silver arrows lets up, and a new batch of enemies arrives. Victory for Demon King Alyssa. A huge goblin, a goblin general, marches through the entrance, accompanied by a huge army of goblins. The goblin general is clad entirely in silver armor, as are his troops. All hands, intercept the advancing enemies. Iron, protect me. Giving Rena's group, who were hiding behind cover, the order to charge, I order Iron, who has the highest defense power, to protect me. My current CP is 3100, While hiding behind cover, I use subordinate creation, and create 3 living males. Next I alchemize, mithril armors, and mithril shields, and give them to the living males. It's an impromptu measure, but it will strengthen my defenses. As I hide in the shadows of iron and the 3 living males, I continue retaliating with magic. But the enemies are desperate. The arrows and spells launched from the rear are more accurate now, and no longer strike Alice's own troops. Goblins wielding silver arms and armor fearlessly charge our position, supported by covering fire. The bloodkin, such as Rena, are holding out, but I am losing more and more of my nameless subordinates. I call in reinforcements from the 3rd platoon and below. My subordinates continuously file in to bolster our ranks. Arrows and spells fired from the respective rears intersect. Screams and angry roars fill the air as soldiers from both sides lose their lives. The area has transformed into pandemonium. Slowly but surely, the number of living males at the front is getting dangerously low. Guy, gather the equipment that has dropped to the ground. I create living males with subordinate creation, and give them the equipment gathered by Guy. In this situation, living males are basically disposable. I order the living males to protect their allies at the cost of their own lives, and send them to the front in succession. I cycle between using subordinate creation, retaliating with magic, and checking the situation at the domain's entrance with my smartphone. Not yet. Still not. A little bit longer. While checking the smartphone once every 10 seconds, I wait for the perfect moment! The chance has come. Deep at the rear of the enemy, at the sector entrance, the enemy's ranged attackers are all alone. All the enemy monsters specialized in close combat have moved to the front line. Chloe, start the surprise attack. All hands. Charge! I order Rena and the others, who had fought defensively from behind the living males until now, to charge. Simultaneously, Chloe's group executes a surprise attack from behind the enemy lines. The spells and arrows, which had been flying out mercilessly from the enemy's rear, stop. Rena and her forces start attacking the enemies engaging the living males at the front line. Dark induction. I induce confusion in the goblin general, wielding his silver axe at the forefront, causing him to attack a nearby goblin. He swings down his axe, killing the goblin instantly. Covered in his ally's blood, he looks down at the axe in his hands in confusion. That's when Layla's whip of Hades tightens around his neck. Vajira, swung by Red, hits him in the face, and finally, Rena cuts off the head of the screaming goblin general with Dane's leaf. With their leader dead, some of the goblins start panicking. Dark arrow. I activate my magic just after my archers fire. Arrows of darkness pour down on the injured goblins, and finish them off. Don't stop attacking. Advance. I push up the front line while encouraging my subordinates. Chloe's party is carrying out a surprise attack against an entire army with a mere 24 people. I want to join up with them as soon as possible to make sure they aren't wiped out. I scan the battlefield. No silver weapons. After confirming that my natural enemies have been wiped out, I grab Gaebelg and run up to the front line. I proceeded while swinging Gaebelg left and right, exterminating goblins and pixies with each swing. While advancing this way, I see a group of my subordinates caught in an intense battle. Chloe, is everyone safe? I'm unworthy of your concern. Everyone is safe. Chloe answers with a trembling voice. Annihilate the remaining enemies. However, turn a blind eye to the individuals believed to be Alyssa's kin. I order my subordinates with both words and thoughts. With only words, there would be a possibility that my intentions could be read by Alyssa. Q. Retreat. Retreat. Su. Retreat. We're withdrawing. Withdraw. We're falling back. The goblins and pixies speaking human language call for a retreat and take flight. Kill as many as possible, except for the kin. We work hard to exterminate the enemy monsters, except the ones speaking in human language, the kin. Section. 30 minutes later, all hostile forces have disappeared from the 28th sector. The losses in the first large-scale battle were huge. I lost many nameless subordinates. However, Alyssa's losses are probably bigger than ours. As for the strategy, you could call it a passable outcome. Shin, can I ask one thing? What's up? Rena's voice pulls me out of my reverie. I pull my attention away from the corpse-laden battlefield, and my future plans, and answer her. Why did you spare the enemy's kin? For the sake of exterminating the enemy's forces? I don't get it. Rina cocks her head in puzzlement due to my reply. Do you understand our current circumstances? Proclamation of war, right? I heard about it from canon. Did you hear about the penalty for the Demon King who started the proclamation of war? No, canon didn't go into the details. I see. I suppose canon saw no need to explain it to Rina. The Demon King, who started the proclamation of war, won't recover any CP during the proclamation of war. I see. In other words, they can't create new kin. Makes sense. If there are no kin, the monsters can't leave their domain, right? That's true. I got it. Finally Rina understood what I wanted to tell her. If we repel the enemy, while letting the kin live, they will bring more monsters along next time. During the proclamation of war Alyssa doesn't recover any CP. Hence, once we annihilate the enemies, it will make our invasion simple. That's how it is. It's unknown how many kin Alyssa has created. Furthermore, the number of subordinates under her control is unknown too. However, if there are no kin, they can't invade my domain. It's simple. Killing the enemies while defending is easier than killing them while invading. And then, 6 hours later, as if responding to my request, Alyssa's subordinates invaded my domain once again. Chapter 77 vs. Demon King Alyssa 11. 10 days after the proclamation of war by Demon King Alyssa, the number of invading enemies has visibly decreased. It seems as though the enemy's forces will soon hit rock's bottom. You think they're going to come today as well? I wonder. Yesterday we definitely killed at least 100 of them. Didn't we? We did. From what we can tell, Alyssa has 12 kin remaining. If they use their LP capacity to the limit, they can probably bring more than 100 monster subordinates along. I can't believe that Alyssa is being frugal with her forces this late in the game. Are we going to start the counterattack soon? Yes. But I'd like to be invaded once more, if possible. Beep. Were my prayers answered? The electronic sound signifying an enemy invasion plays on my smartphone. I check the situation at the entrance of the 26th sector. The location of the attack, on the smartphone's live stream. I see around 50 monsters alongside the familiar kin. Oh? This time their composition is different from usual, isn't it? Usually their army is centered around goblins, which heavily rely on numbers, but this time many high-ranking monsters, such as goblin generals and high pixies, are mixed in as well. Did Alyssa run out of CP? There's not a single monster wearing silver equipment as countermeasure against me. Did she gather the monsters that were protecting her domain? I wonder. Either way, it means Alyssa is already at her wit's end. My subordinates already know what to do by now. They grab their weapons and prepare to head to the entrance of the 26th sector as soon as the invasion alert sounds. Chloe. Yes. I call out to Chloe, who is carrying her beloved bow. Chloe, your unit is to wait here for orders. Certainly. A breakthrough. I order Chloe's unit to remain on standby. Only Blue raises his voice in delight. This time we're going to completely annihilate the invading enemies. Yes, I guess it's about time to have the kin, who I let live so far, exit the stage. I go through their transfer array, followed by my highly motivated subordinates, and head to the entrance of the 26th sector section. At the entrance area of the 26th sector, I find my living males, who have been holding the line for 24 hours. The invaders have already engaged them in a fierce battle. I suppose the enemy gave up on quantity and are now trying to best us with quality. Let's overwhelm them with the power of numbers then. This time I have mobilized all of my forces from the start. I haven't set up anything tricky, like a first or second corps. I deploy all my gathered forces against the roughly 60 enemies, including Alyssa's kin. Giant bats unleash their ultrasonic waves while circling in the sky. Countless arrows and spells rain down on the invaders. From the rear, on the ground, a large crowd of wolves harasses the enemy in groups. Countless ghouls advance on the enemy. Rina's group picks off enemy units one at a time, while they are preoccupied with the wolves and ghouls. We excel in individual strength and also in numbers. Not only that, We also have the terrain advantage. The enemy forces are driven to their wits' end as we steadily whittle them down. I really wonder if my level will go up. While hiding behind a living male, I thrust Gaeblg at the enemy in front of me. Opportunities to earn experience points in such large amounts without risk are few and far between. I look at the continuously decreasing forces of the enemy and continue to attack with Gaeblg, harboring a complicated feeling of relief and loneliness all the while. Then, with fewer than 20 enemies remaining, including the kin, withdraw, retreat. The enemy shouts their standard line and begins to escape. Usually I let them go, but, this time, Chloe, use their return terminal, and go around to the entrance. Don't let a single enemy get away. Don't let a single enemy get away. At the same time as I send Chloe's unit, which was on standby, into pursuit, I order the wolf groups, that excel at speed, to confine the enemy. You pesky puppies. The enemy shouts in frustration at our battle formation which, unlike in previous encounters, has been designed to prevent escape. As anyone who has attempted it could tell you, killing a fleeing enemy is fairly difficult. It's fine if you can at least surround them, or go around and cut them off. But just chasing after them from behind and attacking is fairly ineffective. For that reason I give up on chasing them physically and send magic after them instead. Dark Arrow. Countless arrows of darkness rain down on the backs of the fleeing enemies. Precisely hitting running enemies is complicated, but several arrows pierce the enemies' backs. I continue firing Dark Arrow while being careful to not accidentally shoot my own subordinates. Haha, a little bit further. We will survive. Return to Alyssa's armor. That's not gonna happen, Sue. Blue's axe swings downward, bisecting the face of a goblin braver who just arrived at the entrance after escaping our pursuit. Wow. Why, no, the enemies, who showed relief on their faces after arriving at the entrance, are now plunged into despair by the ambush of Chloe's group. It's Master's order. You're not allowed to let a single one get away. Chloe's group readies their weapons, and spreads out to block the fleeing enemy's path. A goblin fighter gives way to despair and raises his weapon above his head. He is torn to pieces by the sharp claws of Guy as he catches up to him. The enemy is surrounded by Chloe's group, who have closed off their escape route, and Rena's group, who close in from behind, and thus are forced into a life-or-death struggle, but they are outnumbered. We finish off the remaining invaders in less than 10 minutes. Section. After all invaders have been killed, I grant my subordinates a break of 1 hour. Rena. What is it? This time there's no limit to the number of people we can invade with. How many do you need? Let's see. It depends on the remaining forces of the enemy, but I should be able to do it with just my usual party. Rena worries for a bit, but decides to go with her usual group in the end. Are you sure? We could easily spare you 100 or more supporting units if you want. If you wish for me to do that, I will obey, but it would likely delay the invasion, I think. Really? It's not easy for 100 people to keep the same pace, and any additional troops would be inexperienced. Understood. Proceed to the domain's entrance with 100 subordinates for starters. From there, you can continue invading with your usual group. We have 20 days. If I send Chloe's group with you, can you conquer all 9 remaining sectors in that time? I will do my best. This time the invasion speed is more important than the safety of Rena's precious subordinates. I won't be going personally. Thus I decided to respect the opinion of Rena, who has plenty of experience in invading domains. Rena, Chloe, I leave it to you. Please do. Yes, I shall fulfill Master's command. Cannon and I see off Rena's and Chloe's parties, as well as 300 subordinates, which I had prepared just in case. Section. It's the 10th day after Rena's and Chloe's parties started their invasion into Alyssa's domain. The invasion is going well. They have already captured 6 out of 9 sectors. Alyssa probably bet everything on conquering my domain within the first 10 days after making a proclamation of war. Now that we have started our counterattack, the guards we would normally expect to encounter are completely missing. I feel fed up with the maze-like, complicated floor design, but otherwise we are taking control of the sectors without anything you could call a resistance. Currently, Rena's party is clearing the 8th floor, and Chloe's party is on the 9th floor. If they keep going at this pace, 2 sectors will be added to my domain before the day is over. I think in 3 to 4 days, there will be no other demon kings left in Kanazawa to oppose me. What bothers me is Alyssa's whereabouts. Is she escaping while repeatedly transferring? If that's the case, everything is working out as desired. If she has secluded herself in the last sector, Rena and Chloe will be able to join up before facing her. Anything that reduces the likelihood of Alyssa's death, my biggest cause for concern, is good news, as I'm chuckling in anticipation of a bright future. Beep. A loud electronic sound reverberates from my smartphone. Chapter 78 vs. Demon King Alyssa 12. A familiar, loud, electronic sound reverberates from my smartphone. I check the smartphone screen for caution's sake. As expected, it displays 2 words, invasion alert. Right now I'm within a proclamation of war, right? In other words, the only forces capable of invading my domain are Alyssa's troops. Alyssa still has reserve forces left. I quickly use my smartphone to check on the sectors adjacent to Alyssa's domain. Found them. I discover a group of Alyssa's troops running riot through the 28th sector. There are only 8 invaders. However, all of them are B rank, 4 goblin generals and 4 high pixies, all of them wearing high-level items. One of them in particular stands out. A high pixie possessing, Vanagand, a B rank wand and a unique item. Hey, wait a moment. Is that really a high pixie? Cannon, come here for a moment. What is it? I call Cannon and have her look at the high pixie-like monster displayed on the screen. Cannon. Is this one a high pixie? That's a lie. Shin-san. She's no high pixie. It's a rank A monster called Titania. Or seeing the high pixie-like monster on the screen, Cannon replies while panicking, it's Demon King Alyssa. With no other way to survive, the cornered Alyssa has come to invade my domain. Section. What is shown on the smartphone's display is a tragedy. The 7 B rank monsters led by Alyssa proceed with their invasion of my domain at high speed, while slaughtering the wolves and ghouls I had deployed just in case. I messed up. I was so preoccupied with cornering Alyssa, sure that she was no longer able to attack me, that I neglected my own defenses. The groups of wolves, ghouls, and goblins, who rely on strength in numbers, are cruelly slaughtered. The living males I deployed to buy some time are bypassed without a fight, due to their low agility. Rena's and Chloe's units, my strongest combat forces, are deep inside Alyssa's domain. Even if I call them back, it will take too much time. Even if I were to call back the spare forces I had on standby in the entrance area of Alyssa's domain, they would likely struggle to catch up with Alyssa, who's continuing her invasion at high speed. Should I mass-produce Ambiance, my rank be subordinate, and oppose her with those? Even as I'm fretting, one subordinate after the other is brought down. Can I stop Alyssa's party with Ambiance? If it fails, I won't only have wasted a large amount of CP, I will also have greatly restricted my future options. Small numbers are meaningless. If I do it, I have to deploy the biggest combat force I can muster. The subordinates above rank C remaining in my domain are 100 living males, 30 werewolves, 30 lilims, and 10 dampiers. There are countless rank D subordinates and below, but it's very likely that they will pointlessly lose their lives, even if I deploy them. My current CP is 4,200. I need 120 CP to create a dampier. In theory, I could create 35 of them, but I have to take the CP for alchemizing equipment into account. Is it a better idea to just focus on strengthening the subordinates I have right now by alchemizing items? At the end of my worrying, I spend all my CP on item alchemy. I make the 10 dampiers equip C rank items, and order them to intercept Alyssa along with 50 ghouls and 50 giant bats. I transfer the interception unit to the 3rd floor of the 28th sector with transfer B. There they await Alyssa. Section. Wait a minute. That's a damn lie, right? 1 hour after the interception unit confronted Alyssa. What was shown on my smartphone One demon king and 7 monsters left standing. All my subordinates had fallen. Aren't they way too strong? Yeah. But it's a scene we saw before. Canon replies to my murmur. Alyssa's party was certainly strong. Especially Alyssa's area magic was so brutal that you couldn't call it anything but foul play. Having said that, just as Canon said, the scene displayed on the smartphone was a sight I had seen before, albeit with different particulars. Where did I see that before? It was what happened when Rena's and Chloe's groups were invading enemy domains. My reliable subordinates, who were the only ones left standing among countless corpses after slaying many enemies with overwhelming, individual power. The Demon Kings, who crumbled to dust after having their domains invaded by Rena and the others, probably watched their smartphones screen while harboring the same emotions as I am now. That sight was definitely a nightmare. To put it into one word, what are you going to do? Canon asks me. Let's see. I'm going to abandon the 26th sector. After thinking it over, this is the best option available to me. There's no need to lose my head. Alyssa is just going to survive for a little bit longer. Even if I were to lose the 26th sector, Rena and Chloe will usurp 2 of Alyssa's sectors. I lose 1 and gain 2, a simple +1. As a result, the number of my sectors will go up from 44 to 45, and Alyssa's will go down from 4 to 3. If I eventually kill Alyssa after amassing my combat forces, it will be my win. My mood restored, I imagined the path to victory. Section. Next day, Alyssa invades the 26th sector, where I have pulled back all my subordinates, while acting as if she owned the place. In the end she steals the 26th sector from me before Rena and Chloe can take control of their sectors. 1 hour later, Rena's unit succeeds in usurping their sector. Chloe's party is currently in the middle of capturing the 10th floor. There's likely only a little time left until they reach their true core, in the deepest part of the sector. Although the 26th sector has unfortunately been stolen from me, things are proceeding as planned. Just as I was about to think that, the worst-case scenario occurred. Chapter 79 vs. Demon King Alyssa 13. Chloe's point of view. TSK. We were beaten to the punch by Rena's group. Our invasion of the sector is already deep within the 10th floor. Securing the true core and offering this domain to master is likely just a matter of time, as I think that, at the very end, the biggest obstacle yet stands in our way. 7 high-ranking monsters block our path, and in the center, a human-sized fairy, enveloped by a sinister mana. The 7 high-ranking monsters, 3 high pixies and 4 goblin generals have come to start a harsh struggle to the death. The items they are wearing are somewhat extravagant, but it's difficult to say that it's enough to pose a threat. But that fairy is bad news. That's not such an easy enemy as a high pixie. That's the same kind of being as master, a demon king. It's not the first time we've faced a demon king. In fact, we have consigned many demon kings to oblivion. However, the demon king in front of us is on a totally different level compared to the demon kings we killed before. Fufu, nice to meet you. The threat in front of our eyes, Demon King Alyssa, smiles. Without replying to her, we strongly grasp our weapons. Oh? What about an answer? You have been utterly devastating my domain. And yet you won't even greet me? I wonder whether we can win? The smiling fairy is doubtlessly stronger than the ogre demon king we defeated before. What unsociable children. Oh well, whatever. Die? Question mark. Once Alyssa finishes speaking, she swings down the wand in her hand. The cluster of mana released from the tip of her wand penetrates through the living male at the front that had readied its shield. Spread out. I instruct my comrades and subordinates, and get ready for battle. Hope on it. Hope, who had transformed into a werewolf, approaches Alyssa while raising his sharp claws. Although she might be a demon king, she's still a fairy. As long as we can get close, we can find a path to victory. We also have a superiority in numbers. Our 23 against their 8. The advantage is on our side. You guys, exterminate the enemies in the vicinity. Except for my direct subordinate, a high dark elf, I instruct my comrades, Silver, Blue, Noir, Rouge and their subordinates to clear the field so that Hope can focus on Alyssa. Together with my subordinate, We ready our bows and aim at Alyssa. Hope, who excels in swiftness, draws close to Alyssa faster than anyone else, and tries to swing down his prided, sharp claws. But oh, what a cheeky, little doggy. Hope is struck by Alyssa's wand, which she swung faster than he swung his claws. Foo-foo. If I couldn't handle hand-to-hand combat, who else would? My arrow pierces the smiling Alyssa's wand hand, just as she's about to start chasing after Hope. GH? That hurt, you know. High pressure. Alongside Alyssa's angry voice, a wind spell, containing a huge amount of mana, flies at me. Suddenly, a living male jumps out in front of me and receives the wind spell with its body. Its sturdy iron form is squashed by the wind pressure. The living male resolutely tries to continue shielding me with its squashed body without giving up. But oh, a rather tenacious toy, isn't it? The living male is ripped apart as Alyssa unleashes countless wind blades in quick succession. It stops moving. I wonder, can we win against the being in front of us? A line of sweat streams down my cheek. Section. 1 hour after the battle against Alyssa began. To put it briefly, it's the worst situation. 8 living males and 6 ogre soldiers, in addition to the tiger and goblin sniper, who I was ordered to not let die by master, have lost their lives. My surviving comrades, including me, are wounded all over. The bloodkin Hope is covered with lacerations across his entire body. The armor of Silver, who is known for her strong defense, has been damaged in multiple places. On the other hand, our battle achievements have mounted to nothing more than killing 2 high pixies. Master, I'm very sorry. It looks like this Chloe won't be able to accompany you to the end of your journey to supremacy. Please forgive me for not having been able to accomplish your command, Master. I resolve myself for death, and switch my archery target from Alyssa to the remaining high pixie. If I can't slay Alyssa, I will kill as many enemies as possible. Preparing myself for the worst, I draw the bowstring to the limit. Chloe, withdraw? Master's order resounds inside my head. As it's not an instruction, but an order, I'm not allowed to object. I run away against my own will. Why? As if following my example, 4 comrades break away from the battlefield. The 4 comrades who withdraw together with me are Blue, Noir, Rouge and the Dark High Elf. Why something like this? The 3 comrades left behind, Silver, Hope, and Silver's subordinate, a kobold lancer, stand in front of the enemy in order to protect us. Blue, I leave Shinsama and Chloe to you. Silver yells loudly towards us as we are running away. Noir, Rouge, protect Shinsama. Chloe, in my stead. Hope yells loudly to us as we run away. Shinsama, I shall be grateful for the great honor to the very end. I am Silver Shinsama, thank you for your final order. My name is Hope Shin. I won't let you take a single step forward from here. Sylvie, you idiots. Why are those 2 worried about me? Entrust me to Blue? It's the opposite, right? Noir and Rouge are going to protect me? It's the opposite, you fools. Without even being allowed to look back at the idiots who are heading from their deaths, I run away in accordance with Master's order. Section. 2 days later, we managed to safely escape from Alyssa's domain, and returned to Master. Chapter 80 vs. Demon King Alyssa 14. 24th day after Demon King Alyssa's proclamation of war. The war has been stagnant. 3 sectors remain in Alyssa's domain. Annihilating Alyssa's forces within the time limit of the proclamation of war has proven to be quite difficult, assuming that the enemy doesn't interfere. It takes Rena's unit 3 days to capture a single domain. Since Chloe's unit has lost most of its main force, I can't expect them to rapidly capture sectors like they were before. 6 days are left until proclamation of war expires. No matter how much we push ourselves, seizing 3 sectors, the rest of Alyssa's domain, is impossible. Before the war against Alyssa started, I had 34 sectors. Alyssa had 12 sectors. Nowadays, my sector's number 43, and Alyssa is down to 3. If you limit it to military gains, it might not be too far-fetched to call it an overwhelming victory. However, I'm not satisfied with my current achievements. To be more precise, I want to annihilate Alyssa's forces during the proclamation of war at all costs. There are 2 reasons. First, Alyssa is too strong as a neighboring hostile power. For now it's fine, since she can't recover her CP as a condition for having issued a proclamation of war. But once the proclamation of war ends, she will resume recovering CP. In that case, it will become even more difficult to defeat her. Second, once the proclamation of war ends, the humans and the surrounding demon kings will likely resume their invasions into my domain again. In such a situation, it will be hard to devote all my power to defeating Alyssa, as I'm doing now. Having said that, what should I do? Honestly said, in the current situation it's difficult to capture even a single one of Alyssa's sectors. When my main force starts its invasion, Alyssa cleverly starts her invasion into my domain at the same time. If I withdraw my main force, Alyssa retreats as well, and as long as our side doesn't start an invasion, Alyssa keeps idling around. The strength of the main force will be indispensable to defeat Alyssa. However, Alyssa repeatedly takes action to avoid that main force. As a result, we have fallen into a deadlock. Once, I sent a chosen set of subordinates to start an invasion. While leaving the main force on defense, Alyssa chose to lead the defense herself and repelled the invaders. There's only one way to break out of this deadlock. However, that way has the potential to narrow down my future options. The conclusion I have finally reached, after worrying and worrying, is Chapter 81 vs. Demon King Alyssa 15. At the end of my worrying, I decide to make the move of breaking the current deadlock. It will reduce my future options, but I will let my future self handle that part. He might say, I wanna hit the me from back then, but it will probably work out one way or the other. I recall the overwhelmingly strong Demon King Alyssa, who routed Chloe's party. It will go smoothly, right? Or rather, I have no other choice, do I? The move to break through the current stalemate is to assign my BP. My current stats are name, Shion, aptitude, chaos, race, demon king, vampire, LV, 9, CP, 4300, body, CD, mana, CD, knowledge, E, creation, B, alchemy, B, BP, 22. If I allocate my BP, body and mana will grow from C, D, to B, C. Moreover, it will become possible to have one of them, either body or mana, grow from B, C, to A, B. It's just an assumption, but Alyssa's stats should be body C, mana B, knowledge, creation B, and alchemy B. In that case, if I raise my stats, I should be able to surpass her strength. I wanted to amass 50 BP. While sighing, I operate my smartphone. 5 BP are required to make a stat go up from C, D, to B, C. In order to acquire 5 BP, it's necessary to level up once. In other words, raising body and mana from C, D, to B, C, will delay my gathering of 50 BP from level 15 to 17. Name, Shion, aptitude, chaos, race, demon king, vampire, LV, 9, CP, 4300, body, B, C, mana, B, C, knowledge, E, creation, B, alchemy, B, BP, 12. With this, my mana is at the same rank as Alyssa's, and I surpass her body rank. However, I still have some concerns. My life will be the chip in this gamble. I have to be extremely cautious. I can only raise one of them, body or mana, to A, B. I decide to raise body, as it will increase both my durability during combat, and my agility, if worst comes to worst, and I need to escape. 10 BP are needed to grow a stat from B, C, to A, B. In order to acquire 10 BP, it's necessary to level up twice. In other words, raising body from B, C, to A, B, will delay my gathering of 50 BP from level 17 to 19. My dreams of reaching 50 BP are getting further and further away. While sighing, I operate my smartphone and allocate the BP, ? Hey, wait. Looking at the stats displayed on my smartphone, I'm confused. Name, Shion, aptitude, chaos, race, demon king, vampire, LV, 9, CP, 4300, body, B, mana, B, C, knowledge, E, creation, B, alchemy, B, BP, 2. Special abilities, Demon King, Vampire, Spearmanship, C. Flash Thrust, Early Summer Rain Thrust, Domain Creation, Separation, Transfer, B. Subordinate Creation, Random Creation, Item Creation, Darkness Veil, Dark Arrow, Dark Induction, Mist Dispersion, Dark Storm, Dark Night Tempest, NEW, Absorb, NEW, Drain, Language, Human, Whip Technique, C. Snake's Bind, Ice Magic, Intermediary, Darkness Magic, Elementary, Blood Chalice, Contract. Why is my body rank still stuck at B? My body feels lighter than before the BP allocation. I can sense that my strength has increased. But I can't feel as much of an enhancement as after a rank up. Huh? Don't fuck around with me. Shit. I just wasted 10 BP here. I'm definitely feeling a difference after assigning the 10 BP, but because it isn't the effect I had hoped for, I feel pissed off, without having an outlet. Canon. Yes? Why are you so angry? For the time being I call Canon, the user's manual and search tool. Even though I allotted my BP, my rank didn't go up. You spent your BP? Even though I know it's meaningless to vent at Canon, I still raise my voice in anger. I allocated 5 BP to mana and 15 BP to body. Ooh. Wait, doesn't that mean that you have used up most of your saved BP? And yet body didn't become a rank. Even if you tell me very likely the rank up of body and mana, as long as you're in an environment where the sun doesn't shine, is a racial trait of vampires. But you could call it masked data, or there's an upper limit to the values. Or rather, isn't it simply necessary to allocate the appropriate BP to raise either stat from B to A? Appropriate BP. How much is that? I don't know. I might know if my knowledge goes up to A rank, but my knowledge is still at B. TSK. Wow. Even if I complain to Canon, it won't resolve anything. After lightly clicking my tongue, I take a very deep breath, attempting to release my pent-up anger. In the end my anger hasn't been reduced, but even if I'm fuming here, it's just a waste of time. I decided to move on to the next step. Chloe. Why yes, I call Chloe, who has been lifeless these days. Chloe is depressed, but she still follows my orders. Is it okay for me to request a Mox battle? Mox battle? I will gladly abide by Master's order. Who's the opponent? Me! Exclamation mark. Fight a mock battle with me, and tell me who's stronger, me or Alyssa. However, even without having a mock battle, the superior one is must. Answer me honestly, okay? Pointless flattery is unnecessary. See, certainly. I decided to test my increased stats against Chloe, who actually fought with Alyssa. Nevertheless, I'm still quite worried about the objectivity of the evaluation if it's Chloe. Blue, Noir, Rouge. Watsu. Boss, you called? What is it? I assigned those 3 as judges, to make sure I get a proper evaluation of my strength. Chloe and I will have a mock battle now. You 3, decide who's stronger, me or Alyssa. Rogersu. Gotcha. Understood. The 3 answer energetically. I guess I will ask Canon as well. Like this, my mock's battle with Chloe Shion, my bloodkin, begins. Chapter 82 vs. Demon King Alyssa 16. Chloe wears her real equipment for our battle. Normally we would both use weaker, Iron Series versions of our gear, but I won't be able to accurately measure my abilities that way. It puts both of us in danger, but this mock battle is for the sake of completely defeating Alyssa, and its accuracy is necessary to ensure my survival. Chloe, come at me for real. I forcibly raise Chloe's bloodthirst towards me by ordering her to attack me seriously. Alyssa had shown an overwhelming difference in power against Chloe. If I don't have enough ability to defeat Chloe at full power, despite holding back myself for the sake of her safety, I won't be able to carry out my strategy. Exclamation mark. Her master. Even while showing an anguished expression, Chloe readies the bow on her back, equival, draws the string, and aims it at me. Hi-you! I hear the arrow cut through the air, as it flies toward my forehead. The arrow closes in on me with incredible speed. However, my recent stat increases have enhanced my dynamic vision, and so, I am able to predict the arrow's trajectory. I bend my upper body back, dodging the arrow, but Chloe already has the next arrow in hand, and fires it with a swift motion. TSK? Is this going to work? I swing Gaebolg, intercepting the arrow and knocking it aside. Chloe calmly sets up the next arrow, as though she expected me to deflect the previous shot. Don't look down on me. Darkness arrow. Right as Chloe shoots her third arrow, I return fire with a huge burst of darkness arrows. I avoid the approaching arrow by sidestepping, and Chloe dodges the many darkness arrows with a wide backstep. Oops, this distance, long range, is really disadvantageous for me. I powerfully kick off the ground, dashing towards Chloe while raising Gaebolg overhead. Chloe realizes my intention, quickly shoulders Earquival, and draws her dagger from the buckle at her waist. Ha! You think you can stop my spear with a dagger? I swiftly thrust Gaebolg at Chloe, while smiling ferociously. Chloe tries to evade by twisting her body, but Gaebolg is an instant faster. It grazes Chloe's flank. In contrast to Chloe, who's looking pained, I unleash several thrusts while maintaining my favorite combat distance, middle range. Some thrusts are dodged, some thrusts have their trajectory diverted by Chloe's dagger, and some thrusts graze Chloe's body. My attacks aren't fatal, but Chloe is definitely sustaining injuries. Did her eyes get slowly accustomed to my thrusts? The rate of evaded thrusts is gradually rising. Chloe predicts when I'm going to pull back Gaebolg, and uses that opening to slip inside my range. Didn't you know? Besides thrusts, pointed attacks, spears can also do sweeps. Linear attacks. Okay, I swing the extended Gaebolg to the side without pulling it back. The edge of Gaebolg's blade, no, the handle, hits Chloe and blows her away. I swiftly approach the fallen Chloe, and press Gaebolg's blade against her neck. So, how was it? Who's stronger, me or Alyssa? That is. Chloe hesitates to continue. Blue, noir, rouge. And while I'm at it, cannon. Who's stronger? I yell loudly, as if displaying my power. That's how to put it. Blue, noir, and rouge hesitate to speak. Just like Chloe, the ones unwilling to speak up are all those who have actually confronted Alyssa. To be honest, I was satisfied with the result of the mock battle just now. Even if it's me saying it, that was a complete victory, right? I'm behind by one level, but based on the stats, I should be superior. My equipped items are B-rank unique items. Is it a difference of experience? Is the gap so large between Alyssa and me? Shin-san, may I? Cannon calls out to me while I'm lost in those negative thoughts. What is it? You know, it's just a guess, but isn't the root of Alyssa's strength mana? And you just showed off the strength of your body, right? Isn't that the reason why Chloe and the others can't make any clear comparisons? Is that so? I look at Chloe's, Blue's, Noirs and Rouge's faces. They have bitter expressions, obviously agreeing with Cannon's opinion. I see. How about this then? I head to a war where none of my subordinates are, and push out the pointed end of Gaebolg. Dark Night Tempest. The airflow of darkness that seeps out of Gaebolg's tip transforms into a storm, blowing violently. At the same time, I feel the vitality across my whole body escaping, causing a light dizziness. Wow, this is an amazing spell. This huge mana. This is awesome. So this is our Lord's power. B-boss, wonderfully superior. Due to the raging storm of darkness, Cannon and the others let out voices full of astonishment. So, me or Alyssa, who's stronger? I once more ask the same question. It's Shinsama-san. They unanimously approve of my strength. Now then, all that's left is to lure in Alyssa. I reveal a bold smile. I carefully examine the information I have gathered in order to lure in Alyssa. 1. Alyssa's main force. Alyssa herself, estimated A rank. High Pixie, B rank. 4 Goblin Generals, B rank. Alyssa wears B rank unique items. The remaining monsters have C to B rank items equipped. They have plenty of combat experience. 2. Once my main force begins its invasion, Alyssa will invade one of my sectors. 3. If my main force doesn't attack, Alyssa stands at the head of the defense herself. 4. The most optimal way to defeat Alyssa is for me to take her on myself. However, if I face her without my main force, I will risk my own life. 5. Alyssa can go outside her domain, but I can't leave my domain. That's about it. In order to address 4 and 5, it's necessary to lure Alyssa into my domain. To get her to come here, the main force has to attack Alyssa's domain. I suppose I will first resolve this issue. The major point is, how many combat forces do I have to deploy for Alyssa to invade my domain? If it's just Rena's party, will she see them as the main force and come invading? The answer is very likely no. There's her track record of having intercepted Chloe's group. It's very likely that the same tragedy will repeat itself if I just send Rena's group. If I were to add Blue, Noir, Rouge, and 100 subordinates to Rena's group, Alyssa would likely attack my domain gleefully. However, if I invest this much of my combat force, I won't be able to stage a defense. How troublesome. I plunge into the sea of my thoughts in order to search for a path towards victory. Chapter 83 vs. Demon King Alyssa 17. I repeatedly consider my options, in order to find a route towards Demon King Alyssa's destruction. Assuming I defeat Alyssa myself, what about her 5 escorts? Chloe could probably defeat a goblin general in a one-on-one battle. If I were to ask her, she would likely say that she can, but to be honest, in my eyes it's a 50-50 chance. If Chloe is backed up by her dark high elf, they would have a high chance of winning. How about Blue? In a one-on-one battle, the chance of him losing is high. If it's Noir, Rouge, Layla, Guy, Iron, what if I leave the Bloodkin out and surround the enemy with a group of subordinates? There would be many losses, but they would likely be able to win. However, will Alyssa invade my domain if I leave enough reserve forces behind to stage such a defense? The answer is no. Alyssa's goal has shifted, from stealing my sectors, to survival until the end of the proclamation of war. If it comes down to it, she can achieve that goal by abandoning 2 of her remaining 3 sectors, and staying within the remaining sector. What should I do to lure out Alyssa then? The answer is to leave behind the bare minimum I would need to defeat Alyssa's forces, and have the invasion team become a splendid decoy. The subordinates that will defeat Alyssa with me are Chloe and the Dark High Elf, Noir, Rouge, Blue, Iron, Layla, Dakel, Red, and Guy. Those 10. Going by combat strength, I wanted to add Rena as well, but Rena is the sole human among my subordinates who Alyssa is conscious of. She stands out too much. If Rena were absent from the invasion team, it would be very likely that Alyssa would suspect something. On the other hand, if it's Layla and the others, it will be difficult for Alyssa to tell that they are missing, as long as I give similar items to subordinates of the same races. This strategy has no loophole, does it? I simulate the rundown of the strategy, which I have designed many times over. It's fine. There are no loopholes. In Alyssa's eyes, the most valuable target, me, which has a very high chance of turning the tables, will appear in front of her. This strategy should be successful. I call my subordinates into my cave, and inform them of my plan. Section. I will now tell you my strategy. Those I call out by name, step forward. My subordinates watch me, as I speak to them from a stage, with bated breaths. Chloe, and your subordinate, Dark High Elf. Yes, Master. You two will kill the High Pixie, a chance to redeem myself. I'm deeply grateful. Chloe and the Dark High Elf lower their heads upon my words. Moreover, in the event that this strategy succeeds, Dark High Elf, I will give you a name. Giving a name, in other words, he will become my bloodkin. After the Dark High Elf widens his eyes, he bows deeply. Next, Noir, Rouge. Yes, you two are going to kill a goblin general. Without fail. Afterwards, I call Blues and Irons, Laylas and Dakels, and Reds and Guys names, and order them to subjugate a goblin general each. Rena. Yes. Rena, who was called alone, approaches me with a stiff face due to her nervousness. Rena, take 200 subordinates, and invade a sector. MMH? You didn't hear me? No, I heard you clearly. Taking on Alyssa. Can you take on Alyssa? If ordered, I will bet my life on it. I acknowledge that spirit of yours, but it's impossible. Wah, who's going to face Alyssa then? Rena raises her voice and draws close to me. I answer Rena's question curtly. In response, Not just Rina, but all those present display expressions of shock. "Huh? Why do you think I just displayed my strength?" I look at the faces of my surprised subordinates while talking with an astonished voice. That's in order to encourage us. Maybe you'll prefer Kaiawa. Leaving aside Rina, Cannon, who was about to say something rude, screams while rolling up her skirt. "For the time being, Rina, you will take along 200 subordinates, including subordinates that will pretend to be part of the main force, and invade Alyssa's domain." I wonder, can Alyssa really distinguish the faces of subordinates? Monsters? I can't. However, if I take 200 subordinates of the main force with me, the defense forces will be. If we leave too many subordinates behind, Alyssa won't come attacking, right? Why, you could say that, but isn't that dangerous? Certainly, the stakes are high. However, the return is equally high. I'm a broken being called Demon King in this broken world. If I don't cross some dangerous bridges, I won't be able to survive. I explain the main point of my strategy in order to persuade my subordinates, and myself. I'm aiming for a complete victory in the current war. The battle against Alyssa. All of you, put your full power into carrying out the plan. Yes. Looking at the tense faces of my subordinates, I brace myself. Section 1 hour later, 200 subordinates led by Rina begin to invade Alyssa's domain. The sector they are invading has no defenders, so they are able to proceed at a fast pace. The one and only human bloodkin, Rina, walks at the front. The monsters following after her are subordinates of C rank and above. All of them wear items of C rank and above. No matter how you look at it, to anyone, it would look like an invasion by my main force. I wonder, is Alyssa going to move as anticipated? While being assailed by tension, I watch Rina's group on my smartphone. 24 hours later, Rina's group is currently invading the 5th floor. Alyssa hasn't made a move yet. At this rate, Rina's team will likely succeed in usurping the sector they are currently invading. Alyssa won't move? The anxiety is too much for my heart. If she has abandoned defense, we will likely be able to usurp 2 more sectors before the proclamation of war ends. However, destroying Alyssa won't be possible. I guess Alyssa adopted a safe approach. Just when I was about to partly give up, beep, the alert informing me of an invasion resounded from my smartphone. Chapter 84 vs. Demon King Alyssa 18. I swiftly operate my smartphone and check the entrances of my sectors one by one. Found her. I discover Alyssa and 5 monsters at the entrance of the 27th sector. I continue observing the image of Alyssa, which is reflected on my smartphone's display. Master, is it truly alright for us to not go intercept her? Within the tense atmosphere that has been hanging over us ever since the invader alert rang, Chloe calls out to me while I silently gaze at my smartphone. Calm down, it's too early. But the enemy has already invaded our territory. Chloe probably wants to avenge Silver and Hope as soon as possible. I can hear the impatience seeping out of her voice. We will meet the enemy tomorrow. Restore your energy for now. Why? Between Alyssa's forces and the 12 of us here right now, who's stronger? It's us. I throw a question at Chloe, with a slow drawl as if admonishing her. Chloe immediately answers with a strong voice, full of intent. Correct. That's why we're going to wait until tomorrow. Why? If we can win, we should get rid of that trash right away. You call them trash, but that trash is strong, right? It would also be alright to face them here and now. But can you defeat them without letting them get away? That is. Chloe hesitates to answer my question. Their current location is too close to the entrance. In order to defeat them without fail, it's necessary to lure Alyssa deep into the sector. That's the reason why we will wait until tomorrow. Don't waste your breath if you understand. And rest up. Understood? Yes. Our current location has been connected with every sector through transfer arrays. However, the place it's connected to is the 5th floor of every sector. I pinpointed the 5th floor as the place to kill Alyssa from the very start. Section 30 hours after Alyssa started her invasion. Alyssa has arrived at the 5th floor. I have been constantly checking on her, and now it is time to transfer to the 5th floor of the 27th sector with my subordinates. I lie in wait for Alyssa at the stage I have prepared. The wait takes 3 hours. Alyssa's group appears in a wide space with countless rocks scattered as screens. Oh my! I thought everyone had run away and hidden, but you're going to continue your useless resistance? Shut up. Aren't you the one who's in a desperate situation after constantly running and hiding? Standing at the vanguard, Chloe replies with an enraged voice to the provocation of Alyssa, who is laughing scornfully. Oh my? There's a cheeky brat among them? MMH? I have seen you somewhere. Ah, I remember. You are that one, aren't you? The dark elf who abandoned her comrades and ran away, right? Alyssa provokes Chloe with a smile and a composed attitude. Why you bitch? This time it's 1, 2, 3, 10 people in total. Looking closely, the dark elf and the ogres that ran away with you are here as well. I wonder, how many of you will survive this time? How many comrades are you going to sacrifice before escaping? Or rather, you guys didn't go to my domain together with that human? Were you possibly left behind because you're too weird? Chloe shoots an arrow at Alyssa, who is happily provoking her further and further into anger. However, before the arrow can reach Alyssa, the goblin general in front blocks it with his shield, and the arrow falls to the ground with a dry sound. Listen to people until the end. Bah, whatever, die. Wind arrow. Alyssa's barrage of wind arrows serves as a signal, and the enemy starts to move all at once. Chloe and the others ready their weapons in response, and start to move as well. Right now, the curtain of the final battle against Alyssa has been raised. Chloe and the others split up, to face each enemy 2 to 1 as I had ordered. Even if a 1-on-1 would be even, a 2-on-1 should definitely give them the advantage. But my subordinates are forced into a tough struggle because of the precise support magic fired by Alyssa. Ho ho ho. Unsightly. How very unsightly. I wonder what your master is doing? Is he trembling in the deepest part of his domain? Alyssa continues to unleash powerful spells while laughing loudly. Hey Demon King Shion, are you watching? If you don't partake, you called. I release Darkness Veil, and attack Alyssa from behind, stabbing Gaebulg through one of the wings growing out of her back. Alyssa widens her eyes with a shocked expression, and hurriedly distances herself from me as soon as she spots me. Hey, wait a minute. You called me, so don't run away, okay? I smile as if retaliating for her recent words. Why you bastard? Where? MMH? Over there. I answer while pointing a finger at a rock behind me. I had hidden on the battlefield from the start. I lurked while concealing myself with Darkness Veil. I stayed dormant until Alyssa separated from her 5 monsters. Now then, let's kill each other. Darkness Arrow. I fired Darkness Arrows at Alyssa instead of a greeting. Q? You 1-digit level trash. Don't get kooky. Wind shield. Alyssa blocks the Darkness Arrows by deploying a wind shield. Even you were a 1-digit until just recently, weren't you? I sprint towards Alyssa and quickly attack with Gaebulg. T this power. Are you really a 1-digit, you bastard? Alyssa tries to repel Gaebulg with her wand, but is overpowered. Her body is grazed by Gaebulg. I wonder. Early Summer Rain Thrust. A rain of consecutive thrusts assaults Alyssa in the next breath. As Alyssa suffers countless lacerations on her body, she tries to withdraw to the back. As if I'll let you. I draw close to Alyssa, easily keeping pace with her limping retreat. I learned something through fighting many battles as a demon king. Combat distance is extremely important in battle. Depending on your favored weapon and your combat style, the combat distance varies for each person. If we're only talking about weapon handling skills, I fall short in comparison to Rena. Forget Rena, I might fall behind all of my subordinates, such as Layla or Chloe. However, I can overwhelm Rena at middle and long range. In short, even if you lack skill, it's possible to win if you can control the combat distance and fight only where your power is superior. Going by that logic, Alyssa's strong combat distance is long range. Therefore, as long as I keep close to her, I will definitely win. I steadily pile up damage against Alyssa while maintaining my favored combat distance. My dream is an arrow pierces Alyssa's back and sends her staggering. I look around me and see that all of Alyssa's subordinates have fallen, and my subordinates are surrounding Alyssa. Checkmate. Wait. Right. Make me a kin. I will trust you. If you trust me as well, you can turn me into your kin, right? Seeing the situation around her, Alyssa begs for her life while smiling subserviently, seemingly having resigned herself. Trust. Come to think of it, the method to create kin depends on your race, doesn't it? I thought back on the information about each race's method of kin creation, which I had heard about from canon a while ago. Alyssa as bloodkin, huh? It might not be bad as an option. Is it your wish to become my bloodkin? Why yes. I desire to become your kin. Once I address Alyssa in a non-combative stance, she appeals to me frantically. Blood chalice. Very well. Then drink this. I offer the created chalice of blood to Alyssa. Why yes. If I drink this. High earth javelin. Suddenly Alyssa, who had tossed the chalice away, and was shouting with naked bloodthirst, has her body pierced by a spear erupting from the ground. Shin-san. You mustn't. That person's eyes. You can't believe her. Canon, standing by in the rear, Canon had apparently noticed Alyssa's true feelings and attacked her. Such a people please. Oh, one more. Dark Night Tempest. Alyssa, while vomiting blood and begging for her life once more, is engulfed by a devastating storm of darkness. Something like, you had your chance. I look in contempt at Alyssa, as she dies inside the storm of darkness. The dry, electronic melody, informing me of a level up, resounds within the battlefield where all my enemies have perished. Chapter 85 Level Up 3. The battle against Alyssa came to an end. Without a doubt, Alyssa was the most formidable enemy I faced since I became a Demon King. I made great gains, but I also suffered huge losses. I lost many subordinates and items. I lost precious bloodkin, Hope and Silver, who were nurtured under my personal care, and I ended up using the BP I had been saving in service of my long-term strategy. Oops. It's still too early to be indulging in sentimentality, isn't it? All the Demon Kings in Kanazawa were destroyed, but the Demon Kings of the prefectures north, Kohoku, and Suzu, if I turn my focus north, the Demon Kings of Toyama if I turn my focus east, the Demon Kings of Hikazan and Komatsu if I turn south, and also the lands ruled by the humans in Kanazawa are still remaining, and in large numbers. It's a situation that makes it indispensable to refine my future strategy, in order to survive, and even besides that, there's the confirmation of the level up, the reconstruction of the domain. A heap of things I have to do. But there's one thing I should check before all that. Canon. Yes. I call out to Canon, who looks at me meekly. Why couldn't you trust Alyssa? No. How did you know that she would betray me? It was her eyes. Canon answers with a serious tone, different from usual. In the end I was saved by her, but the timing of Canon's spell made no sense to me. The only way she could have interrupted Alyssa's spell was if she started casting first. That means Canon was already attacking before Alyssa's betrayal. Eyes? Yes. Since my memories were taken away, I can't remember the people I used to know, but it was etched into my mind that I can't trust people who have those eyes. The same eyes as Alyssa. Listening to Canon's reply, I remember Alyssa's eyes as well as her expression and tone. I see. I come to understand Canon's words. At first, Alyssa overflowed with confidence, and then, as soon as death approached her, she switched to a subservient attitude. I wonder, where have I seen eyes like those? Since I have also lost my memories of the people I knew before becoming a Demon King, I can't recall it precisely. However, somehow I'm remembering. Owners of those eyes belong to the followers of Ryuju, who are the top caste. They're the eyes of those who think they're strong because they suck up to strong people and join strong groups. They're the eyes of opportunists who suppress their own will to obey the strong, and bully the weak whenever they can. Canon was probably someone at the lower stratum of the caste system in peaceful Japan, before becoming a Demon King. Blah. I guess I'm in no position to find fault with others either. To be honest, I wanted to get Alyssa as subordinate. In terms of future strategy, you could even say that it was necessary to make her a subordinate. Having said that, I guess I can't just turn everyone into a subordinate as long as they are just strong. I recall a certain game I was addicted to before becoming a Demon King. It was a simulation game where you managed a soccer team. That game's most interesting and vexing component was the existence of a stat called compatibility between players. You couldn't win if you gathered players indiscriminately, while focusing only on their abilities. The players would quarrel among each other. Back then I grumbled, at least let me build a dream team inside a game, damn it. But even in the game your team would fail if the players weren't compatible. What will happen in the real world then, where the subordinates can even harbor complicated feelings? The answer is probably ruin. Considering it like that, it was probably not fated for Alyssa to become my subordinate. I think at the moment I welcomed Canon as subordinate, the flag for Alyssa to become my subordinate vanished. After understanding my own feelings, I call out to Canon. Canon. Why yes. Canon answers my call with a trembling voice. Thank you for your help. Why yes. You're welcome. Even though she was bewildered at first, Canon replies to my words of gratitude with a smile in the end section. This settles the matters regarding Canon's actions. Now I can put the things I have to do in order, with refreshed feelings. First, I have to get a firm grasp on the current situation. I need to check which of my sectors are now vulnerable to attack, and also confirm my remaining combat forces before the pseudo-peace ends, and so I open their World Salvation Project app. I am surprised by the line of text waiting for me on the smartphone screen. You reached level 10. Please choose a race to evolve into. It's the second time I've seen this line. However, I first saw it when I was level 3. For real? I sigh unintentionally. Honestly, the evolution is very welcome. However, due to the app's configuration, I won't be able to use it to check anything else until I choose my evolution path. Checking the remaining time of the pseudo-peace, confirming the remaining combat forces, reconstructing the domain stolen from Alyssa. I can't do any of these things until I decide what race I'm going to evolve into. Even though I would rather make such an important decision following a careful deliberation. Even while I'm troubled, my CP, which recovered fully due to the level up, is overflowing. The remaining time of the pseudo-peace is also trickling down by the moment I operate my smartphone, advancing to the next screen. Please choose one of the following races: Demon King, Vampire Lord, Demon King, Vampire Noble, Demon King, Vampire Elder, Demon King, Daylight Vampire, Demon King, Nightmare Vampire. All of them are vampires, eh? If you have used kanji so far, then stick to that rule. I complain to the mastermind who likely created their World Salvation Project. 1. In times of need, ask Google-chan. Canon. Yes, I loudly yell the name of Google-chan, and Canon flies over to me in a hurry. I became level 10. Ah, congratulations. Thanks. Gar, not that. It's the evolution. Oh? Come to think of it, it looks like you will evolve once your level becomes 10. Right. Therefore, tell me the information about the evolution paths. I get straight to the point, even while being somewhat irritated at Canon, who answered in a nonchalant manner. I return the same word to the surprised Canon. Don't tell me, you have no information about the evolution options? No. Useless. This Google-chan is useless. I click my tongue reflexively. But although I don't have information about the evolution options for a vampire type, I know them for fairy types. Information about the fairy type's evolution options is, well, whatever. Tell me. Since it might serve as a reference, I decide to listen to the fairy type's evolution races, even while being disappointed by Canon's reply. That is, there are 5 races which a fairy demon king can choose for their evolution at level 10. They are, the body specialized, Goblin Lord, the superior all-rounder, Titania, the mana specialized, Oberon, Dalakan, which possesses an undead attribute, and Fairy, which possesses strong nature magic. I go over the information from Canon in my head. In other words, the evolution options are body specialization, raising my abilities as a whole, mana specialization, variant species, and unique specialization. If I apply those rules, it comes out as Vampire Lord equals body specialization, Vampire Noble equals high-ranking species, Vampire Elder equals mana specialization, Daylight Vampire equals variant species, and Nightmare Vampire equals unique specialization. if I guess from their names. Lord equals ruler, master. Noboru. What the hell is Noboru? Canon. Look up the words I'm about to tell you. Yes, as a result of having Canon look them up. Noboru equals noble, Eruda equals older, Daira Ito equals daylight, Nightmare equals nightmare. 2 In that case, Lord, noble, elder are specialized builds of the types predicted before. Daylight vampire is a variant species that doesn't weaken even in direct sunlight, and nightmare is nightmare. If it's a unique specialization build, it would be about raising my abilities within darkness even further. I think all of them are attractive evolution paths. The decision I finally reached after racking my brain over it is. End of Volume 2.